Hello, Internet, and welcome to Creative Live. We are here today with Ms. Lindsay Adler, and we are so excited to have you back, Lindsay. It's so funny because we were just in New York, and here we are back in Seattle. Thank goodness. Good luck to all you people out there in New York and the Northwest. So my name is Kenna Klosterman. We're just going to do a couple minutes of pre-show, and I have Mr. Bill Lee here with me today. How are you doing this morning?
Oh, great. I'm having a great time to be back and
Awesome.
help you out.
Awesome. Well, Lindsay Adler, how are you doing today?
I'm awesome. It's nice and easy this time. Last time I thought I was going to bite off every fingernail that I ever had, and I was all stressed out. And now I'm just like, it's nice and relaxed, and it's chill, and you make it easy. So.
Oh, thanks, dear.
My pleasure.
Okay, so we have our 4 students in from around the country today. Why don't you guys give your name, let the world know where you're from, what your Twitter handle, and all your other important information might be.
I'm going to start over here.
All right. I'm David Dean. My personal Twitter handle is Vanilla, VAHNILAH. And my website is davidshotme.com. And I'm a photographer, and I'm very excited to be here to learn all your retouching. And
Great, thank you.
Hello, my name is Shiloh Bradley, and my website is shilohbradley.com, and you can find me on Facebook at Shiloh Bradley Photography, and my Twitter handle is at Shiloh Bradley. And I'm super excited to be here with the amazing Lindsay Adler. I have both of her first books, and they're awesome, and I'm excited to learn some more Photoshop from her.
Oh, thanks.
Hi, I'm Melissa Kelly. I'm from Wichita, Kansas. My Twitter handle is Mel D. Kelly, and you can find me at melissakellyimagery.com.
Hi, I'm Jessica with jldimagery.com, and my Twitter handle is jldimagery. And I'm from far, far away Seattle.
All right. Well, we are so excited to be here again. And Bill, is there anyone joining us from around the world? Let's call out where they're joining us from.
Yeah. Let's check and see. We've got people from, where are you?
We've got Stevensville, Texas.
Sheridan, Wyoming, and Tennessee, Chattanooga, Tennessee.
All right, and Jessica Lark. Hey, Jessica. Jessica says, yay for power and getting to watch Lindsay without Sandy. So, awesome. Glad to hear it.
Very good.
And so, let's see. We have some folks that appear to be having trouble with the audio. So, thanks for your patience, everyone. And looks like perhaps they are back. So, let's see. Let us know. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Echo, echo,
Anybody
echo.
out there? Okay, yeah, looks like sound's coming back.
All right, fantastic. All right, cool. So I think we are ready to get started since it is 9 o'clock. So I'm just going to do a little intro. So everyone, again, welcome to Creative Live. This is Lindsay Adler's Creative Photoshop and Retouching Techniques. Get prepared. We are going to learn so much over 3 days, and we're going to have some fun doing some photo shoots too. So I'm just going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions in chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There is one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. You can take Creative Live on the go with your iPhone, iPad, or Android-friendly device. So wherever you are today, even if you're running from Sandy, you can watch on your mobile phone. Let's take a look at the live page. If you have a slower internet speed, you can select your own bandwidth for the video screen. So you just go down to the bottom right-hand corner, click on Ustream, and you'll see different options pop up, and you can select again the resolution for your video. When you select a lower resolution, you can then see that it changes. All right, we invite you to join the conversation today. We ask you to open up a separate browser for your chat room, and this is the way that you're going to ask questions of Lindsay, but also ask questions of each other and share all of your knowledge from all over the world. So the first tab across the top is the Creative Live tab, and we ask you to drop in to have your conversations here that are on topic. So there'll be a lot of tip sharing today, and when you ask each other questions, do that there. When you have questions for Lindsay directly, use the Creative Cues tab and just drop in those questions. No need to answer anyone's questions there. To get to know each other there and just have fun. This is the lounge, is the chat room for you, like I said, to get to know your Creative Live junkies. To the chat room, we're also taking your questions, Facebook and Twitter. So /Creative Live, and feel free to drop in your questions and comments there as well. And the hashtag for questions is Adler Live. That's ADLER Live. The way that Creative Live works is that we reach as many people as possible during our live events for free. So we do the live event today for free, and then we rewatch it as well for folks who might be asleep right now and in other parts of the world. And the way that this works is if you like what you see, you can actually purchase the videos that you own, the high definition videos of this workshop. It's 3 days. 3 days of content from the master retoucher, Lindsay Adler. Last time Lindsay was here, we did Photoshop in your workshop, but then everyone was cheering, bring Lindsay back for more. And so here we are. I'm so excited. So the 3 days of downloads for this workshop is $149. That's for all 3 days. With that, you can also stream those videos directly from the Creative Live website as forever and ever. But when you purchase this workshop during the live event, so over the next few days, it is $99. So let's take a look at how you do that. We'll head on over to the course page for this workshop, and you can see the enroll button. If you haven't already, enroll for this class and you'll get all the reminders and links that you need regarding the rewatch and the time changes and all of that for wherever you are in the world. Next to that is where you can purchase the course. Again, you're purchasing all the downloads. We turn those around as quickly as possible, and so it's really easy and quick to hit buy now. We invite you to let your social networks know that this workshop is going on for free today, tomorrow, and the next day. So if you have friends who are photographers and you know struggle with Photoshop or just want to improve what they're doing already, give them a shout out and welcome them. The more, the merrier. All right, scroll on down the page and you will see that in addition to the workshop videos today, Lindsay has provided some lovely add-ons, which is really exciting. We'll probably go over those a little bit later, but one is her top 50 keyboard shortcuts. Incredibly useful, incredibly helpful. You get to just print them off and have them right there next to your computer. And secondly is a retouching checklist. I just saw this morning, and man, this is really cool. And it's the different levels of retouching, what to focus on for each level, and what parts of the body to focus on. So it just takes you through step by step all the things that Lindsay's going to be teaching us, but in a way where you can just physically have it there to check off as you work through. So again, those two items are available with the purchase of the workshop. If you know you're going to purchase this class, go ahead and do that now so that you can download those and use those as we're going through. So we are giving away prizes throughout the workshop, and the way that you're going to enter that contest is first of all on Facebook. So we're now doing contests on Facebook, which is really exciting for all of those of you who have been asking for that for quite some time. So on our Facebook page, you'll see a little icon that says CL Quote Contest. You click on that, it opens up another little screen, and you're going to fill out that form, pick your favorite quote or tip from Ms. Lindsay Adler, and you're going to pick things that are inspiring or great tips, which there'll be a ton of, and enter those. You can only enter the contest once per hour, so make it count. We are also doing our contest on Twitter, as usual. You're going to pick out your favorite Lindsay Adler quote or tip, tweet that out, and you must include the website for this particular course, and that is how we search for your tweets. And finally, we are hiring here at Creative Live. As you notice from the schedule, we are putting on so many more workshops. We just had an incredible week in New York City. And if you didn't catch that, go back and look at everything we had going on there. It was an incredible week. Our schedule is booked out for the rest of the year. I think we maybe have like 5 days off, I'm not sure. However, that means that we are hiring people, and we're hiring here in Seattle as well as San Francisco. So if you know people who you think would be a great match for the Creative Live team, send them, or if that's you, go over to the creativelive.com/jobs page. Check that out, and we look forward to hearing from you. All right, Lindsay, that's all I've got this morning. Over to you. Actually, there is one more thing before over to
Okay.
you, and that is, let's talk about the images that you would like people to submit.
Absolutely. Okay, so couple parts to this. I'm going to be demonstrating with a lot of my photographs today, but what I want everybody out in the audience and online to do is, if you have a photo that maybe there's a problem with it that you know could be fixed in Photoshop, but you don't know how. So maybe it's, I don't know, glaring glasses or a double chin, or there's just something not quite right. You're going to send it my way, and I'm going to take a look, and so it'll be due this evening so that I can use them for tomorrow. And I'm looking for not just the problem photos, but also, let's say there's a photo you love, but you think there's something more you could pull out of it using Photoshop. Send those my way as well. And so the information is on my course page. I do believe you have to be enrolled to access that information, though. So today I'll be using all of my photos, and then tomorrow I hope to pull some more of the audience, as well as some of them I'll sit there and edit through in detail. Others I'll just bring it up and say what I see immediately, kind of my first instinct. Because when I look at a photo, I analyze it, and I kind of go through the changes as well. So that's what I hope to do with your photos.
All right, very cool. So let me just read through, people, for those of you who are rewatching or watching right now. You're going to go to the course page. You're going to log into your Creative Live account. Again, the Retouching Creative Photoshop Techniques course page. You're going to download the materials release, fill out that materials release, including your signature. You're going to email the materials release along with your image to support plus retouch@creativelive.com. Support the + retouch@creativelive.com, and we look forward to seeing your images. Okay, and with that,
Perfect.
Now over to you, Lindsay. Let's get this party started.
Thanks, Kenna. Okay, so I have to start on a down note and just say that my thoughts are with everybody back east, and hope everybody's okay, and I do hope that you have power so that you can join us. Now, on to the more exciting and happy things. For me, retouching and Photoshop, it's never been a fix-it-later kind of thing. So, for example, I take a picture and there's a piece of garbage that I didn't want to move. You know, I don't treat Photoshop in that way. How I see Photoshop is either a way to help perfect my clients, help them look and feel their best, or it's a completely different realm of creativity altogether. And some people think Photoshop's cheating, but, you know, for example, just depending on how you pose somebody and how you interact with them completely changes the way their body looks. And so there's a lot of little tweaks and things you can do to help them along the way as well in Photoshop. So part of what I'll be doing, let's talk about the very first day. My very first day here on Creative Live, I'm going to be talking more about retouching, traditionally what you think of. So I'm going to cover getting rid of blemishes and reshaping the body and tips and tricks and, you know, adding eyelashes in post and all of these different things that I do in my portrait photography and also my beauty photography. So that's more of the core of what you guys think of retouching. I know that there are a million ways to do everything. That's how Photoshop works. So I actually will be showing you how to do some skin retouching in 2 to 3, probably 3 solid different ways. Trust me, I know that there are more, but I'll tell you which ones work for me. So day 1 is mostly just solid retouching. What we're going to do at the end of today, it's going to be really fun, we're going to wrap up by doing a shoot. Because what I thought would be interesting is to kind of show you how I can take a shoot start to finish. I'll shoot a portrait and also a beauty image, and then I'll be working with them tomorrow. Now, obviously, today I'll be kind of going slower, going through every technique. So tomorrow will be a nice, quick summary using those images as an example. Okay, then, tomorrow after that, we go into creative retouching techniques. And that creativity, for me, it's a really big part of what I do as a photographer. So sometimes I approach a shoot knowing what I'm going to do in Photoshop. Maybe an example behind me here. In this photograph, I had a theme, and the theme of the shoot was red. And I wanted to have her reclining in a bed of flowers. But the flowers were brown and yellow and green. And I didn't have a budget, so I couldn't buy $800 worth of roses to have her lay in. And so I knew that I could do it in post. So sometimes it's just practicality, sometimes it's saving money, and then sometimes it's just making the impossible possible. And so that's how I'm going to be teaching in day 2. So I'll be showing how to make photos look old, selective coloration. I'll be showing just a lot of really creative techniques. But what I want everybody out there to know, if you don't know anything about retouching, I've got you covered. However, if you've been doing this a really long time, I have you covered as well. certain times I'll let you know, okay guys, we're going to go a little advanced here. So for those of you that are beginners, don't worry. You can always, especially if you buy the course, come back and watch it again in the future when you feel more confident. But for example, day 2, I'll be covering displacement maps. Not a beginner's tip. How to wrap patterns around the face. That's how you might add fake tattoos. You can also make it look like somebody's blended into the background. More advanced, but it'll be something, so there's something for everybody. So that's day 2. And then we're going to be doing, tomorrow is Halloween, for those of you that aren't rewatching. So we'll be doing a little bit of a Halloween celebration at the end. And then day 3 is all about the idea of saving time. I'll be doing a lot of practical things. So, okay, you're shooting in your studio, and it's a small studio, and you can see the background, you can see the floor. How do you Photoshop that to smooth it out? Or how do you smooth out the background? I'll be talking about techniques I use for specific types of individuals. And then I'll be talking about plugins, because I don't feel that I should tell everybody, okay, go get this plugin, it makes your life easier. Not everybody has the funds. However, for me as a professional, if it saves me time, it's saving me money. And so that's how I'll be wrapping things up. So we'll be doing everything from retouching to creative effects to time-saving and practical techniques. And it's for everything from beginner to advanced. So hold tight, I'll let you guys know what applies. So with that, since I wanted to give everybody a layout of kind of what's going to go on, I thought I would just jump in, unless there's anything. Okay, cool. This class is not for people that want to be professional retouchers. And here's why I say this. Professional retouchers, when they get a photo, they don't take pretty much any of the shortcuts that we as photographers would take. They zoom in at 100% and clone every blemish at 100% opacity. And they do it's so time intensive. This is a class for photographers who want to know how to retouch. So something that maybe a professional retoucher would take 4 hours on, we know that it's not as necessary. And one of the first things that you need to do when you approach retouching is knowing the end use of your photograph. What's it for? And I'm just being very practical. And if you've seen me teach before, I'm very much about practicality and getting to the point. So for example, if you just have an image that it's not going anywhere, it's not going online, you have a client coming in, you want them to quickly view a photo. You're trying to sell it. You want to give them an idea of where this image might go. You maybe only want to spend 5 minutes on it. Something just quick. Get rid of a few blemishes. Make them look a little skinnier, something like that. That helps sell your image, right? Okay, then the next. Most photos, I, for example, spend between 15 and 40 minutes on. Honestly, that's usually what I spend. A lot of photos, if somebody doesn't have a lot of work they need to have done, get it done in 15 minutes. If it's a little bit more intensive, it might be 40. So that's level 1 is 5 minutes, level 2 is 15 to 40. And then level 3 for me is sometimes I have a photo, for example, at Photo Plus this last week, blown up to 6 feet tall by 4 foot wide, a giant close-up of someone's face. I spent a lot more than 40 minutes on it because I knew the viewing distance was right in front of me and you could see every pixel and every pore. So you need to know, okay, what is this going to be used for? Is this just going to be on the web, something they quickly see, or is it going to be an image that they blow up large on the wall? It does make a difference. Now, a professional retoucher would obviously do pretty much everything the same and really in depth. So you have to look at it that way. Another consideration for this end use is, all right, so what is this? Is this portrait? Is it beauty, or is it kind of fashion creative? For a portrait, for example, when I do a portrait of somebody, I flat out ask, you know that scar you have? Do you want me to keep it? How about that mole? For example, I have a mole on my neck. I would absolutely remove it. I could care less. It's not a part of my defining feature. Other people, if you remove it, they're offended. You're changing me. You're getting rid of the scar that is part of who I am. So I always ask, and so that's something with a portrait. It's the same thing. You might want to make somebody look a little skinnier. The camera puts on 10 pounds, right? You take off the 10 pounds or whatever you need to do. But for a beauty image, I'll change whatever I want. If it's meant to be for a beauty portfolio or meant to be for a cosmetic campaign. So I'll make somebody's nose symmetrical. I'll make their eyes bigger. I'll reshape the body however I need to. I make the skin completely silky smooth. I get rid of the bags under the eyes completely. So knowing that makes a difference as well. And then for my avant-garde, my kind of creative, all bets are off. It's whatever you want. It's whatever you want to express yourself creatively. So that's another thing to look at as well. I want to tell you that retouching can be exhausting. And it's one of those things that, because it's such an important part of my creative process, I don't pass it off to everybody. It's not like I say, I do my shoot and then I send it off to a retoucher. A lot of the times I'm still doing it myself. And so, I'm trying to do this efficiently and effectively. So I'm going to give you a couple real quick best practices and then just dive into retouching. All right, so one best practice that goes on to that exhausting: take breaks. Take breaks, take breaks, take breaks. Because here's what happens. First of all, it's bad for your eyes, obviously. My optometrist said you need to take a break every hour. You need to get up, walk away from your screen, vary your viewing distance. But the reason you want to do this as well is if you get a little obsessed, that's when you over-retouch a photo, because you don't see, you're not looking at how divorced it is from its original state. Related to that, whenever I do retouches, I never let it go out into the world with only me looking at it. I always have someone else look at it. So maybe it's an assistant, maybe it's a friend, it's a significant other, whoever, because they'll look at it and either say, you've gone too far, or, oh, I think you should maybe fix that wrinkle in the neck, or whatever it may be. So just a tip that I always do. I always have at least 2 sets of eyes look at my photos. The next thing, and you'll see as I do this, part of retouching, what a lot of people do is they open up their photo and they get really excited right away to start retouching. Get rid of those blemishes, make someone look their best. And then they start doing the levels and the color afterwards. You have to do your global adjustment first, because it changes what you can see in the retouch. So for example, if you have an overexposed picture, you do your retouching and then you go make it darker, all of a sudden all of these pimples and blemishes and wrinkles you didn't see before appear. So I always start off, whether it's Adobe Camera Raw, whether it's Lightroom, wherever it may be, and get those global adjustments done first, which means my exposure, my contrast, and my color balance or white balance. And so you need to start there. And I've run into this a ton of times where I just get really excited and I retouch and I look at it and I'm like, oh, okay, I missed a few things. Couple other things that I wanted to recommend as well. I'm going to show you, and the very first demo we're going to do is, if you don't know adjustment layers and layer masks, you have to watch this first segment. Like, you absolutely must know them and understand them, because everything I do from now on is adjustment layers and layer masks. And there's so many reasons why, but the first reason why you'll see is it's non-destructive. So you can always go back and change things. And so if you spend 2 hours on a photo retouching and then you realize you can't step back and fix a mistake that you made, you're making your life and your job much harder. And then we'll also talk about it keeps your file sizes smaller, so it's easy to work with. If you guys want to see some more best practices I have, they're actually up on my blog, which is blog.lindsayadlerphotography.com. So I have kind of my top 10 best practices. And then also there's a link to something I'm going to use a little bit later on, which are actually fake eyelashes, a brush that you can download. So it's a link that you can link there to download, and I'll show you how to use that. Similarly, for not all the photos, but some of the photos that I'll use in the next 3 days, what I'll do is, after I retouch them here for you guys, I'm going to save them as layered PSDs or TIFFs, and we're actually going to put them up on the Creative Live site for those of you who purchase. So you can actually take that image and then go back through the layers and try to remind yourself. Basically what I'm going to do is, after I demo, I'll make sure they're named and labeled so you guys know what they're all about. So, all right, so basically with that, I will get started unless there's any questions. Perfect. You guys all set? Okay, cool. I remember when I heard that you guys wanted me to do 3 days of retouching, I thought, holy crap, people are going to die with 3 days of retouching. So try to give us nice breaks. And I also put in some of the photo shoots for that reason as well. Trying to convince George to be like a zombie or something for a shoot on Halloween, but I don't think he's going to buy into it. We'll see.
George Marinakis, that
Yeah.
calls out for you, or head of photography. Zombie George.
Zombie George, or like,
Hashtag Zombie George.
or like warrior, like 300 warrior George. You could do that, and like that'd be awesome.
We'll see.
Yeah, right. We'll see. Totally. Okay, so I'm going to use an example here to do like a really blatant, in-your-face example of what adjustment layers and layer masks do. Okay, so when I look at this photo, I'm going to do something I would never do in reality. I'm going to make it black and white except for her jacket. And let me tell you, I did this all the time when I originally did portraits and weddings. Now I try to stay away from it because it's been a little bit too overdone, but it does a good example. So if you guys see, in the bottom right-hand corner here, we have the half moon cookie, okay? and it's your adjustment layers. And this is going to be one of your best friends. You should use this all of the time. And so when you click on it, what it does is it brings up a variety of different changes you can make to your photo. So maybe it's going to be exposure or levels or hue, saturation, all of these different things. So what you do, I'm going to give you an example. If I click on black and white, okay, it creates this layer above your photo. What's great is that it doesn't take up extra space and it's not permanent. So if you see where it says black and white, everything below this layer and this layer mask is then black and white. And so it can be the same thing. If you have a levels adjustment you make, it's kind of like taking a gel, like a black and white gel, and putting it on top of your photo, which is great because you didn't have to take that photo, duplicate it, change it black and white. It's just a gel and it says everything below it has this change applied. But that's not actually what the power of adjustment layers are. Again, it saves you a lot of space, but the power is I can selectively paint things off. So if I go over here to the bottom left-hand corner and grab a black brush. All right, I'm just grabbing a regular brush. By the way, the quick or the shortcut for brush is B, nice and simple. And if you come up to opacity, this is basically how heavy is this effect, how transparent is this effect. It's commonly thought of as transparency. So if I want a full strength brush here, wherever I paint black on the mask, okay, it'll bring back the color. And so how you're supposed to think of this is black is going to hide that effect. So wherever you see black and white, to the left of it, if you see that the word's black and white, wherever I painted black, it hides that effect. So let's say I have something that maybe is, I change the hue saturation. I go over to my mask. Wherever I paint black, it will hide that effect. So I can go ahead, go in, paint black wherever I want to reveal the bottom layer. The power is in this. If I mess up and I go ahead and accidentally paint on the background like I did there, if you did this where you duplicated the layer, changed it to black and white, and you were erasing, and that's what I did for ages. If I went ahead and I was erasing, for most people how they have it set up, you can only step back 20 steps in your history. And so if you're doing this for a couple hours and realize, ooh, I didn't notice it, it's kind of subtle, well, you're kind of stuck. You can't go back. However, with your adjustment layers and your layer masks, I can switch my brush back to white and paint that effect off. And so this is what everything that I'm going to be doing. When I bring up these adjustment layers and layer masks, I'll be doing my contrast through levels and curves using layer masks and adjustment layers, my hue saturation, my color balance, my black and white, all of that. So this is the kind of last time I'll explain it, just kind of keep it in mind. So again, if you want to hide that effect that you've just created, you're going to paint black, and it will get rid of that effect. Now, to give you an example of how I do this, I don't know if many of you use Lightroom, but a lot of times I'm creating vignettes, and so I darken down the edges, and I think that's really, really important. Something that what I do when I look at my photo is I go, okay, let's just look at I'm going to turn this whole thing black and white, all right? The entire thing black and white. When I look at this photo, I say, okay, well, where's my eye going? And that's how I analyze my photo. And I'm saying, right now, it goes to her face, but I also think I get distracted in that back left area. Like my eye isn't focused on her. And so typically, if you go ahead and maybe do your vignette in Camera Raw or in Lightroom, you have a little bit of control, right? You can darken down the edges, you can kind of make it round. But if you go ahead and use an adjustment layer and a layer mask here in Photoshop, you can completely control where that vignette goes. So let me just put it into practice. If I click on my half moon cookie, my adjustment layers, and I go to levels, if I go ahead and I start darkening down, so if I grab that middle point to drag down the midtones and the black point to darken things up, I made that background a lot darker, but now what's too dark? Around her hair, around her face. So we just learned about adjustment layers and layer masks. So I can grab my brush on black, and as I said, anywhere I paint black is going to hide that. So I can go ahead and change the transparency of my brush if I want and just start lightening things up. So what that's going to allow me to do is maybe that's exactly what I want. I just want a little bit lighter face. I've created a vignette, but not in the traditional way you think of where it's rounded around the edges. I've focused the eye. I absolutely, positively, any shoot that I do on location, I will darken down the edges and focus the eye. Every shoot that I do. Because there's always something in the background that's a little bit distracting, or darkening down the edges just to bring your eye to the subject more. So when I talk about adjustment layers, layer masks, This is why they have so much power, and they take up really almost no additional space. Something I wanted to make sure I mentioned before I moved on is a couple things. You can, for these layer masks, you never have to have the full opacity, for like basically 100%. So let's go to this black and white layer. Maybe I don't want it to be completely black and white, but I want it to be subtle. You can always back off your opacity. So up here in the layers palette, I can back off and maybe just make it subtle tone. Or maybe I thought that was too super saturated. So maybe instead I just darkened it down or decreased the saturation a little bit. So you can always back off. This will become important later when we talk about retouching. Let's say that you went a little bit too far. You can back off your opacity, bring back some of that skin detail, bring back some of those wrinkles and other elements. Since we are talking about black and white, there's really only one way to do it is either, well, the main way, if you don't have a plugin, is to do it here. You're doing your black and white conversion. What I wanted to show you is if you double click next to your mask, where you see this symbol here, it will bring up these sliders for black and white. You don't ever just say, okay, black and white, and then be done. Play with these sliders and move them around. And here's what they mean. If you look here at red, if you look to the far left, it's black. If you look to the far right, it's white. And so what it's telling you is when you convert to black and white, you can change how every single color in your photograph is represented. So in this instance, she's wearing a red jacket, but we changed it black and white. Well, I think that jacket's a little distracting. Maybe it's pulling away from her face. So if I drag that red slider a little bit to the left, that red now goes darker. So it's the same thing. If you've converted to black and white, maybe you have a bride and a groom and there's a bright blue sky. Well, it just kind of goes like average. It just kind of goes a light gray when you convert to black and white. If you have a bright blue sky, you can drag that blue all the way to the left and you could make it a really deep, rich, dark sky. So don't just ever convert to black and white. You can take control of it. For Caucasian skin tones, when you convert to black and white, I already actually, on the course page, somebody already asked the question before we even started. And they're asking, one of the things they asked about is getting that kind of the really light skin tone, almost that kind of light porcelain. In black and white, the way you do that is you drag the reds and the yellows to the right, because Caucasian skin tone is made up of reds and yellows. So if you want that kind of creamier, smoother skin, drag those to the right and left. Also, if somebody had like blotchier red skin, you would drag more of the red to the right because it will kind of lighten it up and it will get rid of that detail. So that is the very first thing that I wanted to touch upon about adjustment layers and layer masks. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to use an example that I use all the time, and how I'm going to do this is I'm going to actually start by telling you the way that I usually do things, and I use plugins. Then I'm going to use a couple other examples of other ways to do skin retouching, get a little more in depth with a couple tips and techniques with 2 other photos. So I'm going to use a photo that I use frequently to demo this, and then I'll show you a couple new things you might not have seen. All right. So we're going to start with this photograph. And the reason I use this photograph is because I have a lot of skin texture to deal with, highlights on the nose, wrinkles in the neck, highlights on the forehead, some shadows under the eyes. So I have a lot of the problems that you commonly run into. And so we're going to start there. Now, what I'm going to do is whenever I'm retouching, I want to duplicate my background layer because then I can go back and I can make changes. So I'm going to duplicate that background layer, and you can drag it. If you look next to the trash can, if you drag it to the button to the left of that, that will just duplicate your layer. So once I've opened my photograph, if I got everything all set, and I have the exposure right and the contrast right, that's when I can start doing my retouching. And if my dad's watching, if you stay tuned for a little while, I'm retouching you, and I know how much you love me. I didn't know if other people would want me to be as brutal, but my dad loves me, so he'll have to deal. I'm sure he is watching. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in, and really the first place that I start is by getting rid of blemishes and problem areas. So let me break down the main tools that I use. And this is where I said this class isn't for professional retouchers. They wouldn't use any of these tools. They use like clone sample 100%, and like that's mostly it. But for us, you can absolutely get beautiful images otherwise. A shortcut that, in my shortcuts list, I put an asterisk by the ones that I use most commonly. You guys will have those. You have to know the left bracket makes your brush smaller, the right bracket makes your brush bigger. If I use any shortcut, I use that every day, nonstop, all the time. So if you see me and you're like, wow, how's she making her bracket bigger and smaller? You can do it up here, make your brush larger by dragging the size, but it's a pain to go up there and click that little thing, and so I just use my brackets. All right, so the first tool that I want to go over is the healing brush and the spot healing brush. So it's kind of those two tools. We'll start with spot healing brush. What spot healing brush lets you do is you make it slightly larger than a blemish. Okay, so you change the size. And when you click there, what you're saying is, okay, Photoshop, look at this piece of skin. What my mouse is on doesn't belong there. It's a blemish. It's not correct. So what you do when you click is it calculates and says, okay, so if this doesn't belong, what's around this area? And it blends it in automatically. So for example, if I click, there goes my blemish, and it gets rid of it. And so same thing. So what I would do is I would click around here, and I would start getting rid of blemishes. Now, what's really nice about this is it's kind of a single click thing. You don't need to do a lot more work. But sometimes if you look, it'll make a mistake. It often happens in areas with really high contrast, or maybe this area that's surrounded, it's a lighter colored blemish, and it's surrounded by a lot of different textures or something like that. A variation that you might take is the healing brush itself. And what it's going to allow you to do is if you hold the Alt or Option key, we're going to talk about clone stamp in a minute. That's most commonly what most people know is that tool. But just like the clone stamp, it lets you sample an area and say, okay, this is the right type of texture. Now replace this and blend it. And so if I click, it'll replace and blend that area. So now it's a two-step process, but it's actually going to give you more precise results. And so it's actually going to be better for getting rid of a lot of blemishes. I'm going to use a retouching plugin. The one that I'm going to use for this example, and again, I'm going to show you how to do stuff by hand later, but the example, or the plugin I use is Imagenomic Portraiture. And so when you use a plugin, you begin to be familiar with how much you have to retouch. Because I know, okay, maybe I don't need to go in and get every single one of these dots with my plugin because it will smooth it out. If you do it by hand, you have to. And there are several different plugins that exist out there. Another one that you might consider trying is called Portrait Professional. Portrait Professional does skin softening, and it also helps you shape the face. It's kind of built in where you can define the eyes and the nose and the mouth, and you can actually even things out and make eyes bigger and lengthen neck, and it also smooths out the skin. They have a free trial. I think it's 15-day that you can download. Imagenomic Portraiture, the one that I'm going to use, also has a free download for a trial. And then another one that exists as well is On1 has Perfect Retouch, which is another one. I will tell you my favorite one that I've tried is Imagenomic Portraiture, and so that's why I'm going to demo with it. But feel free to do it yourself. They all have free trials. And if you remind me, Kenna, I can give the links to those up on course page or wherever they belong. Okay. I can share that. Okay, so, all right, so you guys got that. So that was the healing brush and the spot healing brush. And I would click around and get rid of major problem areas. All right, so the tool that most people know, most people use most commonly, is the clone stamp. And the reason probably a lot of you are watching this class is what tends to happen is you lose skin detail and it becomes too retouched and it looks fake. And it's because how people are using clone stamp. What a lot of people do is they do one of two things. They'll clone at a really high opacity, so like it's a really heavy retouch, and so then it just doesn't fit. For example, like the texture under your eye doesn't look like the texture on your skin. So if you do 100%, it doesn't look real. The other problem that people have is they will take their clone stamp and they'll maybe put it at, let's say, 15%. And they clone, and they clone, and they clone, and each time you're layering on top of this clone, you're getting rid of your texture. And that's when you get kind of that smoothed out effect that doesn't look real. So I'll show you a little basic cloning. But for example, let's say I just want to clone out that blemish. The clone stamp is here. And the shortcut for it is S for the clone stamp. If I click on it, again, I'm going to hit my left bracket to make the size of my brush smaller. If I go ahead and make my opacity maybe 30%, it's the same thing. If I hold the Alt or Option key, I can click and say, okay, these pixels right here, I basically am cutting and pasting them over top of the problem area. So click, and it pastes them, more or less. And so if you did 100%, for example, you'll see, you can paste, literally it's cutting and pasting the pixels. The different elements that you'd want to consider changing in the clone stamp, if you come up here. You have the brush size, and then you also have the brush hardness. And if you're familiar with feathering, feathering is the idea of an effect is 100% in the middle, and then it gets softer at the edges, or it gets less strong at the edges. Well, with a brush, it's going to be hardness. So same thing with a clone stamp, it gets kind of softer on the edges. The spot healing brush, it actually blends it for you. You don't need to do blending, whereas the clone stamp, you need to take control of it and change your brush hardness. So I could click around and I could clone things out. And what you're watching for is not to accidentally have repeated patterns. That's a clear giveaway. When people are cloning things out in the background, you're like, wow, that's the exact same tree next to itself. Or that is the, whatever it may be, oh, that area, there was maybe like 3 pimples, and they're cloned in the exact same configuration next to themselves. I mean, it's a clear giveaway. I used to play this game with my sister, and actually I still do it a lot with my assistants, is we look at tabloids and Subway ads and see where we can tell where people cloned incorrectly or liquefied incorrectly. And it's everywhere. Like, it's absolutely everywhere. I wanted to start a blog where I posted those things, but I thought I might get myself in trouble, so I didn't do it. Okay, but this is where it comes into practice. All right, so cloning, you can clone things out. People mess up because they'll do, let's say, for example, I'm just going to give you an example. They'll take a low opacity. Maybe they'll take 15%. I'm just going to create a new layer, just so you guys know. I'm going to show you what not to do. And they'll do this. And they'll clone, and they'll clone, and they'll clone, and they'll be like, okay, that's not working. And you keep going, and look what happens. If you're trying to fill that in and even out that area under the eye, well, now there's no skin detail. It's completely gone. So I'm going to introduce you to the most wonderful thing in the world if you don't know about them. Blend modes. Blend modes are the best thing in the entire world, and they change everything I ever do in Photoshop. Blend modes have a different meaning for how they interact with brushes versus layers. But let's talk about brushes, or these tools over here that we have on the left. So for our clone stamp, I'm going to throw away that ugly layer, create a new one. If I just clone, it's cutting and pasting. But if I come up here where it says mode, that's where you can change the blend mode of your brush. And what it's saying is, how do you want this brush, in this example, the clone stamp, to interact with the layers below it? And so in this instance, if I'm going to say, okay, well, what I'm trying to do is fill in shadows. And so what I can do is I can change my blend mode to lighten. And what that makes it do is it only clones filling in the shadows, and it leaves your highlights alone. And so what that's going to allow us to do is fill in those shadow areas, but keep the detail under the eye. And so, for example, let's take maybe, I don't know, let's take 40% opacity. I'm going to grab an area and see how it's filling in, but see how you still see the detail? So I'll do the before and after. You can still see the detail underneath the eye, but it's filled in some of that shadow area. You don't want to eliminate it if it's a portrait. By the way, when I do beauty, a lot of times I do completely eliminate the area under the eye. It's not supposed to look real, per se. And so I would do it at a higher opacity. Maybe I would do, for example, let's do it once at 55%, and it fills in the area underneath the eye. The same thing applies. Let's come over here and say, I think this highlight on her nose is a little distracting. It's drawing attention to her nose. It's probably making it look bigger than I'd want it to be there. So if you go ahead and just clone, again, you do a couple layers, and it starts to get rid of the skin texture. But if I ask myself the same question, well, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to darken down a highlight. So this is where blend modes come in yet again. And I come up here to where it says lighten. Instead of lighten, I can switch it to darken. Do the same thing. Come down here. I'm using my clone stamp again. We haven't changed. We're always on clone stamp in this instance. So I'm using my Alt or my Option key, my Alt key, to sample an area, and I can kind of fill in. So notice how it keeps some of the skin detail, but it's kind of darkened down that highlight. So this I most commonly use for foreheads. When people have shiny foreheads, maybe not really, really shiny, completely blown out, but they've got a little bit of a sheen, they were a little sweaty, whatever it may be. If you choose your clone stamp, put it on your darken blend mode, you can go ahead and I'll just use this instance. See how I can darken it down a little bit. And so before and after, I'm starting to get rid of that sheen, but I'm still keeping skin detail. So far what we've done is the spot healing and the healing brush. And so you're identifying a blemish, you click on it for spot healing, and Photoshop estimates what it's supposed to be and replaces it. The spot healing brush, you say, this is the good area, replace and blend this. And then our clone stamp. And the clone stamp, people usually say, oh, it doesn't work. Well, it can if you're using your blend modes appropriately. And so I would do the same thing too. I would use, maybe clone stamp to come down here and get rid of the veins in her eyes. And I'm looking at that, and this is actually a professional model. And showed up, and I'm like, oh no, what did she do the night before? Like, oh geez. So you could clone out what's in her eyes. And just so you guys know, everything that I'm talking about is available, whether it's Photoshop, pretty much Photoshop CS3 and newer. Most of it is in Elements. Most of it, any Photoshop that you have will do a lot of these techniques. There's a few things that I'll touch on that are specific to, say, CS5 or CS6, but I'll let you know when those things apply, and so you can do most of the things. So let's come down to her eye, for example. I could do the same thing. I want to lighten. I'd go ahead and I can start kind of cloning out and lightening these veins in her eyes if I wanted to. Try to even that out just a bit, and it's good for reducing redness in the eyes or anything else. Okay, another tool, though, that I would use is the patch tool. And patch tool is really great. I found, let's say that I'm photographing somebody who's a little bit older, and they have a really clearly defined wrinkle across their forehead, and I'm trying to fix it up. So what the patch tool allows me to do, and the patch tool is right here. If you look over on the left-hand side, it's underneath where the spot healing brush was. Let me see if I can show it. There you go. There's where the patch tool, so it looks like a patch. Keeps it nice and simple. And what it allows you to do is you can select a problem area and click it and drag it to an area you want it replaced with. So it's kind of a variation on that spot healing. So I could zoom in, say, to this problem area. I could click and say replace it with this skin, and it will replace it. So you select the problem area, you click it and drag it, and it gives you a preview, and it blends it automatically for you. It's not going to be a harsh edge. The problem that people tend to run into is when you have an area of really high contrast and a lot of texture, you usually can see where it starts to try to blend. So let's grab this area. Okay. If I click and drag this, say maybe we wanted to blend it there. If we zoom in, that didn't work at all. It's just the algorithm doesn't like areas of high contrast or texture. And so what I usually think of is, okay, a forehead where it's kind of just evenly lit and you're just removing some wrinkles, okay, it works well for that. It also will work well. I use it all the time for neck wrinkles. I'll talk about this. I'll give you some examples later with beauty. One of the ways that I that I tend to help people along in looking younger is removing wrinkles in necks, and for women, wrinkles in hands. We tend to show our age earlier in our hands, so that's one of the ways that I can make it a little easier on us all. I smooth out on hands using patch tool, and then also on the neck. So it definitely has its uses, but if you're looking here, it didn't work. So honestly, I have to try different things. It's not like I know right away, okay, this is going to work for sure. The patch tool is easier than going in and cloning. So I'll grab it, I'll select it. If it doesn't work, my shortcut is Command-Z, undo. And that would be the second most commonly used tool shortcut I use, undo, all the time. I'm always testing new things. So if I look at this example, well, my spot healing isn't going to really work, chances are. You can actually drag your spot healing if you wanted to. You can actually click and drag an entire area, but it fell into the same problem. Those tools have difficulty with areas of high contrast. And they're basically trying to figure out, okay, what skin goes here? Is it the bright area? Is it the dark area? How do I blend it? So this is an example, again, where our clone stamp is going to be better. The clone tool is going to be a better option. So we're going to switch to a clone tool. And what am I doing in this instance? I'm filling in a shadow area. And this is something I know for sure. There's no way I would let this portrait out my door with those wrinkles in her neck. They're just not attractive. Similar, I hate these, armpits. Armpits are evil and ugly and terrible. It's not like I have like a huge problem with armpits, but in photos, they drive me crazy. And you tend to get those, like, especially with, brides that wear their tube top dresses too tight. And you get the kind of fold over and then the dark area under the armpit. I would do the same technique here. Neck, armpit, feet are a totally different thing, but that's totally different. I don't really like feet or armpits. So we're going to take the lighten tool. We're going to take the clone stamp on lighten. And I'm going to go ahead, and you saw how the other tools didn't work. But if you watch here, I'm going to sample from this area of skin, and I'm going to click and drag. And what it will do is it'll take the sample area, and it follows the tool. So I don't need to keep clicking. I can. One of the reasons you might want to keep sampling from different areas is when you just click and drag, that's when you get the repeated patterns that become so obvious. So I'm going to click here, I'm going to drag, see how it fills it in? And so it still kept skin texture, but it's filling it in. And so I just hit Edit Undo, Control Z. I can also go to a higher opacity if I really want to try to just eliminate this thing. And so notice it makes a huge difference. And you can go ahead, I can back off my opacity and clone back over. And then maybe this is a time now where I would go in and get rid of that wrinkle on the neck. So usually for me, I would go ahead and I'd try it one way, and okay, that didn't work, so I'll go ahead and try it where I'm cloning and fill it in that way. Something to that effect. So clone has its specific uses. Each tool is great for different things. I'm going to show you how I'll use the patch tool for wrinkles. I think that might be my poor dad. I think he might get, that might be in his example. I tease him about it. Well, one time he didn't know I used it as an example for a class I taught in B&H. And it was recorded, and he goes online, and he sees, why is my face in front of 60 people? And like close up on like his teeth. Poor dad. Anyway, so I would go ahead and let me just finish that up real quick. And it's the same thing for any area of the body. If I go ahead and look at her back here, that I look at and know, okay, if I took my spot healing brush and went on and clicked on every single one of those, that's going to be a huge, huge time constraint. It's going to take me a really long time. So that's when my brain starts thinking, okay, what kind of skin softening or smoothing can I use? And so I'm going to address those. But another thing I see is it's kind of blotchy, miscolored. There's some darker areas. And so this, again, my brain goes, okay, so darkness, can I use my clone stamp on lighten again? And maybe I'll kind of just fill in some of these shadow areas just a bit. So that's usually what my mind is processing. And basically I'm just trying not to overdo it. A perfect area as well is if you're looking in smile lines. Smile lines are part of somebody's face. And it looks really funky when you just eliminate them. I mean, especially, or the bags under the eyes or the crow's feet next to somebody's face. So I don't try to eliminate them, I try to lighten them and reduce them. So here are two ways that you can do either wrinkles under the eyes or smile lines. I'm just going to duplicate my background to show you two different ways. The first way that you can do it is you can use your clone stamp on lighten. So you go ahead, you use a little bit more opacity, and basically you sample from outside. You sample skin near that smile line. And see how it starts to fill it in? So I'm going to show you before and after. So I've lightened it. I can go ahead and do it even more if I wanted to. And I can click, and I'm just clicking and dragging. And so it's filling it in. All right, so that's one way. But another thing that you could do is whatever wrinkles there are on the face or the neck or whatever it may be. I'm going to use the patch tool, for example. I'm going to select that wrinkle, and I'm going to completely eliminate it. And I could also go ahead and clone normally, a normal opacity, for example, and completely eliminate it. It depends on what you want to do. So I could do the same thing, eliminate wrinkles wherever. And that's where it's really nice. I'm going to eliminate this smile line as well. I'm just clicking. And what I'm doing is I'm sampling from different areas, try not to get those repeated patterns. So you'll see right here, if you watch carefully, if you don't vary where you're sampling from, you'll actually be able to see, oh, okay, she selected that pattern twice. So if I look and reduce it and eliminate it, you can see a little bit of repeated pattern and it's completely gone. So that's when you back off your opacity. So I could kind of just bring it back a little bit. And the opacity is in the top right-hand corner of your layers palette. So I could maybe go so that I bring it back to like there. So it's there, but it's really, really subtle. So that's one of the things. Again, it's a difference between portrait and beauty. Beauty, I get rid of it. There are no wrinkles, no smile lines, no nothing. Portrait, I want it to be realistic to the person's age. And so the effect, usually what I'll do is get rid of a lot of the blemishes and whatnot in an older person and then just bring it back. I find that's easier, trying to just get rid of everything and then just bring them back subtly. Okay, so far we did kind of those basic retouching tools, and I'm just going to show you what I would do in this instance for using a retouching plugin. And then we're going to go back in other examples and show you how to do things by hand. And sometimes by hand works better, sometimes it just doesn't look right. So I'm going to merge 2 layers down. If I right click, I can go to merge down, and that's just going to make it so that if I know I'm happy with that retouch, if I keep going and duplicating every single layer, I'm going to have like a 2 gigabyte file. So sometimes it's okay to merge down, especially if maybe you did it on a separate layer because you were doing the cheek area and then the other area was the chest. Well, you can still go back and merge those two. And you'll still be able to undo if you need to. So I'm just going to merge down. I'm going to duplicate my background, and I'm going to use my first example of a retouching plugin. I'm going to go up to Filter, and the program I'm going to use for this example is Imagenomic Portraiture. All right, so it opens up this dialog box, and there is a plugin for Lightroom as well. If you guys are Lightroom users, I don't believe there's an aperture plugin, but there could be, so I'll check on that. And the reason that when people talk about skin softening or skin smoothing, that it's a bad word for retouching is because of that word softening. You never want to soften your detail, and that's what it sounds like. And that's when you get that kind of overly done glamour look where there's like a soft haze or halo around the photo. That's awful. I mean, there's no time where that's good. There's very few times where I'll say something definitively. That like over retouched haze. And then does anyone know the phenomenon why they do that in the pageant world? Why? I don't know. This is a totally different discussion, a whole different debate. I don't know why they do that, because it's not even remotely realistic and they look really funky. Anyway, so these tools can be used well. You just have to not overdo it and use them selectively. So let's kind of break down how this is working. In the top left-hand corner, we have detail smoothing. And so what it says is, all right, you have in your photo fine detail, medium detail, and large detail. So what that's talking about, fine detail, is going to be things like your pores and the hairs on the face. That's fine detail. Medium detail is going to be more like kind of blotchiness in the skin. And then large detail are like features, large details in the shot. And then what threshold means, there's threshold is in other places in Photoshop as well. They've extended it here. Usually for a threshold, let's say there's something called select color range. You're selecting a color range. Let's say that you pick this skin tone. When you adjust the threshold, it says how far into similar skin tones are we going to reach? And it's the same thing. How far into other tones or colors and detail is this going to affect you? So if you go ahead and put this all the way up, let's take a zoom in. I mean, it's scary. There's no detail. It's over retouched. This is what people are horrified about. So you know that's not right. And so that's why I might just completely turn off all the sliders and then bring things up slowly. And so if I just turn these off and I kind of move it all down, I'm moving these all to the far left, it starts me off there. So let's look over here. I know that in general, the thing that keeps my photo looking real is that skin texture. So I want to do very little softening if I can with the skin texture. I don't want to get rid of it. So maybe I'll just bring it up a tiny bit. And then I'll say, okay, medium. Let's look. Maybe she's a little blotchy over here. So maybe the medium can go up a little bit. And if I click, all I have to do is click on this photo. You'll be able to see, let me do this. I can kind of do before and after while it's thinking. All right, so let me bring up large a little bit. And so it'll start giving you a little bit of a preview if it's doing any changes. What I need to do is say, okay, by default, it would just apply this to every single place in the photo. So what it will do is it'll smooth her forehead, the same as her cheek, the same as her neck, the same as her back. Well, if you look at me, for example, chances are my forehead doesn't need the same softening as maybe the skin on my cheek or the skin on my neck. If you saw her, she needs a lot more skin softening on her back, a lot more skin smoothing on her back than she does on her forehead. So what I need to do is the way that I not incorrectly use this retouching program is I do different amounts of retouching based on different areas of skin. So that's why this first area you can kind of smooth stuff out. But the second area, the skin tone mask, is you're saying, okay, well, what part of the face? Is it the face, is it the neck, is it the back? So you get a little eyedropper over here under where it says show mask. You can select the eyedropper, and wherever you click is what it selects. Okay, I can do kind of a before and after. All right, let me hit OK real quick. I'm going to bring it back. It's freezing up. Let's try this. All right, let's do this again. Okay, so we have the same things. I can go ahead and I can select an area around her cheek, and so you can see the difference. And there's different ways you can view side by side. You can kind of view the changes that way, or if I go ahead, I can just click it on and off. So you're seeing the changes. So I select her cheek. I could also go ahead and say, all right, well, let's click on her back. If I click on her back, I can get away with a lot more, and I'd actually want to smooth out the fine detail and medium detail. So basically what I'll do is I'll say, all right, I'm going to run this retouch once just for her forehead, once for her cheek, once for her neck, once for her back. And then, so that makes sure that if the back needs a ton of retouching, I'll only do it just applied to the back. So let's do that. Let's, for example, say, okay, I need a ton of retouching down here in the back. Well, look, over here on the right, it's called, it's giving you a mask, an idea of what pixels were affected. So I can see right now, I've affected her back, but it's also touched a little bit on her face. So I know that I'm going to probably need to erase or remove this effect. If I want, you actually have the ability to have the new layer only be the pixels that had the effects changed, the retouched applied to it. So let me just show you what it looks like. It'll make a little more sense. If I hit OK, and this was, again, I did the smoothing for her back. So if I come down here, I hit before and after, you can see what it's applying to. But if I turn off all of these layers, and that's what the eyeball does next to the layers, you can turn them on and off. I can turn off the layers below. And by clicking that option that said create a transparency mask, it's showing me only the pixels that it actually smoothed out. But this is really important because what I can see is, well, I definitely don't want the iris and pupil of her eye smooth, nor do I want her eyebrows smooth or the nostrils of her nose. So I'm seeing like, okay, so I did a pretty good job of getting that selection right for selecting her lower back using that color dropper, but it got some areas I didn't want, and so I could go ahead and erase. So I'm just selecting my eraser, and I can erase it, and I didn't intend for it to be there. And I can select 100% and say, okay, I didn't want it on her ears, didn't want it on her nose or mouth. But, okay, maybe I am okay with it around her neck and around her back. So when I'm happy with that change, I can, if you wanted to, merge down. So what you'll see, I mean, that is a drastic, you get a drastic change in her back. But if I applied that same effect to her face, it would be over smooth. So let me see, showing you kind of before and after. Looking good so far. I would go ahead and maybe create a new layer and go back into portraiture and do the same change just for that cheek area. You know how she had kind of textures on her cheek. So I can zoom way in, grab my eyedropper, which again was here under the skin tone mask, and click right there on that area of the cheek. So see how it switched from the shadows over to the highlights? But I think that now it's overdone. It's just kind of, it makes it look kind of like blotchy skin texture, not what you really want. So that's when you can back off again. And so it's starting to look a little better, and I can do my before and after. So maybe I just want a little smoothing. I can pump it up until it feels right, basically. And so you can keep resampling and click around. And so let's see, something right there, smooth out just a little. And so maybe that's all I want. Just like take off the edge just a tiny bit, and I can click OK. And so it'll apply it, and you can do the same thing. You can hide the bottom layers and see what other areas of the skin that it affected that you didn't want to. So that's generally, kind of variations of that is generally how I would use a retouching program. So instead of saying, okay, smooth everything equally, go, and then it overdoes it, oversmooths it, I'll go in and do it selectively. If anyone else is interested in portraiture, a couple other things I want you to be aware of. I'm just going to open it up one more time. Filter Imagenomic Portraiture is where it saves it. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner, where people get in trouble is, I'm going to just minimize a couple of things. Where people get in trouble is where it says enhancements and where it says softness. Softness literally softens the photograph, and that's how you kind of cuts out on some texture. And that's where a lot of the issue comes into place. The reason that most people kind of miss it is they come up here and they say, okay, look, I see that it says there's presets. I've used presets in Lightroom, or I've used presets other places. For those of you that haven't used presets in Lightroom, how it works is if you get a set of changes, maybe exposure and sharpness and something like that, that you really like, it's kind of a formula, you can save it as a formula called a preset. So in the future, if you want to go back and access it, you click on that preset and it will apply it. Well, that's really nice, and so people see preset here, and so they'll click on one and they'll say, ooh, enhance glamour. And then this is when it pumps up that softness and it gets rid of skin detail and it messes things up. So I will create my own presets, but I never use any of their predefined ones because that's when they mess with softness, and that's never anything that I want down here. So, all right, so that is a basic overview of how portraiture works, but I just wanted to use this image more as an example of how I'd run through it. I'm going to take us through some more intensive skin retouching with a couple other photos. Do you have any questions so far? Yes.
In the audience, are there any? We'll start there. All right, we have so many questions, Lindsay,
Okay.
as always.
Okay.
Okay, so
I got a quick one.
Great.
Since you're talking about the portraiture, there's Old Red Eye says that he's been using the Portrait Professional as a standalone program. Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with how to make that a plugin in for Photoshop CS5?
Okay, so Portrait Professional, how it works is you actually kick the photo back out to that program, retouch it there, and it kicks back into Photoshop. So it's not technically a plugin because it's not functioning within Photoshop itself. It's actually a standalone program, which is really nice, for example, if you have elements, or maybe you don't mess with Photoshop at all and you only have Lightroom. It works really nicely because you don't need Photoshop to act as an engine to run it. So it can be totally standalone.
great. Thanks for clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
A question from Thomas Lindsay. So after running portraiture on the back, did you duplicate the layer with changes to the back and then run the filter again? Or was the filter run on a copy of the layer without the changes made?
Okay, so I'll show you the two different ways you can do
Okay,
this. And
thank
I'll
you.
try to put it, I'm gonna get rid of everything so you can see. The two ways you can do it is, if you duplicate your background and you go ahead and run it once, let's say in this example, I'll run it once for the back, okay? Pump it up, run it for the back, make the selection of the back. If I hit OK, if I had my transparency mask applied, what it does is it's only creating a layer with those pixels. So if I try to run Photoshop again, if I try to run portraiture again, it doesn't have any pixels to work with if I'm selected on that layer. So I do have to go ahead, create a duplicate of the background, and run a separate one for the highlights, because literally you're working with nothing if you're selected on that. I periodically will kind of merge down. I'll merge things down when I know that I like the change. Because the transparency mask is basically just a visual check for me. I'm saying, okay, did I retouch any areas or smooth out any areas I didn't want? So I'll merge it down. But yeah, every time you run portraiture, you do have to duplicate the background, or whatever the most recent layer was if you want, and then you can merge it or you can keep it. I try not to merge things that overlap. So if, let's say, for example, I smoothed out the eyes, like I cleaned up underneath the eyes, and then I did a skin softening above it that smoothed out under the eyes, I don't merge those two together, because if I want to step back a little bit, I can't. But if they're totally separate, for example, one was smoothing out the back and another was pimples on the face, I merge those because they're not interacting with one another. And that's the reason I do that, again, is to keep file size small. Doesn't matter if you have a super high-tech, high-end computer, but a lot of time I'm on the road and I'm using my laptop. And it can't handle, 15, 20 layers, especially if you have Lightroom open and Bridge and Photoshop, it just gives up. It just puts its hands in the air and like, I'm done. So yes, I will duplicate and apply as necessary and merge down, but try not to merge down so that it prevents me from backing up in my process.
So Lindsay, you see the transparency mask when you turn the eyes off that are below.
Correct.
Okay,
So-
because I've been using this program for a while, and I've been, where is it? Where's the transparency mask? I can't find it. Thank
There you go. And
Okay.
I'm running it now, so if I turn off this bottom layer, then I can
Okay.
see it. A useful trick that I want to share, I'm kind of stepping ahead of myself, this is going to be the next thing that we're going to cover. But if you hold Alt and click on the very bottom layer of any photo you're working on, if you click on the eyeball next to the bottom layer, it turns off everything above it, so it's giving you a before and after of the entire thing. Because I remember forever what I would do is I would click on the top and drag down. When you have 20, 30 layers, you have to actually go with the scroll and you can't quickly see it. So it would be like doing this over and over again. So what's going to work better, again, it's Alt and Option. Click on the eyeball next to your bottom layer and it will give you a before and after. Okay. What else?
We have maybe a question from a little bit earlier when you were doing, I think you were doing the cloning, and so KG Fella asks, so is it this sort of the same as dodge and burn, or how would you compare that with dodge and burn?
Okay, for how I'm going to use dodge and burn later is I'm going to use dodge and burn to bring out cheekbones and in the jawline. So basically what I'll do is I can dodge or burn in order to enhance the highlights on the cheekbones and darken down the shadows, and that'll actually bring them out. For which tool is she asking about specifically?
No, I think it was like how to use that, like you were showing earlier with using the clone to lighten and darken. And
Yeah, and so it doesn't. So how it works differently with clone is what the clone stamp is doing is it's kind of like cut and paste. Okay, I'm saying that lightly. It's kind of like cut and paste. And so if I put my clone stamp on lighten, it will cut and paste pixels, excuse me, but only fill it in the dark areas and lighten them up. If I have it on darken, it'll take those pixels, but only darken down the light areas. So it actually functions totally different than dodge and burn because it's cutting and pasting pixels and filling things in, versus if you, for example, just want to use dodge and burn under the eyes, you're just lightening and darkening. You're not cutting and pasting any textures or filling in. You are just lightening up all of the pixels under the eyes. So it functions to lighten, but it lightens as a result of cutting and pasting lighter pixels to fill in.
Right, so I guess maybe the question is more from the higher level, the effect that you're trying to get, how would you contrast those two when you're just trying to
So
lighten and darken?
the effect that I'm trying to get is if you go ahead and there are some techniques you can do for burning and dodging where you're protecting highlights and shadows. That's like another kind of advanced area. But if I just burn and dodge underneath the eyes, it will lighten or darken everything. And so what you'll get is you'll get kind of just a light halo area, and then the texture will generally get, if you go darker, maybe it'll get more intense. I'm trying to get rid of some of that texture, trying to fill in the shadows, make it be more smooth, but still have it be realistic. So you're cutting pixels that fill in the dark areas, but it does so in a realistic way, versus burn and dodge just lightens or darkens. It doesn't actually fill in textures, especially since a lot of people have textures under the eyes you don't want. It tends to be kind of that speckled texture, or it tends to be kind of those heavy bags. So it leaves it there so it's realistic, but fills it in, whereas burn and dodge just lightens or darkens.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cool.
We have about 18 minutes or so. We have more questions, but do you want to keep going? Or?
I'll take questions. I want to make sure everybody's
Okay,
on a good page.
great. So earlier you showed us, actually with this image, the eye veins. And the question from Shauna was, when would you use light and clone and when would you use desaturation?
Okay. So lighten and clone, what you have to be careful of with the eyes, this is the biggest issue, is when people have a ton of veins, you start getting rid of what makes eyes glossy and look real. So if you see that you are going ahead and you're trying to clone and they're just starting to look flat, you're probably better off kind of leaving the veins and then just desaturating out the reds, pulling out the reds. So they're still going to be there, but if you're having a lot of trouble kind of cloning them out, it's a better bet for you to make it look realistic. I also notice in some eyes too, you get like blue. See how you have blue in this eye? I don't know. Somebody out there tell me why. Somebody out there I'm sure knows why sometimes there's blue in the eyes. But what you can do is if you select the eye here, okay, I'm going to feather it. So I want to give myself a softer edge so you don't see that harsh edge. So if I go up to select, modify, and feather, just give it, 10 pixel feather, so it's just softening that edge. If I go over to my adjustment layers again, click on my adjustment layers, I can go to hue, saturation, and what I can do is I can target that area. So if I go ahead, for example, and just desaturate, and so where it says saturation, just pull out the color. It looks okay, but it looks a little gray, right? So if I'm just trying to get rid of that blue, I can actually go into a specific color and desaturate. So in this instance, I would go up here to master, and I can either select blue or cyan. And I don't quite know which one it is. I usually have to try both. Often it is both. So if I go to cyan, I can desaturate that, and notice, this is fully saturated, so it did make a difference. I can also go into blues and pull that out. And so if I do my before and after, I got rid of kind of that blue haze. The same thing works with if you're looking at the red around the eyes here. I can go ahead, feather that. I just made a selection using the lasso tool. So it's over here, third tool down. It's also shortcut L, it's a lasso tool. I can feather, same thing. Go to my half moon cookie, hue saturation, and I could go ahead into those reds and pull out a little bit of saturation into the red. So if I desaturate just a little bit, it doesn't make them disappear, but it makes them less obnoxious, basically. And I could go ahead, and we've talked about before. So I created a mask. Wherever it's black, it's hiding that effect. Wherever it's white, it's showing that effect. So I could grab my brush on white, and I could also kind of paint to reduce some of the reds in the eyes there. And I could paint it over here to reduce a little bit of the reds in the eyes. So that's basically the difference. If I'm having trouble just kind of cloning it out and having it look realistic, then I'll desaturate color. And then if somebody has really red eyes, regardless, I'll go ahead and pull out color. Do you want to do one more?
One more question?
Yeah, let's see. We got a couple here. Let's see, I guess back to the plugin. Beth LaRue asks, do you generally do your adjustments in Photoshop first and then use the portraiture plugin?
Is your mic on?
Let's do that. On or off?
Go for it.
Okay, so Beth LaRue asks, do you generally do your adjustments in Photoshop first, then use the portraiture plugin? Or are there instances where you use the portraiture plugin and then go back to making the adjustments in Photoshop?
So tomorrow morning, a little bit, I'll talk about my workflow and how kind of the order I do things in. But to give you an overview now, I take my image and it'll either be in Adobe Camera Raw or Lightroom, and I'll get my exposure right and my contrast and my color. So that's where I start. Then once I bring it into Photoshop, I get rid of blemishes and I do some general cloning, and I will mess with anything specialized color that I have to do. And I have kind of 3 last steps that I end with. Portraiture is kind of the third to last step. Then after that, I usually do liquefy, because liquefy, you're actually warping pixels and moving them, so it's a destructive process. So I usually kind of save that till a little later. And then the final thing is any sharpening that I need to do, again, because it's a destructive process. And if you sharpen something and then you try to make changes to it later, that sharpen and the degraded pixels become more obvious. So I try to take care of everything, cloning and spot healing and changes to the dress or whatever that I need to do. And then it goes portraiture, and then it will be liquefy and sharpen. So those things kind of come at the end. Anything with levels and darkening down and highlights, I do first. Same thing, which I will talk about a little bit later, again, is painting in those highlights and shadows to pull out the face. That would come before portraiture because it changes how it looks. You've lightened up some areas where now maybe you can see detail that you couldn't see before. So that's a whole part of the process. But what I'll do tomorrow is, instead of going slowly and talking about different tools, I will just do some retouches, and I think we might have the ability to show what keystrokes I'm hitting. It might pop up. Most of what you see is if you all of a sudden see different things being duplicated on the side in my panel, I'll tell you when it's important part of the process. In general, it's for teaching. I'm trying to show you before and after, and that's why you'll see things kind of disappear or not. It's not actually because I duplicate every single time and delete it. It's let me show you before and after. Here's the wrong way to do it. I showed you I deleted it. Here's the right way. So tomorrow you'll see it smooth without the wrong way, right way, before and afters.
Since you're doing portraiture after you're doing all of your retouches on each layer, are you compacting them, merging the layers, and then running it on
So
a single layer?
Okay, so I'm used to teaching where I have to repeat the question. I don't need to. Sorry. Okay. So the question was basically, in another way of she's saying, is if you have a lot of different layers below, maybe some of them have different opacities, for example, and so you might not see them all in that change. And so there's a shortcut on the list that I think is what, Shift F, it's on there. It's merge all to a top layer. I just do it naturally. And so what it'll do is it'll merge everything, put it on a top layer, but it keeps all the layers beneath, and then you can apply it to that. And that's also why it comes kind of at the end, is you don't need to, because if you merge everything and flatten it and then run it, then you can't go back and all of that hassle. So yeah, it's better to do it at the end, and you can kind of merge things together. So I'm going to jump away from portraiture for a second, because here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with everybody. I think it's, what, $200 or something? For me as a professional, I make that back instantly. Like, I absolutely make that back instantly in the time it saves me, especially if I'm not doing a lot of really tight close-ups. If I'm doing kind of a whole bunch of mid-length shots where I just need to smooth out the skin, even it up, keep the detail, I mean, it saves me a ton of time. But I hate going to classes or seeing someone speak where they say, you need to buy this retouching plugin, you need to buy it, because you don't. You can do things by hand, and you can typically by hand is better. It just takes longer. I mean, almost always by hand is better. It just takes longer. So I'm going to show you a couple by hand retouching examples. I'm going to use I have a couple photos here. I'll start first with kind of a more beauty example and how I get that to a perfect skin retouch. And then I'll also show a couple normal people examples instead of, and she was still normal, but you know what I mean. I always feel bad because I say not normal people, but they're normal people. They're just really pretty normal people. So I'm going to delete all my layers here. That's what I'm doing. This was the end spot. I'm going to duplicate the bottom. So we're going to zoom in and take a look. How she was photographed was a beauty dish centered and very high up. And so that is why it carved out kind of her cheekbones there, all right, and also her jawline. But if you look in her eyes, you can see that it was lit with 3 pieces of white foam core. And I'll be using this example again, or this same lighting again at the end of the day for the shoot. 2 pieces of foam core on either side of the face and 1 underneath. So it's 1 light and 3 white reflectors. I use this all the time for beauty. So anyway, if I look at this photo and kind of break down what I need to do, I would go ahead and do what I said before. Go ahead and clean up blemishes, big blemishes that I know that I'm going to need to remove. So maybe that is going to be on the left, my spot healing brush. I can select it, and anywhere I click, if this is a beauty image, I'm not worried about if she wanted that mole or not. If it's a portrait, I worry about if she wanted that mole or not. So I head and I click through, and I get rid of any larger blemishes. And if there's any of them that I see that don't work, for example, I click and it made a weird texture, I try a different tool. I try clone, I try the patch tool. But I kind of go with whatever's easiest first, And then if it doesn't work, I'll switch to something, because again, I'm trying to save time. So I'd click around and I'd get rid of any blemishes that are distracting to me. All right, so something like that. I also know something that's driving me crazy are these little wrinkles, the little veins in the eyes. And so I could clone that out, but I'm pretty sure in this instance, if I try the spot healing brush or the patch tool, it should get rid of it. So right now I have my spot healing brush. And spot healing brush, when I heard the tool, I thought you could only click to get rid of. You can't actually drag, even though it's called spot. So if I click and drag, let's see how it did. And it did okay. So I might go in and switch over to the patch tool. So then I can click on the patch tool, select it, and move it. So I'm trying to make my life easier. I do the tools that are easiest first. If not, I switch to something else. Same thing, I'll come over here, select the vein in her eye, and get rid of it. So that was bothering me, had to get rid of it, I was gonna go crazy. All right, so looking up here, is there anything else I'd wanna get rid of? I can zoom up, and I'm looking at the detail in her forehead, and that's a lot of work. So I'm starting to think to myself, what can I do to maybe even that out? So we're gonna get there as well. I'm going to use my spot healing for anything that's big still. Okay, clicking, and I click around. So I would do that. I don't think I need too much more than that. I've gotten rid of a lot of the detail that I don't want. I'm also checking, I can't see any wrinkles in her neck, but I look down here and there's a lot of texture I don't like as well. So I'm going to keep that in mind. Perfect. Okay, so the next option that I can do is, has anybody ever heard of sharpening or skin softening using high pass? Okay, that's something, there's a couple different versions, and so this is one thing. I'm going to show you another example, sharpening or softening and sharpening using channels. We're going to start with the high pass here. So I would look at her and I would say, okay, couple other things I might want to fix is that forehead. I would try to even it out, and I think I would use a little bit of clone. And so what I'm looking for, I'm saying, okay, so first of all, it's a little bit bright, so I know I'd want to darken it down, but the problem areas are darker. So what I will do is I will clone first to fill in the darker areas, and so I'll kind of lighten them up, and then I'll go ahead and clone the whole area darker, if that makes any sense. So what I'll do is I'll pop over to my clone stamp, and I need to use lighten, because I need to lighten those blemishes. Now some people will say, okay, well why don't you go in with spot healing? I know for a fact, by the way I use this tool, that it will have a problem, because it's an area of high contrast. If you guys have tried to retouch, I'm going to go in here and you'll start to see edges. So I know that it's a problem already. So I will use my tool on lighten, click around, let me do lower opacity, click around a little bit and just fill in some of those problem areas. And so if you watch, I can do this, just kind of smooth it out for a little bit. And so it maintains detail, but it fills in the problem areas, and I'll show you before and after. So you can kind of see, there's a detail there, but it kind of evened it out a bit. And then I can always duplicate that layer. If I want the whole thing darker, I could grab clone now on darker, and I'm going to grab the pixels from the left-hand side of the face and lightly clone them in onto the right to get rid of that hot spot. For this particular lighting setup, if you have a beauty dish here, okay? If you have a beauty dish here, it's at an angle. I'm trying to carve out the cheekbones and the jawline. The light is closest to the top of the head, to the forehead. So if you use this setup, you will get hot spots on the forehead, even if the person's face is even slightly sweaty. But regardless, especially if it's a Caucasian person, the lightest part of the face is closest to the beauty dish, you'll have that effect. So a lot of times you do have to fix it in Photoshop. A makeup artist, I'll often have them come in with powder, try to darken it down a little bit, but granted, most of the time you have to come in here just with darken, just a little bit, and just darken it down a smidge. Kind of just darken it down a tiny bit. Okay, so what I'm going to do next, and I think we're almost time for a break, is I am going to clean up underneath her eyes, and then when we come back after I finish this, I'm going to show you skin smoothing, skin softening using high pass. So let me just fill in her eyes, So the same thing we've been talking about over and over again. My clone stamp, since I'm filling in, I'm lightening a dark area, I can switch it to lighten. I can come in here and watch how it'll keep the textures, but it fills in. So it still kept that detail without over smoothing it, but it made it a little less distracting. So I fill in under her eyes. Okay. Same thing for around her face. And I love to do the same thing. If there's any like really blotchy areas around the skin, I just keep it on lighten, and I'll come around and say, okay, blotchy area on the skin, anything that I think is distracting, I'll click. Like for example, right here is a little bit too dark for me. I'll click and it will lighten it up. How are we doing? Good, perfect, okay. Make sure nobody has any questions. All right, I see my spot healing to get rid of that. All right, so what we've done so far is basically decrease that highlight, kind of smoothed it out, and filled in the bags under her eyes a bit, and then got rid of major blemishes. So the next part that what we're going to do, what I'll do is I'll say the words, and then we'll actually go through it in detail. So this will be the fast version, and then we'll go through it step by step. What you do for the high pass is you duplicate the background, you invert it, and so that's Command I. Nope. Okay, Command I. Looks all funky. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You have to flip your blend modes, and this is the first time we're going to talk about blend modes with layer. We're going to flip our blend mode to soft light. Okay? And none of this makes any sense until you see it done. It doesn't make any sense. So you duplicated your background. You inverted it. You changed it to soft light. You went up to filter, other, then high pass. And like I said, we'll go through this in detail later. Go to 10 pixels. That's just a good starting place. And so if you're looking at before and after, okay, so it's starting to look more like a real photo. All right. And then you blur that. Seems like it makes no sense, but you'll see in a second, is what you just did is you actually blurred pixels, and when you blur the blur, it makes it sharper. Like that's what it is. So I'm going to go up to filter, blur, Gaussian blur. And you see how the blur, it actually came sharper? Watch. I blurred it. If I increase it and do it before and after, blurring the blur makes it sharper. So I'm going to pick something around here. And then you're using your layer masks and adjustment layers. So we'll go through that step by step. And so I will paint on that blur that we just applied. So that is the quick run through of how the high pass soften works. We're going to go through it step by step when we come back. So keep that in mind. You can practice for the next 15 minutes so we explain it in detail.
Fantastic, Lindsay. Well, what a great start. Folks, we are going to take a 15-minute break, and Lindsay, you just explained what we're going to do when we come back.
Yep,
so no
that's
need to
exactly
ask
what we're
you
going to do that in detail.
Fantastic. So just wanted to let you know how much we have a ton of people who are active in the chat room, and want to let you know what people are saying. Jack Nide says, wow, I really like how clear Lindsay presents her instructions. I agree 100%. And Shauna says, really like this clone with blend mode. Much easier than how I was originally taught. So
awesome.
There you go. We've got heads nodding here in the classroom. And personally, I love how you have shown us techniques, how they don't work as well as how they do work. So sort of showing us that we should try things even if we're not sure if they'll work, because we can just undo them. So it's really helpful to see that.
And I guess I also want to encourage people. I retouch all the time, like really detailed beauty and whatnot, and I screw up all the time. Like it's okay. You know, not every solution works for every photo. It might be the colors in the photo or the contrast, and you figure out what works for you, and it's okay to try and have it not work as long as the photo looks great in the end, and you're trying to save yourself time. So it's kind of the balance between it looking awesome, but not devouring your entire life.
Right. No, I know that I'm often afraid to try things like, will it be this? Will this be better? Will this be better? Just do it. Anyhow, so thank you. So wanted to remind people again, we have a few announcements before we go to break, that Lindsay is looking for images, your images, to retouch tomorrow. And so there's some information on her course page for this workshop about how to do that. But basically, you're going to be sure you're logged into your Creative Live account, go to the course page for this course. You're going to need to download a materials release and sign that materials release so that we can use it here on the broadcast. And email that along with your image to support+retouch@creativelive.com. So we look forward to seeing your images. And thanks for that.
Yeah, that'll be great. You can do all my work for me. Oh.
I'm ready.
So right now, too, as you're watching, we want to let you know that all of Lindsay's workshops, she's been here 3 times, are at their live event discount price. Of course, today's Retouching and Creative Photoshop Techniques is on sale, $99 until the end of the workshop. She also came in June with her Fashion Flair for Portrait and Wedding Photographers, a 3-day workshop, and that's also $99 right now. And then her first appearance with us was a 1-day social media marketing workshop, and that's $29. So, given that she's so great at doing her presenting, as you're seeing today, you might want to go back and grab her other ones at this price. And even better, if you're not sure whether you want to get those, we are going to do an audience choice rewatch. So we've picked a bunch of clips from her past presentations, and we are putting those up on Facebook for you guys to vote on, and we are going to show those during lunchtime over the next 3 days, because we know you're in your pajamas, and so you don't need to rush out and go anywhere. You're going to stay right at home and stay tuned to Creative Live. So if you put your vote in on our Creative Live Facebook page, then you can vote for which of those clips you want to see again, and then you get to see Lindsay and all of her great teaching greatness. So we will we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
Welcome back from break, everyone. We are so excited to be here with Lindsay Adler and her Creative Photoshop and Retouching Techniques workshop for 3 days. So before we go back to Lindsay, we're going to give our first prize of the day away. What have we got, Bill?
We've got a Triple Scoop Music Certificate, value of $60. Lindsay, do you know about that?
Yeah, I do a lot of behind-the-scenes videos because it's really important for social media, and it helps people get a sense of your personality and what it's like on set with you. And so you always want to have good, cool music to go along with it. And Triple Scoop is where I get all of my royalty-free music. And they're awesome and they're cool people too.
Excellent. Yeah, I was looking for music myself in past years and didn't know how to license it.
And they have some good, like, we were just listening to some dubstep. They have some kind of dubstep sounding music for you fans out there.
So the winner today, or this morning, is Carrie Nichols. She actually posted on our Facebook now that you can enter your quotes on Facebook. And she quoted you as saying, "Photoshop has never been about fix it later. I use it as a tool to enhance my photos." It's a good quote.
It's true.
From both of you.
Cool.
Thanks.
All right, so back over to you, Lindsay.
Okay, couple things I wanted to say now that I remember things I forgot I didn't say, you know? Okay, first one, to merge all into a top layer, and this is why I always do it, and they actually turn something on now, so if I hit a button, you can actually see it. So that's now on my computer, so you guys will be able to see. It's Command-Option-Shift-E. Copies everything below. You have to be selected on the top layer. It's Command-Option-Shift-E. It merges it all into a new top level layer, but it keeps all the original layers. So if for some reason you have to go back and you realize, oh, I photoshopped over this part of the skin and you need to back up a little bit or cut and paste, all your original information is still easy to access. So the other thing that I wanted you guys to make sure you knew, we talked about how in Lightroom you guys can use presets. And I don't know if you've ever used actions before. If you have a series of keystrokes or things that you're doing, you can save it, and actions will run and do it for you. You can save your brushes, your favorite brushes, as presets as well. So let's say that you know when you fill in under the eyes, you have roughly, for your portraits, like for example in your studio, you know most of your headshots are maybe this big. And So you know that the brush is 200 pixels wide, 50% softness at 40% opacity on lighten. You can save that and then easily access it. What you can do, for example, here, I'm selected on my clone stamp S. If you come up to where you see the clone stamp symbol and click there, if I click on the new document, that's a new document symbol, but here it means new tool preset. You can click there and you can name it. So I could call it for lightening under the eyes, whatever. And you could have that, and now you'd be able to access it. So if you have something you're using over and over again, whether it's clone stamp, lasso tool, I mean, whatever it is, you can save it. And I have about, on my home computer, I probably have about 10 that I regularly access. And then, of course, you can modify them. They're not rigid. You can change them after the fact. All right. So we're going to go back through. This is one of 2 skin softening things that I will show you today. I have one more trick tomorrow. We started off with imagenomic portraiture, and how I use it is I select targeted areas of the skin. I soften it based on those areas, and so I can apply a lot of softness to the back, a lot of smoothing, it's not actually softness, a lot of smoothing to the back, and then maybe do something less or more subtle to the face, and then merge them all together. Okay, so now we're doing something that is skin softening or smoothing using high pass. And the way that this works is very funky. You actually will soften and blur things, and it gives you a layer to paint in smoothing, basically. It's what you're doing. You're creating a layer that will allow you to paint in smoothed out skin. So walking through these steps very slowly. You're going to take your layer and you're going to duplicate it. And you're going to turn your layer to soft light. And so blend modes we're going to talk about more in the future. I use them all the time, and we're going to use them mostly in this section for bringing out the highlights and shadows on a face to really enhance somebody's features. So we will be getting to that. But for now, you want to switch your blend mode to soft light. And then this is where, watch our magic new tool. Okay, Command I is your inversing that effect. And so we're going to zoom in. And the next step you're going to take is you are running your high pass filter. So you go to Filter, Other, and High Pass. And so I think in this example, what I'm looking for when I zoom in is I'm looking for, this is basically my smoothing layer. I'm looking for a level of softening. And so, you know, if I completely obliterate all texture, that's no good to me either. So I don't know. There's not really a right area. I usually pick something between 10 pixels and 30 pixels. It's something like that. But let's do something at this point around 20 pixels. So you can see, if I do before and after, you can see a little bit how it's kind of been a little bit smoother. So let me switch here. You see this? But right now at this point, when you flip back through, this is just by just doing the high pass on the soft light and inverted, it's just softened. So it is blurry. You've lost that detail. So that final step is you use Gaussian blur, and you're taking a layer that's blurred, and when you blur it, it actually brings back detail. So it's just how this step works. You don't really need to know too much more than that. So I'm going to go up to Filter, Blur, Gaussian blur, and notice, see how when I blurred it, those few pixels, it actually brought back that skin detail. So let me do the before and after. See that? So that is like a on your own without a plug-in way to smooth out skin. But it maintains detail because we ran high pass. So I'm going to hit OK. You can see some of this before and after. And where it really helps me out, I'm going to apply a mask to it. And I'm actually going to fill that mask with black, so that's going to hide it. So I'm only going to apply the softening where it's appropriate. So right now it's back to normal. I can hit B to grab my brush, and we're going to do that next. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to grab a brush, make it smaller. Maybe this thing is funky, the button showing up. Never done that before. Okay, and so I'm going to grab my white brush, and now wherever I paint on this new effect that I just created, it will smooth out the skin. So watch when I come down, maybe between her fingers. See how it's like you have that kind of rough skin here? When I paint white, let's do 100% opacity. Start smoothing in around there. It's kind of evening things out a bit. Let's come up here to this area. See how it's just kind of smoothing out some of those blemishes. But a big area where I'm going to need the help for smoothing was down here. You know, I needed some additional skin softening here. So as I paint, kind of smooths a few things up. I need a little bit of a softer brush because you can see those hard edges that it's creating. So I just went back and I can click my softer brush. I'll fill this in. And so you'll see before and after, you know, it's really kind of softening things up there. Can soften up the skin and around the face a bit. I see, and I just look around and I say, okay, you know, I need to smooth up there on her nose. Top of her nose is a little bit too rough. But to do the before and after using this high pass sharpening, it just kind of gets rid of some of that texture that was underneath her chin and her jawline. And I have plenty of examples. I can grab another example here. Let's see. Let's grab this example. This model came to my studio for a sample, like a lighting demo, and I'll show you the before shot. She had a lot of texture there, and so let me show you before and after again. You kind of see that? And so what I did is I cleaned up the blemishes using spot healing, and then to get that smoothing, use the same high pass technique, the same thing. So you duplicate your layer, soft light blend mode, invert it, run a high pass, and then run a Gaussian blur. So after it's cleaning up, it looks roughly like that. So it's something that I would use regularly if I didn't have portraiture. I do prefer portraiture. So for something like this, if you did want to do it by hand, you could go ahead and run portraiture on it again if you wanted to combine the two. So, okay, I'm going to give you a little bit more to this photo. So let's say I smooth out the skin, looks nice. The next thing I want to do is I'm going to focus on her eyes. And so we're going to talk about eyes for a minute, things that I found useful. Okay, first one, and this is a shortcut that I absolutely recommend you use. I'm going to use the lasso tool to select her eyes, and right now I'm holding shift because it's selecting each of the eyes. All right, shift lets me select the first one. Then when I go ahead to select the second, it doesn't lose the selection. And then one of my favorites is Command J. And what Command J does is it copies that selection and pastes it into a new layer. So what you'll see I have here is, and that says top layer still, I just have her eyes selected. Okay. And like I said, I actually would do softening at the end, but for this kind of the flow we were going with, I wanted to get it taken care of there. So for eyes, some of the things that I want is they're supposed to be, you know, the window of the soul, and they're supposed to be the part of the picture you're drawn into. So there's a few things I do. I increase the contrast and I pull out detail. One of the ways to pull out detail is if you go up to Image, Adjustments, Shadows, Highlights. And this works with lighter colored eyes, pretty much anything that's not a dark brown. You need some detail to be able to pull out. And so if I zoom in here and I can show you the before and after, I'm going to drag my shadows more to the right. I can kind of give you an idea, see how it's kind of making them lighter and pulling out some of the detail. Works really well with kind of blue slate eyes. It pulls out a lot of detail. So before and after. So hit OK. And at this moment, if you're looking, you see that when I did that effect, it's showing up on the sides. It actually selected some of the eyes, and I don't want that. So I can go ahead and add a mask to my layer to hide it. So we've used masks so far for adjustment layers with their layer masks to hide levels, to hide hue saturation. But we can add a mask to hide actual layer. So if I click next to my half moon cookie, there's a rectangle with a circle inside of it. When I click on that, I can grab my black brush and I can paint away the effect. So anywhere where I paint black, it's hiding that effect. And so you can use this for pretty much anything. Same thing in retouching. If you overdo a retouch, you can add your layer mask, grab black maybe at 50% opacity, and back off of that. So to show you before and after, you know, I've lightened up those eyes and I brought a lot of detail in. What I found that I like to do a lot to really give you intense eyes is I lighten up the whites, I lighten up the iris, but then I usually leave it dark around the edge of the iris, and it just gives kind of this mysterious look to the subject. So if I'm still on my black brush, which I'm using to basically hide that effect, if I make it very small, which is what I'm doing here, and I come in and I trace around the iris, just kind of painting off that lightening effect around the iris here, you can see it lightens the eyes and it makes them really, really intense. Another thing that you might do is add some contrast. So you could select the eyes and add levels and make them pop that way. That's another way you could do it. You could actually use some sharpening. And sharpening isn't one of those things that you want to do as a last step. This is one of those things that now is going to apply specifically to people with CS5 and newer. Just putting that out there. I'm going to merge that layer down and just show you a cool sharpening tool that, from what I've read and the people I've talked to at Adobe, it sucked previously to CS5 before they fixed it. So you guys probably are familiar with, maybe you have Unsharp Mask and Smart Sharpen. Personally, most of my sharpening I do with On1 On1 Sharpener Pro. Nick Sharpener Pro? That's a Nick Sharpener Pro. If you look that up, I'm going to use it later. I love it. I use it all the time. But again, you don't need to own every plugin ever. So the tool that is built in that's cool, it's over here where you see your blur tool usually, which usually looks like like a teardrop. If you click on the sharpen tool, what you need to have selected is this key called Protect Detail. If that's not clicked, it goes back to the crappy mode again. So I'm going to zoom in, and with my Protect Detail, you can trace around the eyes and eyelashes. And notice, see how it's bringing out that detail? Now, I'm overdoing it so that you guys can see it, because you can see how much it sharpens there. But imagine I just want to pop out those eyelashes. I just trace them and they go darker and they go sharper. So let me do that. I'm just going to step back for a sec. So if I zoom in, and now I just trace around the eyes and those eyelashes, and the strength is basically, I mean, it's the strength, like how much intensity do you want? So maybe you want to build up. Maybe you do 25% strength. But if I trace around these eyelashes a couple times, okay, and around the edges of the eyes, and maybe for that detail here in the eyes, and I sharpen a bit, and I'll just show you real quick, kind of before and after, between those two steps. So I've lightened it and I've also sharpened. And if you increase the strength, it's a little more obvious to see, and I can flip over to the other eye. But notice how I'm pulling out detail. Can you see that detail as I keep tracing? Now, I went so much as it goes too far, but you do whatever feels appropriate. So I might just go over the edges just a little bit, pop out these eyelashes. See how they're getting darker and they're popping out? So that's the sharpen tool. It's where the blur tool is. You don't want to sharpen your entire photograph with that, but it's great for when you have just little details, because what it's doing, it's working to increase contrast as well as using more in-depth sharpening algorithms. But it's great for eyes, lips, and just little details that you really need to pop. So watch how we've made the eyes just really pop out there in a couple steps, sharpening and shadows, highlights. So that's one tool I would use. I'm going to get a little more creative now, and I will tell you I don't use this tool regularly, but sometimes. Okay, I'm looking at her here, and I think that her eyelashes look a little sparse and a little piecey. And so there are tools, the brushes that you can actually find online for free that are eyelash brushes. And on my blog.lindsayadlerphotography.com, I provided a link to one of the free eyelash brushes that are online. So you're actually importing a set of brushes into your tools, and you can access them. So hit B, okay, your brush tool. If you come up here, where you normally get your brush, okay, if you click on the little pop-up menu, the one that looks like a gear, when you click on that, you have the ability to load brushes. Okay, and so I've downloaded, let you know, there are a ton of free brushes out there. There are grunge textures, there are eyelashes, there are eyebrows if you want to paint a brush to get a cool shape and then fill it in. There are, I mean, there's endless, there's everything. So search, just in Google even, free Photoshop brush packs, and you'll find plenty of them. So what you do is you'd hit load brushes, and you would, in this case, it's the ss-eyelashes.abr. That's what the file looks like. Usually it comes zipped, and you have to double click to unzip it on your computer. but you open it. And what you do is, if you look, it loads all of these eyelash brushes on the bottom. You have all these different tools. To apply the eyelash, I would create a new layer. And to create a new layer, you would hit the button next to the trash can, new layer. And I can get this roughly sized to be roughly the size of my eye that I have here. And so if I click, it fills in something like that. Now, I don't think that it looks super realistic, but you can make a few changes to do so. A couple things you might consider, first of all, is moving the eyelash and warping it so that it fits the correct size. So if I click T, or the Command T, and I click, cancel. If I click here on my Move tool and then hit Show Transform Controls, what it does, it says, okay, that layer that I just created with the eyelash, it just put a bounding box around the eyelash. Okay, that's cool. So I can move it around and I can adjust it. But I also have the ability, let's click on this. I don't like this thing popping up. Okay, hold on. Momentary freezing. Let's try this one more time. All right, we're going to come back to that in a second because it's kind of being funky. So a couple things I would do to make it more realistic. 100% that black doesn't look real. So I would back it off to maybe something like right there, my opacity is at 70%. I can also add a layer mask. And if I zoom in, maybe some of the places it doesn't look realistic is around here. I can paint the effect off by going back, selecting a normal brush. Okay, select my normal brush and I can make it smaller and I can come in and maybe paint off, I don't know, let's see, a little bit around here where I think it's a little bit too crisp. Let's select a softer brush and I can kind of like vary it. What you can also do, I'm going to shift this down. If you click on the top left, that's your Move tool, and if you just click your arrows, you can shift the whole thing. So maybe it's lightening it up so that those others come through. Or maybe it's completely getting rid of that line and just having the eyelashes that come up, something to that effect. So I use this if it's not going to be viewed large. I can get away with it, I know, 8.5 by 11, which is magazine size. For most magazine, as long as it's not like a close-up here, if it's kind of a magazine headshot, if I'm viewing this, you don't realize that it's fake. Another thing that you can do is add some noise or add some grain. That's one of the reasons that your brain doesn't process that it's real, is because it's too black and it's too perfect. So you can go ahead, go up to Filter, Noise, and add a little bit of noise. Kind of break it up so it's not just pure solid black. And so you can always zoom in here. And see how I've added a little bit of texture. Ready, here's the before and after. Clicking, add a little bit of texture. You can add a little bit more. I need monochromatic. I don't want it to be kind of colorful. Something like that makes it a little bit more believable when zoomed up, when viewed up close. So if you click, go back to your brush again. There are also bottom lashes that you can install, that you can use. So here's some bottom lashes that you can, for example, I can put it on a new layer, click, and then I can rotate it. So using my transform controls, I can also rotate this brush and fit them appropriately. So I don't use it all the time. I use it sparingly, but it does look cool. So those are a couple ways to pop out the eyes. Yes?
Can we take some questions on that?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So just a couple quick questions, and that is Bonnie from Bonnie in Alberta, Canada. How do you deal with the tiny hair that goes across the eyes? I think model left eye in this image, you're saying?
Sure. I know that what I would do for the most part is one of two tools. I probably would use a healing brush or spot healing brush first. I'd try it, okay, because that's the easy way to do it. So let's see here. Another thing that's interesting is for spot healing, if you click and hold the shift key and then click again, it'll draw a straight line between the two of them. And the same thing is true with your clone stamp. So if I click here, I hold shift, it actually, do you see how it drew a straight line? So that's really great for me if I have like a hair going all the way down the face. If I have to try to keep that straight myself, I never can. My hand is not that stable. So I would click And that works decently well. I think it's believable enough. What I might have to do is go back in and blend a few things. So kind of the edge here. But that worked pretty well. And the same thing I could do for the eye, the eyelashes. So seeing that worked pretty well. The other thing that I would do for CS5 or also in CS6, depending on the hair, is selecting it and using content-aware fill. So let's find another hair example here. I can even just select this one. If I go to my polygonal lasso tool, that's something I'll use sometimes. If I click, wherever I click, it kind of holds on, and so I can draw straight lines. So that's if I have that really, really long hair, and again, my hand with the lasso tool is not steady enough to select it. It definitely isn't. Then I will use the polygonal lasso tool, and that kind of gives me a nice selection. And so I'll select it loosely. Okay, good, perfect. And if you hit, if you delete, let's see, Command Option Delete. This thing freaks me out. Sorry, guys. I can't see what I'm doing over this thing. What you can do is you can fill it using content-aware fill. There's also, if I go here, I also have the ability to move this area someplace else. Or what you can do is, let's say I select an area outside. So let's say I say, okay, I'm going to select this skin, and I'm going to content-aware move it. What it allows you to do is I can drag that onto the hair, and it will blend and erase it. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Hold on. Top level layer. Okay, let me do it one more time. Select an area, click on my content-aware move, click and drag it, and it doesn't work. So that's why, that's one of those things. I'll try it, doesn't work, didn't content like it. So yeah, usually my go-to is going to be my spot healing. Then I'll do patch. If patch doesn't work, then I'll do cloning. So when there's rogue hairs on the edges, it's the same thing I do. Here, the whole thing, I'm going to show you what I would do for her hair. But a lot of times it's cloning, and if it's a black background, I'm cloning on darken, because it'll just darken and get rid of it. But spot healing usually. I'm actually going to fix one more thing. I'm going to fix the hair while we're talking about it and show you what I would do. For this instance, there's no way at all I could possibly clean up the edge of that hair and make it look real. It's a giant mess. So what I think that I would do is fill it in. And so what I would fill it in with, I would be duplicating the background layer, or I could create a new layer if I wanted to. And I'm going to use my clone stamp, normal, on 100% opacity, and I would clone it over. And there's a couple of different ways you can do it, but if I'm cloning on a new layer and I just clone this over, as long as you don't see too much repeated pattern, it looks believable. So maybe I think I need to break it up a little bit. So I might click here to break up that pattern just a tiny bit. Click up here so that it's selected. You're just looking to not be exactly. So maybe I'll select her roots here, drag it down. And then maybe click over. And what looks repeated to me is this hair, so I can maybe erase to blend it in. And I just kind of click and do things like that, just looking so that it looks believable. And I don't like that hair, maybe I want to clone over it. So it's just kind of little tweaks like that. But if I zoom out, depending on how you clone it and the textures you add and make sure that it's not too repeated, it looks believable. What I would likely do also, another interesting thing you can do is I'm going to back off on that. So I can go to this example, and let's say I select her hair. So I'm going to do what we did before, where I make a selection and hit Command J. Copies and paste it into a new layer. If I'm on my Move tool, I can actually stretch it. And it's how far do you stretch it before it doesn't look good, how long before you see the edges. So I'm going to click, and if I hold my Command key, I can kind of drag that top edge up, and I can actually start to make the selection larger. And if I zoom in and take a look here, can you guys see it? You see it a little bit? So you just have to blend your edge. So it's the same thing we've been doing time and time again. You add your layer mask, you grab your black brush, not an eyelash black brush. Grab another one. I want a soft edge. And I'm going to come in here and maybe, I don't know, maybe 25% opacity, 30, something like that. I'm just kind of blending it so that you don't see the edges. But it's all about being, good enough. I have a good friend, Joel Grimes, and I've seen him teach one of his compositing classes. We actually did something together, and what he said is, your job is to be an illusionist. You're creating the hair there. It doesn't need to be perfect. It has to be believable. So if somebody looks at this, would you know that that hair was cloned? You don't know. I mean, it's because you don't see repeated patterns, and it's not stretching enough to be noticeable. So if it's good enough, it's okay. And I don't mean to make it sound like I used to be a major perfectionist and got nothing done ever. And when I was able to let go of those things and make sure that it was high quality and that it would be totally acceptable to my clients and to me as well and my standards of work, then I made a lot more money because I wasn't spending my entire life retouching. It used to be 2 hours a photo. And then I was doing senior photos where the kids would get 20 photos. How could you possibly make a living? So it's that same concept. Anything else related to that? I'm just going to pump up the hair. Anything, Kenna?
Let's take a look. Anything in the audience? No? All right. I think we're good.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
And so I'm like, you see what I'm doing? Kind of blend things, make it look believable, stretch them, do whatever you need to do. Okay. So I'm going to merge things down. And just so you all know out there, I'm sure you're super nice people and are not like this. But like I totally see when there's like little mistakes, but teaching and doing this. And I'm not using anything. Notice I'm using my laptop. I thought I would do that as encouragement that you don't need any special equipment. You don't need a tablet. Tablets are great. They increase your efficiency. It's the same thing as I would say for plug-in and tablet. Both will save you time. If you're a professional, time is money. It's worth the investment. But I never want you to think you need a tablet or you need a plug-in. So hopefully you know I'm trying to work it out here. Okay, so.
And Lindsay, quick
Yes.
question, because I'm sure people are asking, what is the tablet that you use?
I have a couple, but the one that I have is, okay, what's it actually called? It's the 12-inch Wacom tablet where you write on the screen. It's a Cintiq, I think. The Cintiq, but I don't know the number, and I bought
That's
it like
all right.
5 years ago, but
That's all right.
that
Cool.
one. Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, so looking at her so far, the other things that I know that I would fix up, for example, is coming down here. I would still go over her clavicles. This is where I'm going to start to teach you guys about carving out the facial features, because it's not just appealing to facial features, but also to things like the clavicles and the lines in the neck. So if I want to enhance her facial features, what I can do is I can actually paint them in. And I'm going to tell you, everybody out there, there's 10 different ways to do this technique. I'm just going to tell you the one I do. You can burn and dodge on a soft light layer with a 50% neutral gray color. Like you can do that, but I'm just going to show you usually what I do. There's many different ways. So I'm going to pull out her facial features. I'm going to create a new layer. And for this layer, I want to draw in highlights. So what I can do is for right now, I'm going to turn it to soft light. And anywhere that I paint white, I'm going to paint white. Maybe like 25% opacity, something like that. And I'm going to paint where I'd want my highlights to be. And so I'm going to paint kind of where the top of those cheekbones should be. So if you can see, starts to give her a little bit higher cheekbones there. For women, this is a little bit more intuitive because we put on makeup and you put your blush or the shading underneath your cheekbones because you want to make them look deeper or more pronounced. So same thing, if I want to carve out these clavicles, you'd come down here and paint your white, paint your lighter color on the clavicles. Now the problem that you'll see is that it's a little bit, you can kind of see the edges. I use kind of a harsh brush. What you then can do is you can soften it with a Gaussian blur. So, all right, so I painted wherever I want highlights. Well, I want an even highlight on her nose, so I'd maybe paint in the highlight on the nose there. If somebody has kind of, you know, sometimes people get the bags like almost next to their nose, it looks a little poofy. You can paint white and it will lighten it up there. So soft light. Then I can do the opposite and grab black, grab a low opacity black, and paint underneath in the shadow area. So I can paint underneath her cheekbones, underneath her jawline, underneath where the clavicles are. So I can kind of paint here. And obviously, right now, when I created this new layer, I wasn't on soft light. So the key is blend mode. Blend modes for layers affect how a layer effect you create interacts with the layer below it. So there are many different ones I will show you. Right now I'm going to keep it vague until we do the creative retouching part, and then I'm going to go through much more specifically blend, multiply, and screen, and hard light, soft light, overlay, luminosity, all of that. But for right now, just know that, oops, if I go to soft light, it's going to kind of fake that shading a little bit more. And I can do the same thing underneath the clavicles and above the clavicles. And the biggest issue that I come across is that it's a little bit too defined, so I can blur it. So I'll go up to Filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur. And I just want to, and you can watch the before and after. So I just want to soften just a little bit. I'm going to apply the same thing. Let's go to Filter, Blur, Gaussian Blur. I'm just trying to soften my edges a bit, and you can always back off your opacity. So I've done it a little bit more intense than I might do in reality, but let me just show you. Like I said, I can always pull back on opacity if I think it's too light, if I think it was a little too dark. But watch the effect when I turn these two on and off for her cheekbones. Like, she gets significantly higher cheekbones. So I'll do this a lot with somebody that, say, I raised up my light. One of the ways that you can bring out somebody's cheekbones, their jawline, is to do it right in camera, okay? So you raise the light up, and when you do that, you're having the light from above, so what it does is it casts shadows down and then puts a shadow underneath the cheekbones and jawline, so it makes them protrude. But say there's a reason that you don't want to do that. For example, somebody has a larger nose. You don't want to cast a big shadow from their nose because it draws attention to a larger nose. Also, raising that light up, the light's closer to someone's forehead. What my assistant likes to say, some people have 5 heads instead of 4 heads, and you don't want to draw attention to that. So if you raise the light up, now it's closer, it's going to be brighter. Okay, maybe you don't want to do that. Or maybe somebody has really bad skin, and as you raise that light up, the light is now raking down the skin as well. So maybe you're just like, okay, I know that I need to pull out their cheekbones and jawline. They have a round face, and they need the help with the features, but their skin is just going to become horrible or whatever else. So you can help enhance it here. So again, let me just show you before and after. And I'll use that a lot. Let's do this again. There we go. A lot in my beauty photography. So it really pulls it out. So that's a starting point. And notice, I only did one of her eyes. In the complete file that we'll have available, I have both eyelashes. It'll be the exact retouch how I would do it. Each layer will be labeled, so you guys will have an idea. Like I said, for when I'm teaching, it's easier to just teach and interact, but you will have the complete layers for something like that. So for the next example that I want to do, and also I'd get rid of stuff on her hair, and also anytime people's fingers are in their face, you've got to watch for toning out ugly cuticles, smoothing out the edge of fingernails. It's one of the things that I have a checklist that we had for the download, something that's not on there, but that I wanted to make sure you remember is someone's hands are in their face. You tend to forget because you're thinking I'm retouching someone's face, but bad fingernails can ruin a photo easily. Like, I know I would go in and clean up all that because that, if this is going to be a 16 by 20 on the wall and you have kind of the cracked fingernail, it doesn't look nice. So I thought I would go now, step away from perfect model and try something with more of a portrait effect. Just a couple other things glancing at this photo I know I might do. I might also darken down her eyebrows just a little bit. I feel like it's maybe like a little bit light, and sometimes it makes somebody look a little more intense. I have a couple techniques that I'll show you for that later. So let's grab a portrait. This is just a plain old portrait that I did of a high school senior. Don't judge the photography. We're doing retouching, okay? We'll start with this, and I'm going to show you a softening slash removal technique. Basically, it's possible. You get a subject where they have hatchet a lot of skin problems and you go ahead and clone stuff out and it's bright red because you were sampling from bright red areas. I'm sure if you guys have done a lot of portraiture, particularly with high school seniors, you've run into this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just give you another tool for how you can improve blotchiness in skin and deal with it. So this just opened up in Camera Raw real quick, and so I analyze what I want to do, and I know that I want to clean up blemishes, whiten teeth, and then I'm going to have to smooth out blotchiness in skin. So that's what I see on initially opening it. So I'm going to open the image, and he has beautiful eyes, and that was one of my, my favorite features. And so regardless of whether it's a portrait or a fashion image, I know that I always go in and enhance eyes. Guy or girl, it doesn't matter if that's something beautiful about the person. So I'm going to use my lasso tool and hold shift to select both eyes. And then just like normal, Command J to copy it into a new layer. And then the same thing we did before, image adjustments, shadows, highlights. And if you watch, you'll be able to see when I zoom in the before after, kind of how much detail, it really increases the contrast and pulls out a lot of detail. And I could go more extreme, didn't really want to. I'll talk about later in more creative retouching how to change the color of eyes and a couple things using blend modes. So I'm going to add my layer mask as usual, paint my black brush, and remove that effect from around the eyes. All right, so we've popped out his eyes. I wanted to do that just to start with because I thought that it was a really beautiful feature that he had. And you can see before and after, it makes him pop. So, all right, so next thing I'm going to do is I would normally go ahead and, let's do teeth whitening real quick to make sure we cover that. Grab my lasso tool. I select the teeth. And I'm going to want a feather. I don't want to have a sharp edge around this adjustment. What I'm going to fundamentally do is pull out yellows, but skin tones have yellows in them. So you need something soft because you actually would be able to see where you pull out some of the yellows if it runs into the skin tone. So I'm going to select, modify, and feather. And people always ask me, well, how much do you know to feather? It depends on how big your file is and how big the mouth is. Like if it's a close-up shot, a mouth might need to be feathered 30 pixels. Whereas if it's a shot where the mouth is 1 of 50 in a picture, it's feathered 2 pixels, if that makes sense, because it's a much smaller area. So your feathering, it kind of just depends. There's not really, a set amount. So next what we're going to do is we're going to grab one of our adjustment layers with layer masks. And so we go to the half moon cookie. We go to hue saturation. And like we did before where we pulled out the blue in the eyes or the red in the eyes, we go ahead and go into yellows. And like this, we pull out some of the yellows and we can see, I'll show you before and after when I desaturated. If you guys can see that, it makes a significant difference. Now, one of the things that you may run into, I've run into this before, I'm sure somebody in the audience is nodding their head, somebody's teeth are so yellow that when you pull out the color, they go gray. Has anyone seen that? There's a couple things that you need to do. Sometimes you need to go ahead and add contrast. Go back in, maybe select the teeth again. This is not the case with this individual. But you would do a feather again, same thing. And you would go ahead into your levels or into curves, whatever one you're more comfortable with, and you need to pull up the midtone and the white point. So in this, the far right is going to be your white point. So I could kind of pull that up. It whitens the teeth, and the midtone lightens them. If it looks like you kind of muddied the picture with less contrast, you can always drag back down to give yourself a black point. Now his face and his teeth were already pretty light, so he didn't really need it, but those people with the grayer teeth would need it. Another thing you can do as well, we added highlights using a layer with soft light, painting white. You can lighten teeth by doing a new layer, taking a white brush and painting it in. And that's going to give you more control because what you can do is you can paint a heavier, whiter brush, layer it more on areas that need to be whiter, or back it off and use a very low opacity brush on areas that already were white, say the 2 front teeth. And so it would make it a little bit easier to have control of what gets lightened. Or maybe somebody has one tooth that was yellow. I've had that before. and then you pull the color out and it's gray, so you don't want to apply it to the entire mouth. You could just paint your brush white on soft light and lighten it up. So this is how we've kind of whitened his teeth. All right, so looking at this individual, I need to go ahead and remove some blemishes. So I'm going to duplicate my background layer, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to start, and I'm thinking that chances are, because the blemishes are so close together, if I use my spot healing, which is what I love to use because it's easy and I just click, it's going to blend in more blemishes because it's surrounded by blemishes. So I probably have to select from different areas of the skin. And I don't know about anybody else, but often, when I see skin like this, it's a little more daunting because it's going to take a lot of work, but it doesn't have to. So I've grabbed my patch tool in this instance, and I can select an area of skin that needs to be improved, and I can click and drag it, and it gets replaced and blended. Now notice it's not perfect, and so you'd probably have to do it multiple times. If it's a high area contrast, it doesn't always work. I can go in, try to grab this area, and blend it. And if you look, you start to get errors. So a couple things that I might do is I might use my my clone stamp on lighten. Switch to lighten and try to sample skin from near there. And try to click around. Now, more or less, that's what I would do. Click around, see what I can grab that I can have it blend. Let's see, blending around, clicking skin. You guys get the idea. But if you notice, the skin is very red. So I would spend more time doing this. You guys know that. I'd probably spend my 15, 20 minutes, like I said, on the skin. Let me come over here and just, for the sake of this, get rid of some bigger blemishes, and then I'm going to show you how to even out that skin tone. This also applies to women that put on the wrong color's foundation, and they come in and their skin's yellow on their face and not on the rest of their body. It's a pain, things like that. All right, so almost done with this guy. I'm just right now just using my patch tool and just trying to drag around so that it's believable. Okay. All right, so next thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to real quick merge the eyes layer down. I'm going to duplicate his layer. Now we're going to go into channels. All right, so if you're looking on the right-hand side, you have your layers palette. If I click on channels, okay, and I hit Command and then click on the red channel, it makes a selection of the red channel. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to maintain some detail and then paint back in the correct skin tone. So if you flip back over to layers, and so if I zoom out, let's see what it looks like. If I zoom out here, it's made a selection of the red channel, and you can't really tell what it looks like. You're not going to be able to tell by looking at this. What you have to do is you create a new layer by clicking the tool next to the trash can, and then you click on your layer mask. So I'm going to run through that again, but what it's giving you, can you guys see this over here? See how you can kind of see his face in that mask? Basically what you did is you went to channels, and you said, okay, everything in the skin detail and whatnot, let's look for red, and let's turn it into a selection. When I create a new layer, I'm going to mask that out, so when I go ahead and I paint a new color, it keeps the detail that was in the skin, but allows me to paint a different color. This is kind of how it's working, if that makes a little sense. So what I created is flipping over to channels, Command, click on red, flip back over into layers, create a new layer, and add a layer mask. So now I have a mask of skin detail in the red channel. So what I can do is I can zoom in, and for all of this, I don't mind the detail being there, and I don't want to have to clone out all the hairs, but I want to get some of that red splotchiness. So what I'll do is clicking on that new layer, not the mask, like the empty layer, I will grab my eyedropper tool, and I'm going to pick a more neutral skin tone. So if you see when I clicked on that, it popped up the skin tone in the bottom left, so not the red, more of a true kind of peachy skin tone. And when I grab my brush, I want to paint on a lower opacity, And I can start painting in, maybe not that heavy, let me back off just a little bit. If I start painting in, it keeps the skin detail, but it brings in that other color. So if I show you real quick what it did, see how it's kind of canceling out some of that red? And so I can do the same thing over here, and I can select a tone near these reds, pick a small light brush, and kind of paint over them. Same thing when people have, like, he's a perfect example, that rosiness under the cheeks. I don't mind his or underneath the eyes. I don't mind the skin detail there. He doesn't really need retouching in that sense. It's just red. And so what do? Well, if you need to clone it out, then you're reducing skin detail. If you pull out reds using your hue saturation, then you're trying to make it look more yellow because now it looks gray. So this is what I do. I'll grab my eyedropper, grab my paintbrush, and see how it kept all the skin detail, but it allowed me to just change the tone. So this is what you do when somebody has blotchiness or different areas of the skin that are different tones. And so I could keep doing this, but just to give you an idea, let me back up a little bit, kind of before and after, and it reduces it. And so it makes it a lot easier in that sense. Do you guys have any questions on how that worked? Basically, channels, control click on the red channel, come back over to layers, create a new layer, add a layer mask, and the other thing to be careful of is if you just pick one color and paint, it won't match that area of the face. So every time I move to a different area of the face, say I'm trying to smooth underneath his eye, I have to pick that tone near his eye. Because maybe the tone I picked before near the side of his cheek might have been like a really dark color, a really dark red, or a deeper brown, something like that. So I have to keep selecting a different area of the skin. And same thing, we can come up to his forehead here for the scar. Now, I would probably, for a scar like this, just patch tool it out, but to give you an idea, I would select right next to it with my eyedropper. It gave me a darker color, and then I could kind of paint in. And notice, I can kind of reduces the scar. All right, questions? Roughly, making sure.
I have one real quick about the
Sure.
patch tool.
About which tool?
The patch tool.
Sure.
Mine unsuccessfully seems to, when I circle and move, it's not giving, it like goes over and then lightens a bunch. So you can still see.
Okay.
And I can't find it. It's the opacity I've tried. So am I doing something wrong with it? It's like it almost looks transparent a little bit.
The only thing that I can guess, have you played with these up here? Have you switched those? Because chances are, if you're on destination or transparent, that's what it's doing. So
Okay.
I don't know if you've tried those, but for example, what destination lets you do is it actually does like opposite. It lets you
Right.
pull the tool.
Okay.
And then if you're watching, transparency changes. See how it kind of jumped and it made it a little lighter? So I'm guessing that you maybe
Something's
have
clicked on there.
transparency clicked.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
All right, I'll play with it.
Something else to watch for too. Let's say you're using your patch tool and you feel like it should work, but it's not. One of the things that I'll click on and off is under here where it says patch, where it says normal. Try normal and try content aware. In CS5 and CS6, content aware, it's kind of like how patch tool works-ish. It's basically, it's kind of a patch tool, spot healing brush. You select an area, and when you use content aware, it says, based on what's around this area, what should we put here? And but it won't just take pixels around, it'll actually make up pixels for you. So maybe you had a pattern in the background, it was brick. You select an area, content aware it, and it will make a new part of the brick wall, but it's not just copying and pasting it. It actually will create an entire new area of brick wall. It's awesome, it's really cool. And you can use that sometimes for retouching. So for patch tool, sometimes my only content aware fill patch works, and I have to switch it, and sometimes that's the one that doesn't work. And so if it's not working, I give it a try. If not, I switch on and move on to the next thing. Okay. All right, so that's for him. All right, now I'm going to switch over to my dear old dad. Dad, if you're watching, I love you.
By the way, Lindsay,
Yes.
what is your mom's first name?
Kathleen.
Oh, good.
Is she messaging?
She's watching. She's saying hi. She's your biggest fan. She's in the chat room. She loves you.
Love you too, Mom. my mom and dad. Like, I know that my dad's probably at work and has this on, and he's going, oh my God, that's my face. I know he's going to do.
This time not in front of just 60 people.
Oh, don't tell him that. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Okay.
Okay, so here's my dad. And love you, Dad. I'm going to retouch him, improve a few things. For a portrait, it's the same thing. Like, I don't want to make him look 20 years younger. I don't want to make him look 150 pounds lighter. Like, there's not, like, you don't want to change somebody. They are who they are. You just want to improve things. Particularly when I have a client come in and they complain about something. Like, whatever it is, I hear them complain about their forehead, they complain about their hairline, whatever it may be, I'll fix a few things. So that's what I'm going to do here. And I have a couple tools. When I get to liquefy after break, I believe, yes, when I get to liquefy after lunch, I'll be showing you a few tools that I use all the time to help people with what they say their problem areas. For example, you can fix receding hairlines. You can, people have the 5 head, not 4 head, you can reduce that as well. There's a lot of things. If people feel like they have a double chin or that they're anything, I can really improve a lot of things with liquefy. But we're going to get there. All right, so for my dad, a couple things that I would do. The first thing that I would do is teeth whitening. And we already talked about how to do this, so that's quick and easy. Make a selection. Select modify feather, maybe feather it, I don't know, 15, 16 pixels. Adjustment layer, hue saturation, go into the yellows, pull out the saturation. Okay, so you can do that. Pull it out. Again, if you wanted to notice, maybe I wanted to lighten them, I'll show you. You can create your new layer. You can switch it to soft light. I could grab a white brush, and I can paint teeth lighter doing so. And so if you watch kind of before after, you know, I can lighten them up that way. So it's all other tools. I can also lighten things up by, there's a way that I can kind of lighten up eyes by painting with soft light. You have to know what all these different blend modes do. If you have a layer that's on screen, you duplicate the eyes. I'll just explain, I'll do an example. Let's say his eyes were really dark. If I do that selection, like I did before, maybe somebody's eyes are kind of recessed into the sockets, okay? And you get those shadows. If I hit Command-J, copy and paste it into a new layer, I can actually use blend modes to lighten that up. I don't have to use levels, I don't have to paint anything. So I can flip through and, for example, try screen. And look how it lightens it up. So what I could do then is back off my opacity, add my layer mask, and this is what I do frequently, is I mess with the blend modes when somebody has kind of darker eyes or something like that. Also, sometimes people have kind of darker areas under the chin, which makes it look heavier. You can do the same thing. Make a selection, Command-J, change the blend mode. In this option, in this instance, it's to screen, and it will make the difference. So I could do something like that. And so I could, you know, lighten the eyes up. So you do have that available to you. For the most part, it all depends on what your client wants and how much what they want removed. As I said before, if I duplicate the background, I could come in here and I could totally remove, if I wanted to, the bags under his eyes. But when I'm looking at them, they're not bags under his eyes, they're smile lines, you know? So what I would do is I would fill things in, kind of fill things in, and then just back off my opacity a little bit. You know, so now if you're looking, it's just a little bit lighter. I don't really want to get rid of a lot. But one thing that I know that he specifically complained about, we're going to take a moment to fix, and let me show you a couple options you have. Okay, so what did he complain about? Love you, Dad. Okay, so what I did is I selected underneath his chin, and oops, hold on, got to change my opacities, all messed up. Let's flip that. Okay, so I selected underneath his chin. I'm sure you guys have had somebody that's had a complaint in the past that wants something changed. So what I'm going to do is I go and select that area, copy and paste it into a new layer using Command-J, and then I have the ability to go to my transform controls And right now, I'm going to use the command tool to hold down the edges. And basically, I'll show you what it lets me do. I can kind of shift things. Okay. All right, so let me, real quick, I'm going to give you a good shortcut. I think it will give you, let's see if this worked. Hold on one sec. Let me back this up a little bit. I'm going to give a selection here. And that should be good. Let me duplicate. Good. Trying to figure out how to do the shortcut. If I can't remember it, I'll tell you after the fact. Okay. Perfect. All right, and so if I go to, give me one sec. I'm going to figure this out. If you want to give me a question, I'm going to figure out what the shortcut to this is, because it makes it so much easier than trying to find it. Do you have any?
We did, yeah. We have a question, kind of a general one, wondering about how some of these techniques for processing skin would differ for other ethnicities.
Okay, good question. I might do an example like this on day 3. A lot of things are the same, and so I don't want, a lot of the same techniques apply. What I tend to have problems with are, let's say, someone with darker skin tones. Depending on how I process, it gets really red in the shadows. And so a lot of times I'll go ahead and I'll pull out red tones in the shadow areas. Example, but I recommend if somebody wants to try it, when you have a picture of an African American, try one where you pump up the vibrance and decrease the saturation, and then also try the opposite.
We just lost audio for like the last 10 seconds. Could you just backtrack and repeat it?
Yeah, that's fine, no problem.
Cool.
I can do that. Do you have me back though?
I got you back. You got
Okay, cool. All right, perfect. All right, so what we were saying is, if you want to get that kind of silvery skin look for African Americans, and I have tons of those in my portfolio, like that kind of silver effect, try where you do one, where you open up the hue saturation here. Real quick, hue saturation. Oh, I lied. I meant the vibrance. If you open up vibrance, try one where you pump the vibrance all the way to the right and then decrease the saturation. And then try it in reverse. It depends on the person. Sometimes you decrease the vibrance and increase the saturation. And it tends to give you that kind of cool silvery look. Okay. All right. Anything else so far? Nothing?
Maybe this is an easier question while you're working on that. Sure. FSOP asks, can you use a patch tool on a new layer so you don't have to touch the original?
It won't have any pixels to drag from. So the answer basically is no. Yeah.
Are you trying to right-click to get the menu?
Yeah, why isn't it working?
You have to Control-T to do actual transform, not the...
But it's on transform.
So, right, but-
Control-T.
No, so...
Try this. Let's see if that works. Control-T.
Take off the show transform controls.
Okay.
And then
Command-T?
Command-T. Then, yeah.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So what's the difference between the two of those? Okay. So this is the shortcut that I was trying to show you, because there's a way to do it in a menu, but nobody ever wants to do it in a menu. All right. So when you make a selection, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically get rid of double chin. There's a couple ways you can do this. The first way that I was doing is if you are on your move tool with transform controls, you can actually move the edges, but then you have to blend it, and then it's kind of a pain. So another thing you can do is liquefy, and that's what we're showing after the fact, is I'm going to show you how to liquefy. But the other tool, if you hit, you're saying Command-T is how you access it. If you hit Command-T, this is actually all of your transform controls for adjusting size and angle, and that's usually when you're making modifications for Like I'll do that a lot if I'm mirroring things in a picture. If you do this, and I'm going to hit Command J, so I'm in a new layer. So you have to hit Command T first. If you right click, you get all these different things you can do. And it basically allows you to mess with the pixels. Okay? So you can scale things, that's adjusting the size. You can skew things. I have not found a really useful use for skew, but the one that works well for double chins is warp. And what warp does is going to give you all these different points that you can drag. And it tends to be easier to make it look and blend realistically with sorry, the rest of the skin using warp compared to, say, liquify. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to crease this back up there, and I'm going to grab, say, here. And it doesn't have to be on the point. See how it's a grid? It doesn't need to be on those points. I can click here and drag up. And so what you'll see is if I hit OK, and I hit Command D to deselect, it shifted everything up. And then basically what I have to do is just blend everything back to being realistic. So I went a little extreme for teaching purposes. You can add your layer mask, grab a black brush, and I can go back in and kind of blend. And so if I kind of decrease my opacity so I could actually see where the chin was originally, maybe I bring it back to here, I can go back in and draw the chin where it was originally, but now the double chin is gone. So if you watch, let me go to maybe 80% opacity and outline. Something like that. If I go back and put the layer back to its normal opacity, you know, it's just a matter of blending that. So I have a little bit of a rough edge here that I need to go ahead and blend back. And you can do that. So let me just show you quick the before and after so far. And so the rest, sorry, is just a matter of blending. So that is what I would spend the rest of the time doing. I'd come down here and I would blend in this edge. And what you have the ability to do as well is when you're doing the warp, you can actually hold certain areas in place and kind of lock them so they can't move. So maybe you wanted that bottom to hold in place. I can actually lock it so I could just warp, you know, the bottom half of the chin up and then not have to blend the bottom area, if that makes sense. So it'll actually lock in. Let me undo this. Let me select. So I can select his chin. Do Command T. Let me copy it. I'm going to copy this into a new level. Let me deselect this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is first make this selection. I'm going to Command J so it's in a new level, a new layer. I'm going to Command T so it brings up that transform. This is going to make it easier to actually right click and to get to warp. And so if you're looking up here, I can lock different areas of the warp tool. So I could lock it so that the bottom left corner stays in place and doesn't move. I can lock it so that the middle stays in place and doesn't move. It's basically what's your reference point. And then you can actually change the shape. So, you know, I could make it arc in a specific way. Maybe you create a preset, whatever it may be. So I'm going to lock it in the bottom and then just kind of pull up here and see how it kept the bottom left much more in place. So now I don't have as much blending to do. And I can kind of just pull up. And so let me hit that. I'll do the blend and you'll see it makes it significantly easier, and I can just blend back in to where his chin was. And so a lot of other people, they're trying to clone this out, and it's so much harder than just doing something like that. If somebody has darkness underneath, what you can do is you can duplicate that layer, and you could also turn it to screen mode. Remember how I said that could lighten it? So if somebody had a lot of heaviness underneath, you could change it to screen mode, and then, of course, back off of that effect. And so you can, I have my layer mask as before. I can paint my black, decrease it, and just maybe lighten up underneath just a tiny bit. So overall, if you do the before and after of the two, it makes it lighter and it makes it smaller. That makes sense that time through? Same thing works for people's noses, people's arms, people's foreheads, like all of that. So if I have somebody who has maybe a wider arm, I can select, and I'm going to pick somebody without a wider arm real quick. We're going to do this in Liquify, but okay, she doesn't have a wide arm. Okay, we know this. Okay, she's very skinny, but I'm just going to demo with her. If, for example, you wanted to change her arm here, I could select her arm. Okay. Command J it into new layer. Command T to bring up the transform. Right click to grab my warp. And then I could maybe pull in this bottom part of her arm because I thought it was hanging out and it looked funny. And I could pull that part out if I'm trying to change the shape. And I could move, you can do the whole thing. And you can lock which point you want to stay consistent. So arms, nose, forehead, chest, stomach, whatever. Really great to know if you're not working on a desktop because it is significantly less processor intensive than Liquify. Liquify freezes your computer almost instantly. So you're better off making a selection, Command J, new layer, Command T for transform, right click warp, and then locking one of the edges in place. Okay. So I'm done with time, right? I don't want to start something new, or how we doing?
Yeah, no, this is perfect. You're right on time.
Okay, cool.
Do we have any last minute questions in the audience or online?
We have a question from Fashion TV, kind of looking at this a little different way maybe. Would you suggest that we create shadows, like maybe darken areas under the chin to remove a double chin, or liquefy, or some of these other ways?
Usually darkening underneath the chin for a double chin usually makes it worse because of how double chins work. If there's an area under the chin where maybe okay, let's say that it's recessed and back here, or I'll put it this very oddly, when there's not that nice looking neck. That neck that doesn't look so nice, the wrinkles and the kind of nastiness, okay. You can, if you darken that down, it just gets rid of it, you don't see it. So maybe it was dramatic light and that would be fine. But usually a double chin is right next to the face. So there's not too much you can do besides make it smaller and lighten it so that it kind of recedes in what you're seeing. Yeah, and Liquify is fine. I use Liquify most of the time.
The question from Not Sick is, hopefully you're not sick. Yeah.
Okay.
From Maryland, how did you lock it?
Yeah, sure. If you click your warp tool, if your Command T, okay, and you have your warp tool, which was right click, warp, in the top left here, it's right next to where the word says warp, and you have the ability to kind of lock one point in place. And so by default, it's on the center point, but you can pick a point in the bottom left. Before I forget, because I'm not going to come back to this picture, one of the things, use this concept for somebody who has dark roots. Okay, if anybody has dark or light roots that you want to switch, I'm going to show you how I could, okay, my dad's hair is bright white. I'm going to show you how I darken it down. This doesn't apply to him. You can't take white hair and make it black. I mean, it's not the same qualities. It doesn't catch light the same. When I say you can't, I mean, obviously with massive effort, but if you're just trying to, make his hair dark, it's not going to happen. But what you can do is using your blend modes. If I selected his hair, okay, and I Command J into a new layer, and I change the blend mode to multiply, you see how it darkens everything down? No, obviously it's applying to everything around him, so I'd have to go in and I'd have to paint it, for example, I'd have to paint it, oops, selecting the wrong thing. I'm going to give you my layer mask back. Click on layer mask. I'd have to paint the effect off of the face and away from the hairline. And there's a few, more adjustments. But if you're watching this before and after, I'm darkening his hair down. But what this means for you guys is if you go ahead and somebody has dark hair with light roots, you can select those roots, duplicate it, and if they're light, do multiply, it'll darken it down. And then you just blend it. But the same thing happens for somebody who has light hair and dark roots. If you select it and change it to screen, if you do the selection and change it to screen, it lightens up the roots. And so then you can just blend it in, and now you won't have dark roots, and they'll blend in. So that's the easiest way to handle that. And also dealing with making someone's hair lighter or darker. You can get to the point, if you wanted to, you could actually make blonde hair by layering a couple of these. You could make blonde hair brown if you wanted to. So once somebody pays you enough money to see what they'd look like with brown hair, you can do it. You can change the color, and you can also use multiply. So light roots, you change it using multiply. Dark roots, you change it using screen. Okay.
Fantastic.
All right.
Let's duplicate him.
Ooh,
See?
everybody's
So kinda
busy
get
taking
darker.
notes. That's great to see. Well, we're going to get ready for our lunch break.
Okay.
So what do we have coming up after lunch?
All right, so after lunch, what we're going to work on is some liquefy techniques. I'm going to show you all the different tools. So if you guys don't know, maybe freeze mask, and then also the push left or the push tool, push left, push right, push up, down. So we'll talk about that. I'm going to use a couple other examples for showing how I'm dealing with a couple problems that regularly arise. And then I'm going to use a kind of an intro to another beauty image to show you the difference between portrait and beauty. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a girl's face and completely change it. I mean, I'm going to change it drastically because it's a beauty image and I can do that. I don't have to worry about making it look like her.
That's great. I'm
And then we
excited to
shoot
see
in the
that.
evening, late afternoon.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that. And the world is loving it. Tinker S. Realm says, love seeing how I'm underusing these basic tools. Thanks, Lindsay, for showing how they can be used in a quick snap action.
Sounds good.
So that's really neat. So our audience choice rewatch is going to be coming up any moment. The winning segment is Lindsay's fashion photography workshop from June, and that is her natural light bridal fashion shoot. So sit back and enjoy at home, and keep voting for the segments that you get to see tomorrow and the next day during lunch.
That's great. Yep. We had a last-minute special audience choice rewatch, so that's cool that people are voting, and nice little thing to add during our lunch break. So, as you know, this workshop is free during our live event. However, you can purchase the course videos. Photoshop is something that is a lot to take in right at once. And if you are somebody that is either just starting, or we're going to get really advanced as time goes on.
More advanced.
More advanced as the next couple days go on, then this workshop is for you if you do this type of work that Lindsay is showing us, and I'm having fun watching her right now.
So here's an example.
This workshop is, again, it's $99
Right.
during the live event, and with that you get all of the high-res HD version of the videos that you can download to your computer. You also get the ones that work on your iPhone, iPad, that are the mobile, that's the word I was looking for.
Take it with
the
you
mobile
offline.
versions. And then you can also just stream it right there on the Creative Live site. But wait, there's more, because with this, Lindsay is also
Sorry.
giving you,
Distracting
you. Lindsay is also giving you her 50 favorite shortcuts, Photoshop shortcuts, and that'll be just on a printout, a PDF that you can have right there next to your computer. And she's giving you a retouching checklist. And talk about that checklist, will you please?
Yeah, it's just to give you an idea of when I look at an image, the things that I look for and kind of how it runs through my brain. So the first thing I'm looking for, okay, improvements I need to do to the skin. Is there a droopy eye that I need to open? Or the catch lights even. There's things that might not be as obvious, just to kind of quickly run through that help make your image better. And then also talking about the differences between, is it a quick image to go up online, or is it going to be wall size? You know, there's different approaches I take.
That's awesome. That is definitely something you want to have printed out next to your computer. As well, you're going to include the layered image files, is that correct? So of the images that you're working through?
Yeah, so it's going to be select only because those are
Okay.
going to be so huge,
Right.
but I'll give select ones that we talked to, and I'll make sure I go through and label what they are, so you'll be able to turn them on and off and kind of see what we did, and you should be able to follow along. And
That's fantastic.
Reproduce
So
it.
this is the whole thing is the real working version of this workshop that you can take with you. So we will see you back, and the way to purchase that class is to scroll right down on your screen and hit the buy now button. And so we will see you back in 45 minutes, and enjoy that rewatch.
Yeah.
Welcome back from break, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that special Audience Choice rewatch. We are back with Lindsay Adler and her Retouching and Creative Photoshop Techniques workshop. And before we get going again, we're going to give away 2 prizes.
Woohoo! Yeah, so our first prize is Lindsay's book. Let's see, this is a family program. It's Shooting in Light book. Lindsay can tell you more about that book, I think. Fashion Flair Books by Lindsay. Did you want to say anything about it?
Well, the new book is Shooting in, they can't say it because it's swearing, so crappy light. How to Conquer the 10 Most Challenging Lighting Situations. And basically, I wrote that book because I felt that when I first started off, the most terrifying thing ever was to walk into a situation where there was terrible light and know you had to make beautiful photos. So I wish there was an easy guide about dealing with those hard situations and not having to read every photo book to kind of piece it together. And then the book before that, Fashion Flair for Portrait and Wedding Photography, was what my previous class here on Creative Live was based on. And it's how to take the techniques I use from fashion photography, which are things like having a concept, going on location, props, hair, makeup, and wardrobes, just all that, and apply it to your portrait and wedding work. So I have those 2 books.
That's great. Yeah, so those 2 books are a $70 value. It goes to Elaine Hughes, who gave us your quote on Facebook. Blur the blur to actually sharpen the image. Amazing. Who knew, she says.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
All right. Learn something new every day. And so the next prize is from, half of it is from Miller's Lab, and that is a Lux frame with mounted print, as well as a triple scoop music gift certificate. Do you want to tell us about Miller's?
Miller's has been my lab since I started in photography, and it's been awesome because anything I ever needed, they had. And if anyone's like me, where you procrastinate a little and then send your order in like when you need it, the next day, well, it's great because they have free next day, like overnight shipping. And so the stuff, I don't know how they do it, and they have it turned around so quickly. So they've just been very supportive and great for my business since the very start.
Very cool. Well, thank
Nice.
you, Miller's and Triple Scoop. This is a $120 prize, and the winner is Be Who You Say You Are. And the Twitter handle is at TiffG423. So a great quote. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be believable. So that's great. And keep tweeting, folks. We have a lot more prizes to give away, including a $200 Lens Baby gift certificate, as well as a Creative Studio Lighting DVD. So keep tweeting and posting to Facebook. And talking about Facebook, we just launched a photo contest for this
Excellent.
workshop, and this is Sigma. Sigma is giving away a 50mm 1.4 lens.
That's a great lens.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And so the way that you can enter to win this contest is go to our Facebook page. There'll be a little box that says Creative Live Photo Contest, CL Photo Contest. And what you're going to do is show, Lindsay wants to see an image of before and after, wants to see your most creative edit. So we want you to show us a diptych where, again, you've used Photoshop as part of the way to create that image and make it what it is. It's a main component of the final image. And again, we want to see the before and the after. So more details over on our Facebook page. Check it out. You have through the beginning, I think 11 a.m. Pacific time on November 1st. So you do have a couple of days to take what you're learning here throughout this workshop and submit that photo. So
Excellent.
awesome, and thank you, Sigma. What a great prize. All right, so back over to you, Lindsay.
Okay, so now we get to go and play with one of my favorite Photoshop toys ever, which is Liquify. And so that's what I'm going to get to. And what it all comes down to is that same mantra of you're helping somebody look their best. You're helping them, you're improving things that people wouldn't necessarily want. For example, the big one all the time is, well, muffin tops. Like, what else, what else do you call them? And then I said the brides with the really tight tubes. Like, every bride, no brides wear straps anymore. And so they all have some problem areas. But it's also smoothing out wrinkles in clothing. And I always elongate people's necks. And there's so many different things. So I'm just going to go through it and talk about some of the tools, what they mean in Liquify. And I will say that there is a difference. Here's where one of the differences exists. CS6 has 15,000 pixels, is how big you can make your brush in Liquify. CS5 is only 1,500. And then a few before that was 700. So that's one of the big teases that they give, because who wants to upgrade every single time? But then I really, really wanted that tool, and so that's one of them. So I'm going to show you how to use Liquify. So I'm going to finish up with the photo of my dad, who's very gracious, and he actually my mom sent a photo of my dad watching me retouch him. It was cute. It was a cute photo.
I'm going to post that to Facebook.
To Facebook. Excellent. So I'm just going to even out his teeth a little bit. I definitely have had plenty of clients. For example, I had one client recently. I didn't really do much of an introduction for myself, so I wasn't going to do too much. I was just going to say real quick, for people out there that don't know me, I'm a portrait and fashion photographer based in New York, and my clients vary drastically. I shoot fashion campaigns for jewelry companies, for cosmetic companies. I also photograph a lot of celebrities, and big chunk of my income right now is based off of photographing athletes. And so I get a lot of athletes who come in and they need me to photograph them and style them in a way where it's not the typical them in a jersey with a basketball or whatever it may be, but it's showing more of their brand. So, very high end or edgy or incorporating other elements of their personality. And so what that comes with is my retouching needs to be spot on and needs to fit their goals because they're paying a lot of money. They have very specific requests on what they want fixed. And so if I had one person come in recently who had a little bit of space between her teeth she wanted closed up. I had somebody else who had one longer tooth who wanted it shorter, somebody who had a scar, somebody who thought her forehead was too big, like all of these different people, and they want, they're paying you to look their best, but still look like them. And so that's kind of the big challenge. And I outsource some Photoshop stuff, minimal, but majority of it I keep it in-house because I'm trying to have quality control over that. So let's talk about fixing teeth then, just an example of what I might do. And I know that was something my dad had requested that I fix for him on this photo, so I thought it was appropriate. So if I select his teeth and hit Command-J, copies it into a new layer. We've done that. So I'm going to open up, and this will be the first thing that we've done in Liquify. And Liquify is under Filter, Liquify. And in general, what I recommend you do, if there's a part of the face or the body or something that needs to be liquefied, make a selection and copy it into a new layer. Because Liquify is so processor intensive, you're better off having a smaller area that it has to create meshes of than having the whole entire photo. So that's why if I need to liquefy just the mouth or maybe just the face or just an arm, I give myself a little bit of leeway so I can see how it's looking with the rest of the body. But it's going to be much more of a faster process if I just select part of it. So filter Liquify, and it's going to open it up, and I'm going to zoom in, and what he wanted to fix was just kind of to even out his front teeth and kind of make it a little bit flatter. The tool that we're going to use for this in the top left is the forward warp tool, and most of the time forward warp tool is a tool that you'll use in Liquify. And what it allows you to do is to shift pixels. It allows you to move them. So here's the things to stay away from in Liquify. The first thing you want to remember is you don't want to move Liquify over a long distance. You don't want to take one set of pixels and move them a long distance because it stretches and distorts those pixels. They'll actually smear. So this is what I've seen looking at tabloids, for example, where you can see the smeared pixels along an edge. You'll actually see them change shape. So you want to stay away from moving from a long distance. And so another way to deal with that is if you need to move a long distance, you keep moving and sampling from a different area. And so I'll give you a demonstration of that. Another thing typically is that you want to use pretty much the biggest brush you can use without affecting unwanted pixels, because what you get, let's say that you have a girl whose arm. Maybe it's a bit wider and you want to smush it in a little. If you use a small brush, you have to do lots of little movements and she ends up having a wavy arm. So you're better off using a large brush and doing small movements and sampling from different areas. And so we're going to do this example, and I will get to other different tools. We'll talk about the push tools and the freeze mask and all of that. But right now we're just going to use forward warp. And I'm going to actually select the bottom left. If I select on the zoom tool, I can actually, put a circle or put a rectangle around the mouth, grab the forward warp tool, And I can adjust my brush the same way as I would otherwise with my left bracket to make it smaller, right bracket to make it larger. And I can kind of pull down to straighten out these teeth. And so you see how it's kind of evening it out and changing the shape. And so it's pretty easy to do so, and it takes, a couple of seconds. And I will talk about some other considerations that you have, but it really can be as simple as that. I had a lot of clients too with like jagged teeth on the bottom. They just wanted it smoothed out. Takes absolutely no time at all. You can reshape gum lines. You can make different teeth bigger, smaller, whatever you need to do. So that's just using Liquify and the forward warp tool to kind of move things around. If you mess up and do something that you didn't mean to, I know that forever I thought that I had to cancel and start again. Because the tools that I see here is there's reconstruct and restore all. But it kind of, what reconstruct does, it backs you up a step, but then kind of halfway. And so it doesn't really allow you to undo anything. And restore all just swipes it clean. So the tool underneath the forward warp tool is the reconstruct tool. What it'll allow you to do is wherever you paint it, it'll start moving it back towards its original state. So for example, if I paint the reconstruct tool repeatedly over this tooth, it eventually moves it back to its original state. And you can change the density and pressure. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later, but let me just even out his tooth again. I'm going to hit OK. And after I show you this, then I'm going to move on and go to a more full body example. So if you watch, kind of pretty easily even out his teeth. Just to give you a breakdown again of what I did to this photo, and again, the hair that was just quickly applied. I used the warp tool to move in double chin. I whitened his teeth. I also lightened them a bit. And I did actually lighten his eyes a bit. And then this was me showing you how you can darken or lighten roots for if a subject has that problem. But let's go look at a full body example of how I use Liquify, and then I'll also use a close-up shot. So we're going to take this photo, and what I'm going to tell you is what I say every time I put this photo up there. I put this photo up more or less specifically because she doesn't look like she needs any help. I'll show you some things that I would consider for a beauty or fashion image where you look at it and you're saying, she's super skinny, what does she need done? She doesn't need much. Well, there's a few things that I would tweak, and then also there's things that I'll go more extreme just for teaching purposes. So I'm going to open this up in Liquify, and I duplicated my background so I could kind of see it before and after. And I'm going to give you a couple things to think about that I do pretty much every portrait and beauty shot that I shoot. I make these changes. One of the first things that I almost always do is I lower people's shoulders. Like pretty much everybody, man, woman, someone skinny, someone heavier, it doesn't really matter. I pretty much always, let me just open this back up. There we go. Pretty much always lower the shoulders. The reason is a couple things. One, when people have higher shoulders, they look more tense and they look stressed. If you can lower it, they look more relaxed in the photo. The other thing is having a longer neck makes somebody look skinnier. Just having a longer neck makes someone look skinnier. When somebody has no neck, it puts a lot of weight on. So even with somebody skinny like this, I try to lower those shoulders. So I'm going to start there. And like I said, this isn't an extreme example, but I thought it would be a good place to start. So I'm going to forward warp tool, increasing the size of my brush. And what I would do is I would just lower her shoulders here. So I would go and just lower them a bit. I would pull down her clavicles because that will give the impression of her having a longer neck. And so that will make her look even more slender and elegant. We talked about this a little bit before. I have the clients come in who are paranoid about their forehead. Now, she doesn't have a large forehead, but I would say regularly in the portraits I do, I change the hairline. Whether if it's a guy, so that they're not freaking out if they're having a little receding hairline, or women all the time. A lot of athletes that I photograph, they're used to having, also having their hair pulled back tight. And so they'll often wear their hair back because that's what they're comfortable with. That means in a photo, it's just a lot of forehead. So that's why I'll often do this. I'm going to take my forward warp tool and just pull down on the hairline a little bit. Doing this very, very often in my photography. Okay, so those are two kind of basic changes that I would do. Other considerations. All right, so I see down here, I don't know if you can see this in the photo, but I think that her leg looks a little misshapen. I think she probably has really nice thighs. So she has big thighs and a little knee. I would get a large brush and I would pull that in. Now, the problem that you run into when I said before, if you do a small brush, is let's say I'm trying to move her arm in, all of a sudden you get kind of a wavy arm if you try to move it in. You see how you can see those lines? So that's something that you want to stay away from. You do as big a brush as you possibly can. Other things that I've used Liquify tool for, kind of zooming in, is clothing. A photo might look really beautiful and elegant, but a rumple of clothing or some kind of ugly wrinkle doesn't look good. So use forward warp to smooth things out. And I will just go along and smooth out the wrinkles and fix everything that way. And notice how I'm going to see if I can take like an area like here. If you see this, if I move pixels over a long distance, when you can see them, that they move and that there's a streak to them. So that's something you want to stay away from. All right, so she is super, super skinny. But let's say that I wanted to move her stomach in. Okay, here's the problem that I typically run into. I say that I want to use a big brush. I move her stomach in. Look what moves. Her arm moves. Okay, so you'll run into this problem often using Liquify. Maybe it's you want to lower someone's shoulders, but when you do so, it drags their jaw out. Or someone has their hands on the hips. You want to move their waist in, but it moves their leg or their arms in with their waist. Another example, you have a subject up against a brick wall. You move their body in to change the shape, and now you have wavy lines on the brick wall. So in Liquify, there is a tool to help you with that, and it's called, let me undo here, it's called the Freeze Mask tool. And what it lets you do is it's going to give you a brush, and it's the one that looks like a mask that we've seen before, the rectangle with the circle in it, with a brush. That's the Freeze Mask tool. And so what it lets you do is it gives you a brush, and wherever you paint, it gives you basically red. Wherever you paint, anything you paint on will be frozen in place. So when you're using Liquify, it's not going to allow you to move those pixels. So now, when I freeze that in place, when I go back and grab my forward warp tool, when I move that in, it doesn't move the arm. It just grabs the other pixels. So same thing, if you have a sign, maybe words in the background of a photograph, and you're trying to Liquify, you freeze that in place, you move it with Liquify, and you don't have to worry about them getting all messed up. So I use that frequently. Okay, other things that are useful. Also, if you want to unfreeze something, maybe there's something now that you want to move. Maybe now that I've moved her stomach in, I think her arm looks a little big in the forearm area. If you go to the tool underneath that looks like an eraser, you can remove that mask. So it's not like it's permanent or anything. Okay, other things that I would change. An interesting one that I play with sometimes that people always find amusing is I'll often lengthen somebody's hair for kind of movement. And because hair, the shape that it is, I can sometimes give it a little wisp at the end or increase the length. And adding volume to somebody's hair usually makes them look healthier. And this is unrelated, but kind of in the photography realm, I try to add movement to my photos. If you have movement to your photos, if they're not static, they're more engaging, and it seems like you're capturing a moment in time instead of capturing just, kind of a static shot. So if I have somebody's hair moving and I want to emphasize it even more, I'll do so sometimes by copying and transforming or warping the hair, or by Liquify. It depends on the tool. Now notice over here, see where it says brush size? If you guys have maybe CS5, you'll go up to like 1500. I can go up to 15,000. So they made a huge difference, a huge change in that tool from CS5 to CS6. Okay, a couple other changes I would see. Depends on the type of photography you're doing, but you do have the ability to do an inexpensive breast augmentation. And this sounds awful, but practice makes perfect, like to make them look real. Not that I'm encouraging everyone to go and practice making everyone's breasts look larger, but something that I'll do here is I'll actually lower her chest, like her actual chest, and then pull pull out other areas of the chest. So you'll see, ready? I would lower her chest here, and then I will kind of pull out here. And it's all about realistically what shapes they would look like. Some people use a tool called the bloat tool, which is right here. And it kind of takes from a center point and expands everything, makes it look larger from a center. So that might look better facing straight on, for example. So these tools, I mean, it's kind of a practice makes perfect thing, but I definitely have used those. It always helps too. I have reality TV stars a lot that will come on, and for example, if they were going to pad their bra to make the dress look more full, then it looks too tight and it doesn't look good. So I'm like, no, I'll help you out afterwards. Just let's have the dress fit and then I'll fix it. So there's all these things that sometimes Photoshop will make everything work better in the end. Another tool that I might use looking at this photo, just to give you an idea, is because of her pose, she's kind of turned broad to me, so her shoulders to me, and I think it looks kind of wide. So I might actually make my tool huge and slide her entire shoulder over. And it'll make her look more slender. You know, if you're going for the Kim Kardashian look, you can do that, you know, whatever you want. You guys get the idea. So I'm going to open it up so you can see a before and after real quick. Okay. So watching the hair, the forehead, the shoulder, everything. Yeah, right? But I do think, and you know, I do go a little bit extreme in my demos just so you can kind of see it quickly on a screen. But I really, truly would say if you take anything away from this that you might not have thought of, lowering the shoulders makes a big difference. It really does. So I use it in beauty all the time. I'm going to continue on unless any of you guys have any questions. Okay. All right, cool. I'm going to open up another photo real quick to show you another tool. Maybe. Okay.
Can
Sure.
we ask you a question? Oh, you've already gone out of it. Quick question was from Fashion TV on that last one.
Mm-hmm.
How would you remove the creases in the gray outfit? What's a quick fix?
I actually usually use a kind of a combination of things for creases in the outfit. Sometimes, I would say most often, I would use Clone Stamp on Lighten at a high opacity. First I try the patch tool. If patch tool works, awesome. If not, it's Clone Stamp on a light opacity. And then for like other fine wrinkles, I use portraiture and I select the clothing and run portraiture on the clothing. So a lot of times I'll have girls that maybe wear a silk dress, but little imperfections in the silk look awful. So I'll run portraiture on that. Also, as a quick tip, if anybody out there has dirty white seamless backgrounds, which I run into this all the time, where somebody walked on the floor or there was dirt on the background, I'll run portraiture on the white of the background, have it turned up pretty high, and then just make sure I don't paint it on my subject. And it works awesome, especially if you guys have had where maybe you had paper where the humidity made it warp. I get rid of the wrinkles on the background and that warping by running portraiture on the background. And it works great. And it also works with muslin and whatnot. You just make sure you don't apply it to the face, and I'll use it often. So it'd probably be a little bit of patch and then also portraiture. All right, so I'm going to show you a couple other things on this. I'm going to delete these layers. A couple other liquify tools for this girl. This is a fashion image that I did for my for one of the trainings that I had. If I do liquify, I would come in here and I'm just looking to improve lines, right? So I want this to be smoother here. And notice, when I am using this brush, I'm not grabbing from the center and pulling. I'm actually pushing from the white on the outside and compressing. Because here's why. If I'm pushing from the white on the outside, it's just empty white pixels. When I push in, I'm compressing white, which isn't noticeable, versus taking black and stretching the black. So I will do that. I'll grab from the outside and pull in. The different, over on the right-hand side where you have your brush details, your brush size, well, that's brush size, that makes sense. Brush density, I would say, is kind of an equivalent of what we think of for feathering, or the softness of a brush outside of liquify. So it's going to have different strength on the edges than it will in the center. And so the higher that you have the brush density, that means on the edges it's at 100% as well. And then your brush pressure is really, one, it works well when you have a tablet, for example, because it's actually talking about brush pressure. But then when you move something with Liquify, how easily and quickly and far is it moving? Because a lot of times I actually prefer to have resistance. So right now my brush pressure is 67. I like to have resistance so that I don't accidentally move my cursor and then have something that's over liquefied. So it actually helps a little bit. So what I would do for this girl is I would pull in her waist on either side a bit. And I would actually, to even accentuate this curve, pull in this bottom edge, the bottom right-hand edge. I'd pull it in a little bit for shape, and then I'd probably reduce this just a tiny bit. A couple other tools that I wanted to demo. One of them is right here, and it's called the push tool. And the push tool functions differently depending on if you move it up, down, left, or right. So I will show you here how it works. If I take my brush tool, I'm going to click and drag up. When I click and drag up, it pushes pixels in. And it's going to push all those pixels in at an equal amount. So it might, and this is what you're controlling through your brush density and your brush pressure. Your brush pressure is going to make a big difference about how far over it pushes those pixels. Now, this example, okay, super, super extreme, but if you have an edge of something, maybe it's an arm, that you want just to tuck in a little bit. I see people frequently do this with necks. If you just want to tuck that neck in a little bit on the sides or something, a tiny bit, if you go up, it pushes it in. If you drag down, it pulls it out. So if I come in, I could kind of zoom in tight. I could make sure, let's see, and put it on my push left tool. I could drag my density and pressure down, decrease the size of my brush, decrease the size of my brush, and then trace a little bit. And see how it's just pushing it in for me, but it pushes it in a smooth way. I don't have to worry about lumps and bumps from Liquify. So same thing here. If I want to decrease size a little bit, I can just kind of trace over, and it does so smoothly. Same thing, maybe if I wanted to bring that back out, I can kind of trace over. It kind of depends. Where you want to have your brush is if you have your brush density low, you can make it more subtle if you're using the edge of the brush. Because remember how I said it's feathered? If you don't want to have it push all the way in, you want to have the edge of the brush with a low brush density, like the feather, so it's just kind of touching the edge. And that will keep it nice and subtle, like I have there. Versus if I click right on it, it's going to be much more severe. So usually just an edge will keep it just a little bit. And like I said, for lengthening necks or something like that, it works really, really well. Same thing applies for going side to side, left to right. If I go from left to right, it lifts it up. If I go from right to left, it pushes it down. So it's the push tool. Yes?
I had a question from Phil Birdie, and they're wondering, how can you go back, if you make a mistake, I guess, how can you go back and partially liquefy since there's no history panel?
The only way you can go back is if you select the reconstruct tool underneath the forward warp tool, and you have to go specifically on that area and paint back. Otherwise, if you do reconstruct, it'll step back, but it doesn't step back like what you did most recently. It basically will take everything back like 10% or something like that. So if you liquefy the entire body and you hit reconstruct, it'll move everything back a little bit, which is not usually what you want. So either you start again, or you're going to use your reconstruct brush and just paint over that area where you made the mistake, and it'll bring it back.
Cool. Another question from Doug B. Photo in Portland is there a way to have a rectangular brush to use with warp so it doesn't have a rounded leading edge, oblong, whatever, not a pure circle?
Not that I'm aware of. And if anybody out there knows of otherwise, let me know. I've never actually thought of using that, so there could be something magical and awesome, but I'm gonna say no unless somebody else knows otherwise.
All right, cool.
Cool. Okay, so I would use that for reshaping her. And I'm going to back out, and I'm going to select another example. So I'm going to take two more kind of beauty examples of how I would use Liquify, and I'm going to show you to the extreme. I would prefer to shoot things correctly in camera, obviously. But a lot of times, for example, maybe I get a dress that I love it to poof out at the bottom. Well, it doesn't, so I can Photoshop it if so. For this, I wanted the girl to have, I was trying to go for like Bride of Frankenstein inspiration, but she didn't have enough hair to do so. And so that's exactly, I'm actually shooting this afternoon, and I wanted to do this kind of cool side swept hair look, and the girl doesn't have enough hair. That's when you have your hairstylist, makeup artist bring their extensions and all of that, but even so, there wasn't enough hair. So I Photoshopped a bunch of it. And so I'll just show you kind of where this started and where it ended, and I'll go through real quick this retouch. It's more of an extreme, but I wanted to let you know. Selecting the I key on the bottom, holding my Alt, I can do my before and after. So it can be really drastic if you want it to be. So I'm just going to run through that example real quick. And the other example I was going to run you through would be this example, okay, and kind of a more intense beauty retouch. I will say that often for beauty photography, and so a little bit the career part, I started off doing portraits. I had a portrait studio for like 10 years in upstate New York, and I did family, I did children, I did senior portraits. So I know all about retouching average people. But a lot of times when I shoot beauty campaigns, I'm photographing girls that are 15, you put makeup on, they look 23. So granted, that's so much easier. But I understand the full gamut of what needs to be retouched. I would come in here, I'm going to duplicate my background layer, and I would zoom in and see this? So I'm really bad at that, really bad all the time. And most of the time my solution is to do a combination of two things. A combination of using, and by those of you who are wondering what the heck I was just talking about if they weren't looking, really messy sensor, like a really bad sensor. So it's often a combination of me using spot healing, clicking around, and then also using portraiture, because I can select the background and run portraiture to kind of even these things out. Now big dust spots, I'm going to have to click around and get rid of anyway. Something that I find useful. Have you ever had a photo where you didn't see that there was a problem until it was printed? Because things don't print as dark or something like that. For pretty much any of the retouches that I do, especially if something is on a white background or a gray background, I will create a top level layer that is pointless except for to see what I'm missing. So what you would do is you come down to your half moon cookie, and you might go to levels or curves. I'm going to go to curves in this example, and I'm going to pull down on this. And I might maybe increase the contrast a bit, something like that. So if I do my before after real quick, what it'll allow me to do, particularly on like a white background, is it actually pulled out more of that nasty background detail. I'll turn it off in the end, but it makes it easier for me to see it so I don't have any surprises. This happens a lot for me when when I have something on a white background that wasn't quite actually a white background. And I didn't notice, and then there's like there's lines in the background there. So what I do is I put a top level curves where I drag it down, make it darker, increase the contrast, and then I notice those details in the background that I might have missed. I just turn it off before I'm done. So this one I picked because it is quite a mess, so bear with me. I would actually have to go through and kind of click these all. But I said that you want to run portraiture later, except maybe in this example, because you could actually run it on the background. It's not something that needs to be run before. Oh God, I'm freezing my computer. Sorry. Okay, stop. Cancel. Okay, cool. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Filter, Imagenomic Portraiture. Now, by default, when you have the skin tone mask on, what it does is it's looking for anything that are typically skin tone. So it's looking for reds and yellows and the like. So it wouldn't by default smooth out the background. So I actually have to turn that off. And now it's going to hypothetically smooth everything. And what I can do is I can zoom in and I can take a look and see how it's cleaning up a lot already. Now I would have to actually go in and get rid of most of the big splotches, but it does really clean things up. So I can hit OK, And then using my layer masks and adjustment layers, I can go in and paint that effect on or off. So even look, just the before and after, how much that cleaned it up. And so that's what I'll do on white, gray backgrounds. I mean, it's very useful. The problem you run into is it applies it to the face, so that's why you add your layer mask, you can paint it off, and then just go around and say, okay, let's zoom down here. This area looks awful. Let's paint at 100%, and it cleans up the background a bit. Like I said, you still have to get rid of the big areas, but who wants to sit around clicking to clean up their background? This is why I need to clean my sensor more often. I guarantee you there will be dust on my sensor today, like no doubt. Another reason that this is really helpful, how many of you have gone ahead and tried to get rid of extra hairs on the outside? So like if we're looking here, okay. And I'm just gonna merge that layer down real quick. When I zoom in, there's not that many shortcuts for getting rid of excess hair. There are a couple shortcuts. A majority of the time, you have to use your healing brush, and you can use your spot healing brush, click and drag, and you can get rid of things that way. Another example that I'm just going to tell you, I honestly don't use it. Most of the time with hair, I get stuck doing it the long way. Sometimes what people will use is they'll do a Gaussian blur, which blurs the hair. If it's a background that doesn't have detail, if it's, for example, a studio background, they'll do a Gaussian blur and then paint that over, and it makes the hair disappear because it's been blurred out of the picture, basically. But usually I end up doing this. The problem I run into is if I zoom in really, really tight, you can usually see where I did it. Let me see if there's a good example. You guys can kind of see that? You can actually see where the retouch was done. Yeah, like right there, you can kind of see the texture. If I go ahead and I don't want to spend forever being super careful with all this hair, but I don't want it there, I can go around, I can spot heal it out. You know, okay, imagine I do this all the way around. And then I can go ahead and run my portraiture, and it gets rid of those blemishes. It gets rid of those problem areas. So I'm just going to hit portraiture. And it's going to apply it. If you hit portraiture from the top level without actually going into the program, it just does the most recent settings that you had applied. So that works really nice. If you have a whole bunch of pictures that were taken in the same lighting of the same person, you can just apply it multiple times. So when I come down here in the before and after, see how it cleans up a lot of the problem areas that I had created by getting rid of the hair? So most of the time, that's how I get rid of hair. I go ahead, I take either my clone stamp or my spot healing, I get rid of it. It's not perfect. You can usually see a little bit in the grain or the texture of the photo where I did it. But then I run a portraiture on the background or in the entire photo, and then I paint it on, and it gets rid of that. So typically how I handle it. All right, so let's go back. Pretend I kind of went over the hair. I would go in and I would work on the photo of this young woman. And I would use, and I'm just running you through things that you guys already know. I'd go ahead and use spot healing to get rid of big blemishes. I would do that, click around. I would also go ahead and grab my clone stamp on lighten to fill in under her eyes. And maybe higher opacity, that wasn't really showing up too much, so I increased the opacity. So I fill it in. So that's what we have so far, looks good. I think her eyes look a little dull. You know, there's not really much life to them. So I would select them with a lasso tool, Command J to copy and paste them in a new layer, do my image, adjustments, shadows, highlights. See what I can kind of pull out for detail there. So I can pull a little bit of detail on the bottom. Didn't work super well, it's the same thing. You can never tell. So I'll go back, I added my layer mask. We've done this a bunch of times before. And so I've increased the contrast in the eyes a bit. It makes them pop just a little bit. Okay? All right, then the next thing that I'm going to do is run portraiture. So I'm going to merge that down, and I'm going to run portraiture on her face. So I'm going to duplicate the background, and I'm going to go in, filter, image, nomic, portraiture. And I'm going to zoom right in. And right now, it's on the way overdone effect, because I didn't select the skin tone, and I had everything pumped up to the right. So the next thing I'll do is I'll actually select a skin tone. Okay? And I can zoom in and take a look. And down here, it's not looking too bad if it's meant to be a fashion image, and she doesn't have to have a ton of detail. So I'll probably just back off the fine detail a bit. And I can always click before and after just to take a look. So that looks pretty nice. You know, still have some of the skin texture there. So I'll hit OK. It'll process. And I will go ahead, using my mask, and apply it to her face where it belongs. If I'm looking, I can actually turn off the bottom layers by just clicking and dragging on the eyes, so I can see where it applied to and where I don't want it applied to. So I can apply to her arm, but I don't want it really in her hair or on her dress, so I can erase it in those places. Most important place I don't want it is on her hair, because that should be sharp. And then let me zoom in. I don't want her to have softer, this is jewelry, in case you're wondering. And then I also don't want softer eyes. So we'll just start there, and I'll back up. So you're looking before and after. I've kind of smoothed out her skin a little. I just merged down. I personally would duplicate it and go back in, and I would do my clone stamp, and I would go through and do, you know, the dark and lighten. And so, for example, that's a highlight on her forehead. Maybe I would take the clone stamp, undarken, and darken it down just a little bit. And I'm just kind of telling you my thought process of how I'd work around. So I darken down that highlight. You can see the change so far. Kind of smoothed it out, darkened it down. I would come over here and maybe lighten up a little bit on her cheekbone. So clone stamp on lighten, I could kind of lighten up over here. Too strong of an edge, I can back off. Same thing, I kind of lighten up on her cheekbone. Kind of smooth out around here. Something I look for is wherever there's highlights, like on noses and cheeks, when it's speckled and there's a lot of texture, if I can go in with my clone stamp on light and kind of even that out. So watch on her nose. If I can just click a few times, and let's maybe increase it just a little bit. If I can click a few times, I'm just clicking and sampling. See her nose kind of smooths out a little bit. Kind of gets rid of that, so it gives her, looks like she has a smoother ridge line to her nose. So I will do the same thing over here and kind of smooth out with lighten, smooth out those features, and I'm clicking around. Okay, so I could do this forever, you know. It's somewhat cathartic, a little bit. I could keep clicking around. So then the next thing I'm looking at is, I'll show you what we did with her skin so far. Let me give you a quick before and after. Oh, and I don't need that top level there. So here's the before and after, smooth things out. Okay, so here's where I need to fix liquefy and her hair. I kind of cloned out a little bit of the background area for the hair, but we kind of had to go back. A lot of what I would do is create a new layer. And if you try to clone in this new layer, by default, your clone stamp is selected to current layer. So if I try to clone and I hit the Alt key to sample and click, nothing happens because I'm in a blank layer. And so it's saying, okay, only clone from this current layer. But in this example, I want this new hair I'm adding to be on a new layer. And so I have to switch it to current and below. So I'm going to grab my clone stamp. And now when I select the hair over here and paint it in, I'm going to go to normal at 100%. I click the hair and drag, you know, now I can fill it in. And what I would do is I would click around and fill in this hair as much as I could, and wherever, because it's on its new own layer, wherever I see repeated patterns, when I'm looking at it, I can just erase it or mask it off. So for example, I see a repeated pattern right there, and that's a giveaway that it's been cloned. So I might clone over it again, I might blend it, but it's on its new layer, so I'm not damaging anything, and I can kind of smooth it out. I can come in here, fill in other holes in the hair. Okay, so I do that a lot for photography, particularly when I get hired to do like photographing hair. You got to go in and perfect everything. There should be no holes, it should be all even. And so then my last step that I would show you for this is using liquefy. So I'm going to open this up in liquefy. Filter, liquefy. And a couple things that I see here that I know I'd want to change. she's already really, really skinny. So that's not really something I need to worry about. I might use the push left tool a little bit right in the center, just to move that in a tiny bit. Probably wouldn't do that much. I would probably just do maybe just a tiny bit. See how I can kind of just nudge it in a little bit. A couple things I know I would do is her ear. Her ear is caught by the light, and so it looks large. I shrink probably 75% of people's ears if they're showing, because they're distracting and they're light colored and they're sticking out of the side of your head. So I usually liquefy people's ears in smaller, especially kind of for straight on. So in her example, I would use the forward warp tool in liquefy in the top left, and I would just pull her ear in. Let me bump up my density and my pressure. I just pull her ear in a little bit. And so now it'll be less noticeable. If I want to make her hair bigger, I could also increase my brush pressure, so that means like the amount that it's going to move, and I can drag her hair. And it's a matter of like at what point you think you're stretching the pixels enough for it to be noticeable that that's what you were doing. So I can change the shape and I can move things around. I think her forehead looks a little large. I might pull it down a little bit on this side. And so it's basically just a lot of tweaks. Lowering the shoulder, pulling in the ear, lowering down. You could make her eyes bigger. If you wanted to, I could go into the bloat tool. And you usually make it a little bit larger than the size of the eye, and you just click once. And I usually switch between the eyes. So the bloat tool is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. And it looks like a circle with lines out because it takes a center point and it expands everything out. This tool is annoying because it's hard to control. You're controlling it by the density and the rate, but it's still kind of a pain. So see what I did with one click? I'll show you before and after. Ready, one click. Makes your eyes a little bit bigger. One click, eyes a little bit bigger. You can also do that outside of liquefy. You can select the eyes and using your transform controls, make them bigger. You could also use the forward warp tool to kind of drag her eyes, like I'm dragging the edges to make it bigger. The biggest thing you're watching for is that the iris and the pupil stay circular. When you start making them bigger and changing sizes and they're all different shapes, then it's clear that you liquefied it. All right, so to give you an idea, let's go, and I would also smooth this out. So it looks nice, so I'll hit OK. And so you'll see in her face, she's going to have bigger eyes, bigger hair, smaller ear, something like that. You watch her body. Let's see. So let me do the before and after. You can make a few changes like that. Typically, I try not to have to do that much work. That's not ideal. And I would go further than this. So you saw the original image. If I open it up to what I actually did when I did a full retouch, let me open that up for you guys real quick. It was a lot more work of refining the hair and the body. I'm going to show you one more beauty image as well that I'm not going to retouch. I just want to show you the before and after so you can get an idea of how far things do go. So here was her before and after here. Let me zoom in a little bit. It's a drastic difference. One other sample is this one. This is a beauty image that I did using portraiture and a lot of liquefy. And you'll see I made her forehead smaller and I smoothed out her skin and I pumped up the eyes. So if I zoom in, let's see, oops, wrong tool. Here we go. Giving her a more structured jawline and pulling in the shoulder and increasing the contrast in the eyes. So there are a lot of changes. I'm sure you guys have seen I've seen a bunch of times the Dove commercial where they make the changes to the girl. I have mixed feelings about that because half the time in fashion photography, the girls start like that. They start beautiful, they start perfect, and so the question is, well, which one's more right? Picking a girl that is not representative of the general population, but we didn't retouch her, or taking somebody who is maybe more representative, but retouching her to that point. I mean, the end result is the same. So totally different discussion, just something to think about. All right, so I'm going to retouch a beauty image using what we've talked about so far. And I'd love for anybody, if they have questions as I retouch this. This girl was a super cool girl that I met recently. She had recently won a battle with cancer, and she was just beautiful and awesome and really, really cool. And she was actually just one of the volunteer models at a workshop that I was at. And so I'm going to kind of walk you through some of the things for this retouch, keeping in mind that I wanted a more perfect version, but it was also kind of a portrait because it was about her as well. So just my thought process. And again, please ask me any questions that you want. I'm just going to go through this as a beauty retouch for what we've talked about today so far, and I'll tell you what I'm doing as I'm doing it, but you guys are welcome to stop me.
I have just a higher level question from Kim Photo in Norway, who says, do you ever get feedback from the models that they didn't like some part of their body liquefied, and how do you handle that?
Models, no. Okay, I'm nice, so take this in the nicest way. If they're my models and I wanted to, they were hired to I can turn them into whatever I want. That was the agreement. But if a model hires me to shoot their portfolio and they're paying me to create images for them, then they do have a say. And how it works for me with my clients all the time is I'll retouch the images, and they get usually like 800 pixels to 1,000 pixels low-res JPEGs to look at to approve the retouch before they pay and I send them the high-res files. And so it was the same way that worked with my portrait clients as well, as they were able to view the low-res for the retouch before I went ahead and printed them or whatever they were going to be used for, or sent them off to a publication. I'm photographing a very, very, very famous celebrity in a few days when I get back. Super excited, so you'll all see the pictures eventually. But I've been told that she hates being overly photoshopped. So every single image I take of her, and even that I would want to use, I have to retouch them as they'd be retouched and send to her agent to approve. So it totally depends the realm that you're in. But if they don't like it, I will have to change it. So it kind of just depends. I'm very excited. That'll be good. Okay. All right. So I'm going to walk you through this retouch. I duplicate the background. And the first thing that I want to go in and do is I wanted to make sure that my levels were correct overall. You know, the highlights and the shadows and the exposure. And so on my screen, that one's a little bit brighter, but overall, it looks pretty good. I may want to come in and darken down her forehead a bit. I could do that. But I think, in general, it's pretty good, so I'm going to start with blemishes. So I duplicated the background, and I'll go ahead and use either my spot healing or my patch tool to move around and get these blemishes. So you are supposed to be editing at about 100% when you're going in for close, because sometimes if you're further back and you're clicking the spot healing brush, you may not realize that sometimes it doesn't work and you have rough edges and then you have the print blown up huge and you don't see it. So I'm clicking around here, and I'm going to hope that my spot healing brush works. If not, then I'll switch to another tool. But in general, I'm at 100% right now. It seems to be working pretty well on most of these. And I can click around, same thing here, and on her cheek. So I would go ahead and do that for any of the blemishes I see. Same thing over here on her cheek. Now, one thing that is really helpful for a lot of the work I do, I like that, guys. Oops. Creative Lab tomorrow. What's helpful is most of my models have gone through hair and makeup beforehand too, which makes a difference. So you see that area didn't exactly work. So I might have to go in and use a different tool for that blemish. But I'm clicking, and that's pretty good overall. Let's see if there's anything else up here. Get rid of the hair. All right, looks good. For this, let's try the patch tool. I'm going to use the patch tool to select slightly larger than that and click and drag it to an area I want it to be replaced with. Looks okay, not perfect, but I know that I am going to go over it with portraiture, so we'll see if it's looking okay later. A couple things that I'm seeing is right here along the lips. It's not even. So So I am going to smooth that out. As I'm analyzing her face, let me zoom back, I'm seeing that this lip is lower and fuller than the other, so I'll probably want to even that out. Her eyes are pretty even. I probably want to darken her eyebrows to make that pop. So I'm going through all these things in my head. I can get rid of any of the bags under her eyes because they're so minor, I don't even need them. So I think that's the next direction I'll go once I've more or less think I've cleaned up most of what I need to do. I might do a couple of spots around here. All right, so next thing I'll do is take my clone stamp. My clone stamp on lighten. Pretty high opacity, and go ahead and fill in under her eyes here. Same thing, fill in under her eyes. So notice, I can do a lot more and get away with a lot more with a beauty retouch because I'm not trying to keep it as realistic. For her forehead, I want to fill in some of those textures, so I'm still on my lighten clone stamp, and I'll try to fill in a few of these unwanted textures I have around here. So I'm kind of filling that in a bit. Okay. The next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to back up, take a look, is I don't know if anyone else does this, I get bored of doing a certain thing, so I do kind of bounce around. It's just like, okay, I've been retouching, I've been like getting rid of spots forever, I'm ready for the next thing. So I know I really like her eyes, and I want to pop and bring out her eyes. So I can use my lasso tool, select her eyes, and use Command J, copies and pastes into a new layer. What we've done before, image, adjustments, shadows, highlights, and it's popped out a little bit of detail in the eyes. You can see that in the before and after. So I'm going to hit OK. I can zoom in, take a look, and see if it did what I liked. I'm going to apply my layer mask, paint it off of where I don't want it. Okay. The next thing that I think when I'm looking at this is, all right, I need something a little bit to pull me into her eyes because they look really beautiful. So what I'm going to do is darken down that eyeliner because I think that will pull me in, and then also darken down around the edges of her eyes. So you can do that by, I'm going to select around her eyes with lasso tool. I'm just going to select one for now so it doesn't apply to the whole image, but you have your layer mask you can use. So I'll go down to my half moon cookie, grab onto my levels, and darken down my levels. Now obviously it applies it too much, but I was looking for more at what point did I like kind of the darkness around that bottom eye, around the eyeliner. You can do this by also creating a new layer, painting black, and turning it to soft light or multiply. Like that's how you can use blend modes as well. It depends on what you're comfortable with. So with this eye, I'll show you how to do it with levels. With the other eye, I'll show you the alternative. All right, so I can kind of see before and after. Kind of darken it down a little bit. Can apply it I'm just applying underneath her eye. So I could do that with the left eye. If I go ahead and want to show you a different technique for the right eye, I can take black. I'm going to paint black underneath the eye and above the eye, and then change the blend mode. So some of the blend modes you might try are overlay, and that worked really intense, and you could back off the opacity if you wanted to. You could also try soft light, and they look pretty similar. It's knowing how Photoshop works to figure out which technique works best for you. And so knowing that, I can come in with my soft light and draw around that iris to make it pop out. The next thing that I want to talk about really briefly, we've talked about blend modes, we've kind of touched on this, is what do you do if you want to intensify the color of the eye or if you want to change it? So I'm going to talk real quick about changing a couple things with the eyes. If I zoom in, the first thing that I could do is if I want to totally change the color of the eye, I'm going to select her eye roughly for now. If you go up to right above where your lasso tool is, if you click, you have your shape selection tools. You have your rectangular marquee, which draws you a rectangle. You have your elliptical marquee, which is a circle. You have all these different tools. I'm just going to grab elliptical marquee. It doesn't matter what I select, but I don't like when I apply it to the whole image and then I can't go in selectively. It's just easier to say, okay, I just want to adjust the color of the eye, then I don't have to see the whole picture change and then flip it back. So I'm going to select her eye for now. Oops. Select her eye for now. Oops, I keep dragging the new thing. I'm going to put it into a new layer, and I'm going to go to hue saturation. When I go to hue saturation, I think a lot of people's inclination would be pump up the saturation, which you could do. And so ignore the bottom half, you can paint that off, it's not a big deal. But it didn't really pump up the color that much, because there wasn't that much color in her eye. So another option I could do is go ahead and click on colorize. And when you click colorize, it changes the entire photo, the entire spectrum there. Let me just drag this up. There we go. It changes the entire spectrum to kind of one tone of color. So if I drag this around, for example, I could make really, really green eyes. And you can drag the saturation, make them saturated. You also have the ability to make things kind of richer by dragging the darkness, the lightness. I could drag it down. So that's a tool that I could use to apply it to her eye, and I could paint it off the areas around because it created a layer mask, so I could paint black around, get rid of that effect. And you want it to look realistic, so you need to paint the effect off of the iris and then back off a little bit. So if I back off my opacity, I can still make it look realistic because I can see some of the colors coming through, but it's taken it and made it kind of a rich green. If I want to make that color and all that tonality pop even more, I can do the same selection of the eye, or a similar selection, and do a levels adjustment just for that. So I use levels to increase contrast. So if I go ahead and bring in levels, and one of the ways you can increase contrast is if you pull down the black point, it'll make the blacks blacker. You pull up the white point, it makes the whites whiter, so it, in essence, increases your contrast. So I can actually do that to the eye, and all these things I can do, they're all layer masks. I can paint them off where they're not appropriate. So if you watch what I just did to her eye in those two steps, I've made it bright green and kind of brought out detail. And so I can go over to her other eye, and because they were layer masks and adjustment layers, I can paint that green back in around her eye, and I can increase that contrast around her eye as well. So that's one way that you can change color. And if it doesn't look realistic, you just back off whatever you need to. So maybe it's going to be backing off the color a little bit. Yeah?
Lindsay, I have a question from Claire of RA. Do you do anything differently for people with brown eyes if you want to enhance them?
So it all depends on the brown eyes. A lot of times it's much harder. For brown eyes, what I'll do is if they look just kind of really dark, I can lighten them up a little bit with levels, kind of brighten them up a little bit, but usually I end up painting color on or doing colorize, because if the color's not there, you have to actually colorize. You can't increase saturation to pull it out. So I usually aim for more of like kind of a honey color, if necessary, something to that effect. Let me show you guys real quick the difference between her eyes. It's a massive difference. Now I think it's a little bit too much, that red is a little bit too bright now because I've increased the contrast, and I might back off just a little bit over here. But it makes a massive difference in her eyes. One other way that I will change the color of eyes, besides doing the shadows highlights, is you can actually paint on eye color. And like Kenna's eyes, if you wanted to do something like that, you'd have to paint that because they're crazy, incredibly awesome. They're amazing. Just the coolest eyes ever. So I'm going to turn off those top two layers real quick and show you how I would paint on color of eyes. So if I went and created a brand new layer, this is a blank, empty layer right here. I'm going to zoom in, and I can pick whatever color I want. Maybe I'll pick bright blue. And it's going to look ridiculous to start off with. Oops, pick my bright blue again. Bright blue. And to pick bright blue, if you're on your brush tool and you go down to the bottom left where you have your swatches, if you click on it, you just get your color picker, and you can pick whatever color you want. So I'll pick bright blue. And I'm going to paint that bright blue on her eye. And it will definitely look ridiculous. It's not going to look real. What you want to do then is mess with your blend modes. So right now, I don't want that color just to be sitting on top of that layer. The blend modes, when you change them, says, okay, take this layer and interact with the layers below it. So I usually run through a couple different layers that I know usually give me roughly an effect I want. Usually it's overlay, soft light, hard light, or color for this effect. And these are all these different options here. So watch when I switch it to overlay. It's like bright, crazy blue. or soft light, or hard light, or color. And so none of these look right at 100% opacity, but what I usually do, I'm going to pick overlay for example. If I back off my opacity a little bit, and then I soften the edge by blurring it, you just need to kind of tweak the color. So I could go filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and it kind of softens it a bit. And then you can tweak it from there. Obviously that's not a real eye color, so you could go up to image, adjustments, hue saturation, and drag the hue around. So maybe I could pick, that's a real color blue. Now maybe that's a little bit too intense, so you could back off of it a little bit. But I could make her eye blue, and I think it's more realistic if you erase and bring back a little bit of that green, because blue eyes aren't solid blue. So I could always add a layer mask. We've done this a million times. Grab my decreased opacity brush and bring back a little bit of that green around. And now she has blue eyes. So that's a totally other way that you can change the eyes. They look a little bit different. So this is blue that we did using a new layer and changing a blend mode. In this instance, I believe it was to overlay. Yes, to overlay. And then here, this is when we created 2 different layers using color eyes and increasing the contrast. Was there any questions over there? Okay, I think I like them green, so I'll probably proceed using green. Okay. The next thing I do looking at this photo is, obviously you're going to look at her face, but I think that my eyes are getting torn to the edges. I try to look and say, okay, I look at her eyes. The next thing I look at is the top left, and my eyes feel like they're getting pulled there. So in the very, very beginning, I talked about how I use vignettes to kind of focus the eye. So I'm going to use that using my adjustment layers. So if we go down to our half moon cookie and select curves, I can open up curves, and if I drag down the center point, it just kind of darkens everything. So I'm just going to do that. And so I'm looking for when I think that background looks dark enough. The problem that we run into is everything gets darker. So I can fill that layer, and filling it with black hides all the effect, hides all the levels. And I can go ahead and grab a brush and paint the effect back in. So let's paint the effect back in, and I just want to darken down around here. And what you'll see is when I do a before and after, your eye will be a lot more drawn to her face and a lot less distracted by the edges. And I'm just painting right now at 40% opacity and just darkening down those highlights. So if you look, kind of a quick before and after, and this one's distracting to me as well. Your eye's drawn back in a lot. So I'm looking at that, and I'm looking for more distractions. Okay, what's the next thing that's distracting me? I have improved her skin a lot. There's a few things that I need to improve. The next 2 areas that distract me, first of all, is this string. So I'd use my spot healing brush and see if that works, because if it works, then it saves me a lot of effort. It kind of works, and that's your decision of if it's good enough. I probably would extend the feather in with a clone stamp, because I think you can tell. But that's personal taste. The last thing is her shoulder here. That's distracting to me. And you could clone it. You could give it a try. You could create a new layer, your new layer button, and clone. I'm going to go back to normal cloning. And I could just say, okay, let's clone this feather down, and then go back and erase where it kind of cloned in part of the arm. So I could do that. You could kind of go in and blend it. Another option, though, what I would probably do is select some feathers, Command J, copies and paste it into a new layer. Go to my move tool in the top left and kind of angle this so that I could blend it in. And so all you need to do is make it good enough, make it believable, like I said before. So I could erase, or I could use my adjustment layers and layer masks to blend it to the point where it's believable, and I could spend more time on this, but something to that effect. So the next areas that I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up with her skin and fix her lips. So the first thing that I would probably do here is I would go in and fix her lips up and a little bit of her face probably in Liquify. Not that her face needs fixing, but you guys know what I mean. For the sake of how I'm working here, I'm going to hit Command, Option, Shift, E. And you have to be selected on the top layer, so I'm going to go up and do that. Let me see if I need this one. What color eye do we want? Let's do one of each. Okay, we're doing one each. I actually have a friend whose eyes are like that. She has one blue and one green. It's crazy. I tease her because her dog has the same thing. Command, Option, Shift, E on the top layer. It merges them all and puts them onto one layer at the top. So I'm going to work on liquefying a little bit, and I think her face looks a little wide. So I'm going to pull in and give her a little bit more defined features, and I'm going to even out her lips. So I can go up to the Liquify, and I'm actually going to duplicate that background layer. Filter, Liquify. And when it opens up now, a few things that I can consider doing. First of all, her ears are uneven, and I maybe can't fix it completely, but I would bring in the left ear a little bit so it's not protruding as much. Put in just a little bit, okay. And looking here, I think that a couple things I want to do are zoom in on her lips and even them out a bit. So I feel like this side is a little lower. Kind of pull it up. When I want to define someone's lips a little more, I use Liquify, Forward Warp, and I can raise the ridge on people's lips or pull down the center ridge, and I can really give people very defined hills and valleys, basically. And I could make her lips plumper and bigger, but the things that I'm looking at right now is, okay, are her eyes even? It's like my mental checklist. Okay, so I'm in Liquify. Are her eyes even? Yeah, they look good. Do I need to make them bigger? No, I think they're fine. I don't think they need to be bigger. Is her nose even? She's not quite totally straight on to me, so it's a little bit uneven. I might want to just pull down like one side of her nose a tiny bit, but she's not straight on, so that's probably okay. Are her lips even? Well, they weren't quite even, so I've just been tweaking it a bit. Kind of want to raise up one side or the other. All right, so I'm answering that question. How do I feel about her forehead? I think I want to lower it a little bit. It's kind of part of my Liquify checklist. So pull down her forehead a little. And if you wanted, you could freeze that top edge so that it doesn't pull away. See how it's pulling away? But what you can also do is if you lower the hairline, you can also go back in with a smaller brush and push that edge back up. So it depends on what you feel more comfortable with, whatever looks more realistic. So something like that, okay? And then the next thing that I want to do is I want to pull in her cheekbones and her jawline a little bit, give her a little more definition. So I'm going to back up just a bit, and I'm just going to pull in on the sides here. So it's kind of giving her a little bit more defined jawline. So I can do that. So I'm defining her jawline, just pulling it in a bit. I might tweak her nose over a little so it feels more centered to me. Something like that. Okay, so we'll say that it looks good there. And that's pretty much my Liquify checklist. So I said, okay, the ears are still bothering me, but that's just, I have an ear thing. I want them to be even. Ear, armpit, and feet. That's my thing. I don't know. So is her nose even? Yes. Eyes, yes. Lips, yes. Define her cheekbones. Did I make her forehead smaller? Okay, everything looks good. I hit okay. So it's going to apply that effect. Apparently I made a lot of changes. Okay. Just thinking.
Quick question
Sure.
for you about the lips.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, where did that go? There was a quick question.
I'll preempt it a little bit. I mean, I'll preempt something. Is if somebody's facing straight on to me, I usually will mirror the lips and nose. If somebody's facing straight on, I copy them one side over the other. So it matches exactly. It's going to think in a second and apply that change. So see how kind of even out her nose, giving her a little more defined structure. Let's zoom out and take a look at her forehead. do this before and after again. Ready? You know, so it's kind of pulled in her cheekbone and her jawline, fixed her nose. She's not quite straight on to me, but what I would often do for a beauty shot is I would go to my rectangular marquee tool. Grab my rectangular marquee tool, select her lips, and hit Command J. Copies and paste that side of her lips into a new layer. I'd go to my Move tool, which is the top left, and I have my Show Transform Control button clicked. If I drag the right-hand side over, it flips it over the left. Okay? And so now what I can do is I can kind of move it, kind of shift it around if I want, and then I can use a layer mask, add that layer mask, paint black, and blend in the edges. So I can kind of blend in here, and just tweak it so that I can't see other layers. So I can make lips perfectly symmetrical. You just don't want, like, you kind of see the repetition right there. That makes it not believable. You can zoom in and paint that off. Do the exact same thing with the nose for beauty shots. You figure out your question?
I think so. Well, this one is from Phil Birdie. How do you get rid of lipstick bleed?
All right, so usually what I do for like lipstick bleed, and I'll let me undo that because the lipstick bleed was what I just hid, which is why in a lot of beauty shots, if someone's straight on and I can get away with liquefying different or mirroring different things, I only have to retouch half the face, and I do it all the time. If somebody is facing me symmetrically, instead of retouching, I mean, I literally would just flip it over. It works awesome. But let's look at this lipstick bleed example. Let's undo this merge down. Let me delete that. So if you're looking at the lipstick bleed here, what I'll do is I will draw, you can do two things. I might draw a polygonal lasso tool. I might draw a straight line up the lips, roughly, and you make a selection. And anything in this selection is going to be solid. So what I'll do is I'll grab my clone stamp at a high opacity, soft brush, and then I just kind of clone it. And so that's obviously going to be too hard. So what you can do is you can either back off the opacity a little bit, or if when you go back and do it the other time, is you feather like a tiny bit, like 2 pixels or something. So what that does is by feathering it, you give it a slightly softer edge. And so you can make it a little more believable. If you back up, I mean, that you could have that crisp. It depends on the look that you're going for. And so I would do that to the entire mouth. Same thing over here, like this little extra area that's out of the side of her lip, that's distracting to me. So I would do the same selection and get rid of that. I also will do the control click, then hold my shift key. So watch, I'm going to hold my shift key, and it did kind of a straight line. And so that's kind of the whole shift, and then it will smooth it out. So I'll do that as well. All right, so, and also I'm just looking at something that bothers me. This area under her nose bothers me. I'm just telling you, like, in my brain what I'm thinking of. It all depends on what is the use for this image and the client, but I know, like, I'd clone stamp on lighten to get rid of, like, those under nose wrinkles. They're not really bothering anybody, just me. All right, so I get rid of that. All right, let's zoom back. So here's all the changes we've made so far. Okay? And this is more of a beauty image. But again, this was for her portfolio as well. So I wanted it to look like her, but I'm trying to make it look like a really strong beauty image. All right, I'm going to keep going, like all the things that I'm seeing. So stop me if anybody out there is saying, like, yes, no questions. Her hairline's bothering me. We talked about how to fix this. It's as if she had light roots. So I can go up. I can select this lighter area. I can Command J it, and then multiply. So I changed my blend mode to multiply. It darkens everything down. I need to add a layer mask, and I can kind of blend the edges in a little bit. Now, one of the problems that you run into sometimes is when you do that, you kind of mess with the color. So sometimes things can be oversaturated. You might have to back off the saturation, or you can also try putting the layer on luminosity. Luminosity also sometimes will help depending on what the effect is. For this, I would try darken or multiply, and it looks like multiply is going to be the only way to go. All right, so if that's not too distracting to me, I'm going to more things that I would change. I know that I think I'd make her eyebrows darker. So I could go ahead and do a levels where I darken down, and I'm just darkening down to where I think the eyebrows look good. I can fill that layer with black. I'm just using a paint bucket, filling it in. And I can go ahead and paint white back on those eyebrows. So I can go and fill them in. I'm going to kind of define them. So define her eyebrows a little bit more. She looks good. Maybe make her mold pop out a little bit. All right, zooming back, my checklist is going, okay, there's only like 2 more things that are bothering me. I'm going to clean up her skin, and that area right under her chin bothers me. So go ahead.
Quick question, since you're asking for them. So a question from Teresa Cali is in California is, when you flip it over, I think this was when we were talking about the lips, but I'm not 100% positive. Do you pull the layer out of the image, flip it, and then put it back, or another way?
Basically, so I select it with usually the rectangular marquee tool, hit Command-J, copies and pastes into a new layer. Then when I'm on the Move tool, I have my transform box that shows, and I can drag it and flip it over. And then once I blend it and I'm happy, I merge it down. So that's fundamentally what she said is what I'm doing. It just depends on if that's what she meant. But yeah, it's copying it, pasting it, flipping it, merging it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to do, I think the next thing that I'll do is her skin. And then we'll finish with that area under the neck. So see how many layers we have? This depends on what your retouch is for. Like, they don't usually need to do that. So I'm going to do, again, for our purposes, Command, Option, Shift, E. Copy and paste it into a new layer. So I'm going to mess around with my portraiture, and I can tell by this image that it will work really well. You kind of just learn what it's going to work well for. It's one of those things. So I'm going to go to Filter, Imagenomic, Portraiture. And I want to smooth out this area, and kind of the area around her face. It's really bumpy, and I could go ahead and go in very carefully with lighten and darken clone, and darken down areas that are too light, lighten up, and that's kind of, you're just evening things out. You could go in and do that, but I'm going to do it with this plugin. Also, I know pretty well that high pass softening would work well in this area, so you could do that same technique. So I'm going to go in, and I'm going to select this area skin, kind of this darker area. And it's too smooth with large. So I'm just kind of tweaking things, but let's take a look at the before and after here. So that smooths up things a lot, but still keeps a lot of my detail. And I have some blemishes that if I were really going to do this whole retouch that I would get rid of. So I'm going to apply it. And I'm going to apply just those areas of skin. I'm going to see what else it's retouched that I don't want. So I can zoom in and take a look, and it's really smoothed that out, but it still kept skin detail, so it still looks nice. And I can turn off the other layers if I want to see what it smoothed that I didn't want. So I could do that. I'm just going to leave it for our purposes here. All right, good. So that looks nice. Coughing. I'm going to merge that down. I got to tell you, these things are driving me crazy. I got to get rid of them. Okay, hold on. All right. So this last step that I would do before fixing underneath her chin is we talked about bringing out facial features. So if you remember how we did that, I'm going to create a new layer. I'm going to put it on soft light. And first, I'm going to paint white at a low opacity to bring out cheekbones. So I'll grab my white brush, low opacity, and I'm going to paint on top of the cheekbones. So I'm just painting white at, right now, 34% opacity. So far, okay, it's kind of been overdone. I'll have to pull back. That's fine. Add another layer on soft light. Going to grab a black brush on a low opacity. Paint underneath her jawline. Something like that. And the rest is kind of blurring and adjusting, so I'm going to back off that a little bit. And I'm going to filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and blur underneath a little bit. Okay, same thing, let's blur the highlights a little bit. Slowly, really slowly. Okay, so I'll soften the highlights, and then the last step is going to be getting rid of the area under the chin, which is going to be the exact same way that we handled a double chin. It's going to be the same kind of warp and erase. So I'm softening the highlights right now, using the same blur. That's why it's generally better to be on a desktop. It's okay though. All right, so to see the before and after for how it pulls out her cheekbones, I mean, it makes her look like she has much more defined cheekbones. And you can back off. For example, in this upper left, it looks a little bit too bright. So I can, back off there. But again, before and after. So I can really pull out her features. You can do the same thing. If I wanted to maybe go ahead and give her a more defined line down the middle of her nose, you could do the same thing with white. I could put a line down the middle of her nose and change it to soft light. You guys get the idea. All right, so the very last thing I'm going to do is fix the area underneath her chin. So I'm going to grab a selection of it. I'm going to make kind of a loose selection. Do you like that? Nice selection. It's an art, not a science. Command J, so it copies that into a new layer. And it's looking like a double chin to me, even though I know it's not. But it looks like it to me because there's an area of skin underneath. So I'll hit my Command T, right click, I can grab warp, and I'm going to kind of pull it up a little bit. And what I'll be able to do is when I decrease the opacity of that, I can see where the chin was, roughly, okay? I can kind of see where it was. And so I can go in, add a layer mask, and only allow where the chin was to show through. And because I raised that up so far, you won't be able to see the area of double chin underneath. So I have a low opacity, and I'm just painting the chin back in because I can see where that chin was. And what's good is if I bring the opacity back up, I can always undo, redo, and add to it. So I can keep going ahead and saying, all right, so this needs more of a chin. And I can add a harder brush if I need to and kind of blend along this area. But that's roughly what I would do, something like that. So if I back up and do the before and after, and there are a million layers, if you look, I focused in by vignetting the edges, lowering down her hairline, straightening out her nose, evening out her lips, defining her cheekbones, cleaning up her skin, really bringing out those eyes using shadows and highlights and color eyes, getting rid of that area of skin underneath her chin, darkening down the hairline a little bit, getting rid of the shoulder. You can go that far if you so choose. If she needed to, I could have added fake eyelashes. There's a lot of different things. I squished in her ears. So this is a beauty shoot, but also a portrait shoot in general. When I do a beauty shoot, I can also take it even more extreme if I want. So that was a quick run through kind of summarizing what we've done today for using liquify and cloning and different blend modes and a little bit of everything. So does that make sense so far? I'm checking.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, let's see if there's any questions for people.
Yeah, we have about 5 minutes for questions before break. Is that good?
Yes, absolutely. And then I can also run through what we're doing tomorrow and a couple things like that.
Sounds good. Let's take some questions and before we go to break.
Cool.
So a question from Mr. Software, and I know try not to ask you so many, what about this, what about that, but do you ever try to fade out most of the face but leave the eyes and lips sharp? Is that anything that you do?
Not usually. The equivalent of what I would say I would do is I'll smooth the skin and sharpen the eyes. But I never just do eyes in focus and everything out of focus. The closest that I would say is, I believe it's on one that has focal point, where you can kind of mimic a really narrow depth of field. In general, I don't do it that way. If I'm going to shoot it in camera, then I'll shoot it that way. But that's something that Mr. Software probably knows, like if he's Mr. Software. He's probably tried it maybe. But yeah, for this picture, for example, if I zoom into her eyes, I can go back to that tool that I mentioned. I could go ahead and grab the sharpen tool, make sure you have protect detail sharpened, selected, and maybe in this instance, I'd want to sharpen her eyebrows a little bit. You know, maybe they looked a little too soft, and I could pump out around the eyes and add a little bit more detail, but usually it's a combination of sharpening eyes and softening skin that it does an equivalent effect.
Cool.
I think earlier on your other model, where you were filling in some of the hair, I Like Photos asked, do you ever use a paintbrush by sampling the color of the hair and just hand paint the hair?
If I'm hand painting the hair, the only time I usually do that is for eyebrows. And I don't actually typically hand paint. I've downloaded, I told you there's a ton of free brushes online. I download brushes that look like hairs, and then we'll paint them at I'll paint them at 100% opacity and then back it off. If you know how to control the different settings in your brushes, you can actually go ahead and change the angle of the brush, and you can change so that like as you're painting it would look more realistic, or you can have them taper at an end. If anyone does choose to draw in hairs, the two tips I would give would be use a brush that looks like a hair, or if you draw a straight line, create these straight lines on a new layer and then use the smudge tool to have them taper to a point, because otherwise it doesn't actually look like hair. But when I am painting hair, that's how I'll kind of fake it.
Great. Okay, we have a question from Oscar, and the question is, hey, amazing workshop, really learning a lot, but I have a question.
Sure.
Using Liquify or Free Transform, do you lose a lot of the quality of the image? It says, you do something to fix the blur that I make? Not sure about that last part, but do you lose quality of image?
If you go far enough, absolutely. I mean, you are degrading the quality of the image. Like by definition, when you're changing the shape and warping it or liquefy, yes, you're damaging pixels. But if you're trying to make someone skinnier, the long way to do it, or the way that you would see it done maybe by a professional retoucher, is what they would do is they would copy and paste things in, and so they're always working with the original pixels. They haven't changed the size, the shape, so they would maybe copy the arm, move it in, and then blend it. So it wouldn't actually be a warp or a liquefy, but I don't think I've ever had a problem where an image was large and it goes, ooh, the image quality degraded because she liquefied. I haven't really had a problem with that.
Cool. I have a follow-up question from Underland Sounds. So would that ever, the question was, all those little moves with Liquify, wouldn't that show up in the final print, or is there a method to keep it clean?
The easiest method to keep it clean is not to sample from the same pixels over and over again. So if you're trying to move the body in on this side, sample from above, sample from a little bit further back to push all those pixels in. So instead of grabbing just one area and moving it, sample from outside that area, inside that area, above, and it's kind of just moving it. Similar to what you would do maybe with cloning, where if you keep cloning from the same area, you see repeated pattern. So you want to select it to mix it up. You're basically trying to mix it up so your eye doesn't detect the changes in the pixel or the repeated pattern. It's the same thing about the being good enough. You're just trying to trick people's eyes into believing it. And that's why if you guys have seen so many composites, it's just about tricking your eye enough to say it's acceptable and not distract you and saying, oh, that was definitely retouched.
I have a question from Fashion TV of Singapore, probably back from earlier when you were doing a lot of the eye manipulations. Mm-hmm. Do you have any practical tips for fixing lazy eyes? How should we approach such issues? Repositioning the eyes, etc.
So there's a couple things you can do for fixing lazy eyes. One of the things you can do is in Liquify, opening up the eye, moving it over. If the subject is facing you straight on, you can copy and flip the eye over if it's kind of symmetrical, and you can change the shape. The thing you want to be aware of is with the lighting, if the lights are now both in the middle, for example, like maybe your light was over here, okay? This is your main light. Then your catch lights would be there. But if you flip it over now, both catch lights are either on the edges or in the middle, and so it looks funky. So you have to fake your catch light if you flip the eye over.
Okay, great. Well, we are just about time to go to break. Okay. So we're going to take a 20-minute break today as we go over to, we're going to switch sets to do a photo shoot with Lindsay. So Lindsay, do you want to first talk about what we're going to do tomorrow and then talk about the photo shoot as well before we go to break?
Definitely.
Great.
So the idea behind the photo shoot is we're going to work with these images tomorrow so you can kind of see start to finish. I'm doing one portrait and then 1.5 beauty because I have a very common technique that everybody always asks about. So I want to shoot it so people can see how it works start to finish. Please remember, if you'd like, to send your photos in for me to work on. Send in problem areas or pictures that you've always wanted to know how to fix or to improve. So even if I just maybe have a segment where I'll quickly rapid fire telling you what I think, or I'll pick a couple images to work on. So I'll be working on those tomorrow and also some of the images from today. But that's just to get started. The bulk of the day, however, is going to be diving into creative retouching techniques. So creative effects, adding lens flare, adding texture, whether, I'll do the displacement maps, adding the patterns on the face, so a little bit of everything for creativity tomorrow.
Fantastic.
That's cool. I think I'm going
Very
to come
excited.
tomorrow too then.
I think you should come tomorrow,
I think I
Phil.
will. Thanks. This is so exciting.
So just a note on that, for the images to submit to Lindsay for her to work on tomorrow, go to the course page for this workshop and there are instructions there on what you need to do in order to submit your image. So Lindsay, I just want to tell you what folks are saying today who are watching at home. Keegan Evans has a special shout out. He or she says, just a thanks to Lindsay for being such an inspiration to photographers from the Owego Appalachian area.
I was like, I know that person. That's my hometown.
Oh, there you go. Okay, awesome. I didn't even realize that. There we go. And then your mom says that your dad likes his new look. This is from earlier. And yes, he is watching. Wall Street was closed today, so he is watching from home.
Okay.
And then Diana Brown Photography says, thank you, Lindsay. I love Liquify, but some things I was doing the hard way. You have made my life easier now. And it's those little things, just like those few things that you can pick up that make your life easier, that makes all the difference. So I wanted to let you know about an opportunity to come here and be in our studio audience at Creative Live. Photographer Lori Nordstrom is coming to Creative Live November 16th through 18th, and she is teaching a workshop called Real Kids Event System. Now this is our system for folks who are either beginning or advanced or doing photography as a part-time job. She's going to teach us how she does a one-day high-end event where she does multiple photography and sales sessions in that one day to maximize sales with images and products that clients love. So this is especially important as we enter the holiday season and you are looking for ways to really punch a pack. I don't know what I'm trying to say there. Pack a punch with your revenue for the end of the year for that holiday season. So head over to Lori's course page. That's Lori Nordstrom's course page. And there's information on the blog. Enroll for the course there, and then head over to the blog to find out how you can be a student. Your videos are due by November 1st, and the hashtag that we're using is LoriLive. So we look forward to seeing your videos for that workshop.
And while you're there, you might as well go ahead and purchase today's workshop with Lindsay. This is only the first day out of 3. Already she's packed it with so much information that, as you know, you need to watch, you need to practice, and then you need to repeat the whole thing again. So buy the workshop now and you'll get it for $99. If you wait till after the workshop, it's going to be $149. When you get the workshop, you'll be able to get her list of keyboard shortcuts, and maybe more importantly, her retouching checklist. It's broken down into classes of complexity for basic users and advanced users, or basic features and advanced features. Talks about what to focus on first, what parts of the body to focus on, and all kinds of stuff that only an experienced professional like Lindsay can lend to you.
And this image will definitely be up there, and a couple more from today, and then a bunch for tomorrow. So
yeah.
It'll probably be at about a half dozen images with the full layers, and then I'll label what they are so you can flip through them. Cool.
Excellent. Yeah. So we're looking forward to seeing that too. So you can actually work with the images that she's been working on during this workshop. As everybody knows, I think most everybody, Photoshop can be quite daunting, even for those who are long-time users. There's so many tips and techniques. Lindsay makes it look so simple. Again, you need to watch it, practice it, and repeat it. But I know from personal experience that even after practicing it a little bit, a couple of weeks later, what is that thing? It was so simple the other day. So after the free rewatches are over and it's a couple of weeks later, you're going to be regretting if you don't buy it that you won't remember the great tips and techniques that she's been teaching. So buy it now, and you can have a record, a recording that you can keep with you and take with you, watch it offline on your iPad or other device, or stream it online. So watch it, practice it, and repeat it. And right now, we have her other 2 workshops that she's been here for, the Fashion Flair for Portrait and Wedding Photographers, and also her social media marketing workshop. Both of those right now are for the discounted price, $99 for the 3-day Fashion Flair and $29 for the social media marketing. All right, so we're going to take a break. We're going to see a little shoot in 20 minutes. We'll see you right back here. Photoshop techniques with Lindsay Adler. Sorry. Yeah, so our final stretch, and man, my mind is just packed. We're getting ready to see a photo shoot.
All right, so we're going to give away our last prizes of the day. And the first prize is the Creative Studio Lighting DVD and a Triple Scoop Music Certificate. Do you want to tell us about that DVD?
Sure. So that DVD is my DVD. No, I did a DVD earlier this year, which kind of summarizes the creative techniques that I use in the studio. So beyond the basics of, main light or key light with a fill light, trying to go beyond that. So I use UV lights for black light, and I also have Kino flow, so constant fluorescent tubes. And it's kind of a 2-hour, hour and a half summary of the creative tools that I tend to use in the studio and help people think outside of the box.
Very cool. So it's a $140 prize along with that Triple Scoop Music gift certificate. And the winner is Roxana Pui, and her Twitter handle is @photographyRP, and the quote is, "It's an art, not a science." Always good to keep in mind. And the grand prize of the day is a Lens Baby gift certificate for $200. And the winner is Jen Evans. She entered on Facebook. And Jen's quote is, "They are paying you to look their best, but still look like them." So great tweets. Thanks everyone for playing, and we will be giving away more prizes over the next couple of days. So Lindsay, what are we doing now? We've changed up the studio, and we're excited to get shooting.
So my original thoughts were it'd be very intense to do 3 straight days sitting watching a screen, so I thought I'd spice it up a little bit and do something different. So right now we've come over to the studio, and I'm going to create 2 beauty images and 1 portrait. And then we'll be working with that tomorrow, so you can kind of see a shoot start to finish. And right now what I'm going to do is I am going to talk, so I talk a lot, you know this. I am going to talk a little bit about lighting and some of the tools that I use, but I'm doing so to get sample images to use tomorrow. So for you guys, if you haven't heard me talk about studio lighting before, the most common light modifier that I use all the time is my beauty dish. And right here I have a 20 or 22 inch white beauty dish. That's what I use most of the time. And the reason I like that tool is because it's so versatile. And I can switch it up. I can add a sock on the front to make it soft. I can add a grid to make it harsh. If you think of it in the spectrum of lighting, you have a soft box, which is going to give you really soft light. It'll give you long kind of wrapping shadows, but you don't have as much control over it. Okay, so then the next kind of further end is you have these silver reflector dishes, which are on the back 2 lights there. That's going to be really, really harsh. It kind of rakes across the skin, but you definitely have control. You can have really, really crisp, tight shadows, great for defining features, but not so good for the skin. So the beauty dish tends to be a really beautiful in-between. And there's lots of things I could share about how to use a beauty dish. One of the things that I mentioned before earlier today, I said, okay, we can carve out the cheekbones and the jawline in Photoshop and help with that, but we can also do it using our beauty dish. So one of the things that you want to think of is, see how the beauty dish is kind of faced forward now and she's a little bit further back. That's going to be more traditional kind of flat beauty light. But if I want to carve out her cheekbones and jawline, I'd bring her forward, Perfect. And then what we do is we angle that light down more. I'm not going to break anything. And so if you have the light coming from a higher angle, that's what casts the shadows under the cheeks and under the jaws. And so if you look at the light on her face, you'll be able to see that it's more defined. The problem that you run into there can either be if somebody has bad skin, raising that up at a high angle, you're going to know, okay, anything that's not kind of flat and centered on a subject is going to require more retouching. That's why one of the easiest things to retouch, which is awesome, I'm going to show you a pretty easy retouch. I'm going to have you stand right there, take a half step back, just like right there, and I'm going to have you grab that. It's a variation on a setup that I'll do later where it's kind of like clamshell lighting. And clamshell lighting is when you have a beauty dish or softbox, some light source above, and then you have a second light source from below filling in the shadows. And it's clamshell because the subject's head is like the pearl in the clam kind of thing. But what is really great about it is you have this kind of centered light source, and then the two reflectors below that I'm going to use fill in all the shadows. And so there isn't raking light, and it's just even and creamy and smooth. And so if you want to make your job easy as a retoucher, if it's beauty, this is a great way to light. You don't have to worry about any detail being kind of raked across in a shot like this. So I'm going to shoot one a little more dramatic, fill that in. Then I'm going to do a portrait with similar light. And then we're going to switch and do kind of by demand. The question that people always want to know is, if you look at my business card and on my site, the porcelain creamy white skin. So I'm going to take a shot lit like that so you guys can see it start to finish and how I do that. So I'll probably just shoot a little bit so I feel I have a variety of images to work with, and I will show you tomorrow. And what's awesome is I'm looking at her and I can tell from her eyes already, okay, I know in retouching that I can pull out more detail in her eyes. And it's a pretty color, but I know that I can enhance that in her eyes. And so what I'm seeing is I'll probably make her skin very pale, but pump up that purple. So I can see that already. And I know that when I shoot a beauty image like that, I kind of have that processing in my mind. Also, in a white studio space like this, one of the problems that you'll sometimes run into is, let's say that you only have one light for the background. Sometimes you can't get it white from floor to ceiling. So I'll talk about fixing that as well. So I'm just going to make some pretty pictures of you, and I'll start like this. First, awesome, and I will make sure our tether's working. All right, so for beauty shots, I usually use my 70-200. That's what I have on now. Sometimes I'll use my 150 macro lens. And I like that if the shot is all about like a really cool detail on the eye or on the lips, but it's also like shooting a 150 millimeter portrait lens. So it's good if you want that type of compression as well. So studio, the two lenses I use are the 70-200 for close-up shots, and then usually the 24-70 for my mid-length and full-length shots. So that's most of the time. Excellent. So I'm going to take her picture, and I'll just tell you a couple of things that I'm thinking of. I'm going to have you turn your shoulders a little bit that way. And the reason I have her turn to her left instead of right is the way the hair falls. So I'm going to make it easier on myself already, because if she was turning the opposite way, it's going to be in front of the face, there might be a shadow. So I'm trying to pay attention to, all right, I want to cut down my retouching. Same thing. I'm not pretending that retouching is the end all be all. So I see when she turned her head, you know, maybe there's a couple of hairs. Go ahead, take the time to push them down, because getting rid of hairs is a pain in the butt. It always is. So I'm going to do that. Another thing for retouching or for posing that I like is I'm going to have you pull the hair on the right-hand side of your neck behind your shoulder. In general, for beauty photography, if I can expose the shoulder closest or the neck closest to the camera, that's great for beauty. It's beautiful, long, continuous lines, especially with a very skinny, perfect model like this. It's just a lot of beautiful, creamy skin. So you have that, and then we'll have a pop of color in her eyes. So it's just going to be really pretty. So I'll take a few shots. I'm going to have you drop your front shoulder, just lower it a little. Perfect, just like that. So you'll see, and I'm going to have you, perfect, that looks great. Except for, let's see if the tether's all right. Good, and just be really serious and soft. Perfect. And let's see if the tether's working okay. Is it? We're checking. Maybe? No? Oh, yeah, you're doing the focus. It's working. Want to take another one? I can't tell if they want me to. All right, I'll try another one. Turn your body just a little bit that way. Good, and head back towards me. Nope, it says busy. Do you have questions in the meantime when we figure this out? It stopped working. worked like, you know, a minute ago.
All right, well, I do want to say that you have a shout out from Robert Gordon, who is your favorite web designer.
Hi, Robert. How's it going?
Let's see. All right, question from Phil Birdie is, do you ever use a color checker passport or gray targets for color and white balance?
Awesome question. I do. I have a passport. I think it's in my camera bag. And I usually use it if I'm doing a creative shoot. And this is something really, really important. If it's a creative shoot where the purpose is I'm making a pretty photograph for myself, it's not as important because I usually mess with the colors anyway. It's usually I make it cooler, I make it warmer, I pull out the color in the skin, so nothing's the true color anyway. But if it's for a client where the clothes need to look the correct color and correctly exposed, I always use my color checker. And also when I do video. Any video shots that I have, I start off with that color checker. Want to test it? Okay, that's cool.
Do you guys have any questions in the audience? I know we just got going.
Sorry.
All right, well, how about a comment from Ali, who says, just a comment, I have learned more about Photoshop today than I have in all the books and online tutorials I have read and purchased in the past 10 years. Great job. I use Photoshop all the time. Just wanted to say I'll be able to do so much more for clients from watching this just today. Can't wait for the next 2 days, and great job. So thank you so much, Arlie.
Awesome.
That is awesome. Love to hear that.
Thank you, and I think we're all set.
Great.
And what I will say is, I would say majority of what I've learned, like I never worked for somebody that taught retouching, it was coming across a problem, needing a solution, and either just testing it or looking up on YouTube. Like, that's the solution to most things, YouTube. Really quick story, tomorrow I'm doing displacement maps, and I was living in England when I wanted to figure out how to do that. I called my mom in the United States, told her I didn't know what it's called, but she needed to figure it out. She went to Barnes & Noble, went through every Photoshop book till she figured out what it was I was asking for, bought it, scanned it, and emailed it to me. So that's also a solution as well.
Wow.
If you have a really cool mom. All right,
Kathleen
awesome.
Adler.
Yeah, my mom's
There you go.
awesome. Okay, so let me shoot a little bit here. And just relax your jawline. Good. Good, and chin down a little bit. Perfect. And now I'm going to have you do one where you kind of pull your shoulder forward like that. Good, perfect, right there. Good. And relax your lips for me, real soft. Good, just like that. And now pull that shoulder back one more time. Good, and as you can tell, I shoot a lot. I'm okay with that. What I'll talk about tomorrow is the fact that probably in an editorial, I shoot, if I have it one day, I shoot like 3,000 pictures. For an editorial. So I am going to talk about my editing process as part of that. I go through quickly. It doesn't take me forever. We're looking for impact. So I can tell when I look at 50 pictures pretty instantly which one's the best one, more or less. Okay, so just like that, perfect. And that looks like a great expression. Put your lips back together again and give me that little half smile. Chin down a little. That's perfect. I love that. Okay, so if I'm looking at this picture, nice cheekbones kind of carved out there, nice jawline. But when I look at it, how I analyze it is if I'm going for that pretty purple color and light skin, it's a high key picture. But it's not a high key picture because of the shadows underneath her jaw. So that's when I bring in my lovely assistants. You don't have to have assistants to do this. There are, like, she actually came in originally with this little stand thingy that attaches to them. I know that I have a Lastolite set up in my studio, which has one little triangular reflector, one underneath and one to the side. And so it creates kind of a light trap. So what I do is I put a V in front of the model. And what you need to do is you have to make sure that your beauty dish is pointed somewhat downwards. It can't be parallel to the face. Otherwise, no light is bouncing into those reflectors and kicking back into the face. So that's something I'm working on as well. Keep your shoulders out just a little bit. Good. And that's perfect. And chin down just a little. And what you'll see is you can actually look at the catch slates in her eyes. If it's coming, I click fast, I told you. It's much more kind of glowing. But what I tend to do for beauty shots, I'm going to do one really, really tight. Get this as close to her as possible. And I'm going to trap her. Okay, sorry. You know. Turn your shoulders back that way just a little bit. All right, and you see this all the time in my studio. I'm doing beauty shots. My model has nowhere to go. Like, she's trapped, literally. I'm going to back this up just a little bit. Turn your shoulders that way just a tiny bit. And then roll your head back towards me. Perfect. And then chin down just a little. Right there. Perfect. And so you'll see these catch lights in her eyes, which are, you actually see 3. A question I get nonstop from photographers is, do you Photoshop out multiple catch lights? I never do. Apparently that's a thing with portrait photographers, that you're not supposed to have multiple catch lights. I don't know. I always get that question. In beauty photography, if you look at Avon and Revlon and all of that stuff, you look at all those ads, they definitely have multiple catch lights. You'll see the main light and then a reflector underneath. So yeah, we don't worry about that. So I'll probably just take 2 or 3 more, and then I'll have her go do her change. Perfect. And then eyes straight to me. And I'm going to have you take 1 step back and then lean forward. And what this will do is, I'm short, first of all, so it makes her shorter, which is nice. But then it also brings her eyes closer to me, so it'll make her eyes larger. If I have her kind of lean forward and bring her chin down just a little bit. Whatever's closest to the camera is biggest. So perfect. Trap her in there. Great. Chin down a little bit. Good. Right there. And then turn your chin just a little bit to the side. Perfect. And now head straight to me. Straight on. Good. As straight on as humanly possible. Lips together. Good. And now one happy one. Good. Perfect. Okay. Very last shot. I'm going to do moving as close as you can. Good. Turn sideways. Totally that way. Good. And really long neck. And chin down just a little bit. Good. And look a little happier. Good. And then one more serious. Okay. Perfect. So beauty shot, one of the most commonly used setups. It's really nice because if you look at those, how easy, I mean, the retouching is like kind of done-ish. What I'll tell you about is when you have a situation like that, the things that I'm looking at, but it's really nice, simple retouching. So I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to shoot a raw one. Right now we're shooting tethered for JPEG because it's tethered. I am going to shoot and flip over to one raw real quick. Let's see. Okay, I got a raw. Perfect, here we go. So I'm going to be turned sideways. Roll your head back towards me. Good, right there. And chin down just a little bit and down just a tiny lower. Good. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, great, awesome. So if you look at our next victim, that'd be awesome. And so the next shot I'm going to do is a portrait shoot. And you can do a portrait like this. The biggest reason you wouldn't want to is if someone has a wider face, which she doesn't, so you're fine. If someone has a wider face and you're looking at this, you're illuminating their entire face, so their face gets wider even. So that's usually something that you want to light for somebody who doesn't need help from the light shaping their face. And that's how I kind of think of it. Beauty light, where you're illuminating everything and it's kind of flat, somebody's already has to have good skin and a good jawline. Question, no? Okay, awesome. Hi. So now I'm going to do a portrait, and I'll probably just do kind of similar high key with a beauty dish. If you're a portrait photographer and you just want to have one thing in your studio, you can have a beauty dish, but then throw diffusion on top of it to make it a little softer. So it's nice and versatile. It's okay. I'm retouching, so if it's not as, no offense, if it's not as flattering, we can help it along a little bit. So she is a little shorter. So I'm going to have you lower it a tiny bit, like maybe like 3 inches. Right there, good. Perfect. With a beauty dish, if you practice in a room with no lights and you move it around, you can see the sweet spot. So when you actually move it around the subject's face, you see when there's just kind of this perfect contrast on the face and it glows. So that's kind of what I was looking for there. Perfect. So what I'm going to have you do, similar, I'm going to have you turn. Do you have a better side of your face? I think this side. Okay. I always ask people that. And the other ways you can tell, I often am friends with my clients on Facebook before they come, and I look and see which way they turn their head on Facebook. Because you know when you're holding up your Facebook picture or when you turn towards that camera, people are doing it instinctually based on which side is their better side. But I ask them if they don't know. Typically as well, people part their hair. If you can see, she's parting her hair on that side of her face because that's the side of the face that you're going to see. So people do that as well. So maybe turn your shoulders that way. Good. Drop the shoulder just a little bit. Perfect. And I'm going to get a couple shots. Chin down just a tiny bit. And head towards me a tiny bit more. Good. So do you want to be serious or do you want to be happy?
Either way. These are probably headshots.
Okay. Let's see if we're still working over here. Lovely. Okay, cool. So same thing. And I'm happy to do a couple actual, like, happy, smile, anything. You want to laugh at me? Good, perfect. Perfect. Okay, good. I'm going to have you come in with just like a little bit of fill on that side, just a tiny bit, but I don't really need to do too much. Okay, perfect. And bring up a little bit higher, just like that. And turn your shoulders back that way just a little bit more. Perfect, and head back towards me. And let's get a couple vertical. And relax your smile a little bit. For people when I'm doing serious shots, I will have them relax their jaw. Because if I say someone be serious, they tend to bite down on their jaw, and it flexes out the muscles on the side of their face, so it makes their face look heavier. You didn't have that problem, but just as a tip. The other thing is sometimes when people smile, they raise their foreheads. They're like, hey. So I'll have someone smile, but I'll say, relax your forehead. Forehead wrinkles for someone who has a lot of them are a huge pain to retouch out. So when I'm shooting, I'm kind of keeping in mind what's easy to retouch out and what's not. So if somebody, I can't get them to relax their forehead, I know maybe I'll have to reduce it in Photoshop, but if I can, I'd much rather. Same thing with, a wrinkle in the clothing. I'd rather smooth it out than have to deal with it. All right, so let me close down just a little bit. I'll do a couple more. Perfect. Perfect. And then one laughing smile. Good. And chin up just a little. Perfect. Okay. That's all I need for headshots. That's perfect. Thank you. Oh, I'm still in raw, aren't I? Okay. Yeah, if you would make that change.
Oh, for
Yeah. Okay, no, you're fine. Okay, so what we're going to do, I have the first model. She's throwing her hair back in a bun, putting on red glasses and red lipstick. Now, I had her do her own lipstick. I don't know how it will be, but I said it's a retouching class, so it's okay because we can fix it. Tomorrow I'll be covering how to add makeup in Photoshop as well and how also to change makeup. So it could be a learning experience or she might be a pro at it. Not sure. Okay.
Could we just, while we're waiting for her to come back over, maybe just review again sort of the lighting setup that you have here and some of the gear? Everyone always wants to know the gear, what you're using.
Sure. The camera that I'm using right now is the 5D Mark II. I have a couple of them. That's generally what I shoot in the studio, unless I'm shooting something like a billboard campaign where they require larger. What's really interesting is Sigma has this camera that they lent me, which is a 46 megapixel camera. The RAWs open up at 360 megabyte TIFF, so they're massive. So retouching on those is actually totally different experience, and you work on little pieces, and you never duplicate your layers. Like, you duplicate parts, and it's just massive. It's the 7200, the Sigma 7200 IS. And right now we have our Pro Photo lights. And what it is you have the beauty dish as the main light. Sure. The beauty dish is the main light. When it's centered, here's how I think of it. Centered is beauty a little bit more. The more dramatic you want to make a portrait, the further you pull it off to either axis, left or right. So more shadow is defined when you move your light to the left or to the right, and then also up or down. So as you bring the light up, it carves out cheekbones and it becomes a more dramatic photo. So when I'm thinking of beauty photography, it's usually centered. And then we just have two backfill lights. They're just kind of the silver parabolic reflectors that usually come with the lights. Most of the time they come with the lights. And they're pointed at the background. And usually what I do in my studio is I have one pointed slightly higher to make sure I'm getting the top of the sweep, and one pointed slightly lower to make sure I'm getting the bottom, so that I don't have to spend too much time retouching out if it's gray when I intend it to be white. You guys look like you have questions?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. First, we have Vivian-Photo talking about the backlighting. Lindsay, I often try to do the same lighting setup, but it's a challenge. Do you set the backlights on the white seamless 1 or 2 stops less than the beauty dish?
Well, it depends. Okay, so good question for how to set it up. What I'll typically do is, and I don't know what problem she's saying she's running into. Is she worried about the light spilling over and overexposing? That's kind of the question I was going to say. When you have a small studio space, what tends to happen if you want complete white backgrounds, if you have your subject really, really close, then that white bounces off and kind of pieces through the hair and goes overexposed, and you get a little bit of flare. Now, the easy answer is that you move your subject further out and put them in different zones. So your background is one zone of lighting, then you move your subject forward, and so the two aren't interacting. When my portrait studio I had for 10 years, I think it was like 12 feet by 17 feet and 8.5 feet tall. So I understand that that doesn't always work. So then the next solution often is, it's a little bit of experimenting, but usually it's a stop brighter. It's actually a stop brighter. It's just a matter of how much spill I have.
Thanks.
And one more question?
Well, sure, our model is ready, so we'll
Okay.
keep going.
All right, so this is going to be my typical kind of whiteout skin porcelain effect. And I want the beauty dish more or less centered, and that's totally fine. Have you step a little bit more in, great. And to get that really even, smooth, creamy skin, I'm actually going to create a box around her, and she will not be able to move again. So these glasses, just because it's fun, I thought I would let you guys know. It's kind of like the fashion flare technique is kind of my thing. When I do a lot of portraits, fashion-wise, I have a stylist. So I have a stylist who gets my clothes. I have a hairstylist, makeup artist that does the makeup. But it's also fun to kind of do stuff on your own as well. And I got both of these from Etsy. So this was, I think, $35 on Etsy, and this was $25. And they're cool and funky. I was going to do this shoot because this is what I do. Like, I love red and I love creamy skin. So, you put this on. She can't see out of those at all. So if I say turn your head this way, she'll have no idea what I'm talking about. Perfect. And I'm going to have you guys take those reflectors off. The reason that they're actually pieces of foam core, the reason that they're up there right now was originally we had the lights pointed this way to give her rim light, and that's to prevent flare in the camera. So you can just take it off. Perfect. Do we have one more of those? We did. I saw it. Okay. Perfect. All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a shot before I make any changes. So this is the straight shot without reflectors. All right. So head towards my voice. Okay. Perfect. Chin down a little. Great. All right. Nice. I literally looked at the back of my camera. She didn't hear me. He said, I think she blinked. Nice. Nice. Okay, I'm going to have you turn your shoulders a little bit more towards me. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Okay, so I'm trying to get this light as centered as possible because I want it to be really flat. All right, so this is Beauty Box. Will you give me your hands? You need to hold this really close. Okay, ready? Don't get afraid. Okay, it's going to be right there. And you guys are going to box her in on either side. All right, so get as close as you humanly can. And what you'll see, the difference between these two shots, is now the light is going to be completely flat. And just relax your jaw for me just a little. Perfect. And chin down a tiny bit. Okay, let's take a look here. So you'll see the difference between the two shots when it pops up. Now it's completely flat lighting, eventually. Okay, so it's a massive difference, but this is how I do my creamy skin. It starts off 90% of the way there, and I just push it a little bit further. What I am going to do is I see, okay, a little bit of hair in the back. Okay, I'm coming behind you, don't get freaked out. Don't get freaked out. I'm just gonna tuck it. I'm saving myself effort as much as possible. Okay, same thing. Take a couple more of these shots. Great. And what I'll have you do is, can you pull your shoulders a little bit more forward, a little bit forward? So I'm popping on her clavicles a little bit more. I'll have my makeup artist often take the Jergens shimmer lotion. If you put just a little bit on top of the clavicles, it picks up the light more. Saves me time and effort in Photoshop, but I can still do it. So perfect. All right, let's box her in a little bit more. Okay, lips tight together. Good. Chin down and lean forward. Great, right there. Perfect. Just in real tight. Stay right there. I'm so short. Okay. Good. Let me tell you, in my studio, I'm always on my Apple Box. Okay. And let me do one more. Give me really long neck. Good. And lips tight together. Perfect. And so I'm shooting a little bit of stuff in the surroundings, so I'm going to do some Photoshop demo. All right. And then last thing, turn your body towards your left. Good. Keep going a little bit more, and then your head back towards me. Good. Perfect. And drop your front shoulder. Good, and lips tight together. And I'm going to do one more really, really close, and that's all I need. All right, here we go. And then head back towards me, keep coming. Perfect, right there. 1, 2, 3. And head to your right a little more. I'll tell you when. Right there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect. So that's all I'm going to need on that. And you guys will see tomorrow, I'll make her skin totally white and then smooth it out, pop the red color. But if you look, I mean, it really is kind of most of the way there for what I need to do. So questions from you guys so far? No? No questions? Okay, Kenna, what kind of questions do you have?
All right, let's check it out. Bill, have we got anything?
We had various people asking more details about your camera setup and like
Sure.
and one thing too, you're shooting RAW plus JPEG, and is that how do you normally shoot?
Except for these classes, I never shoot JPEG ever. I shoot my raw images, and then when I edit them in Photoshop, I'm trying to work with 16-bit TIFFs most of the time. I get the most depth of information, the best color, more I can work with. The only time I work in 8-bit is usually when I'm on my laptop if it's crawling and it hates me for whatever reason. But it's been being good, knock on wood. So I don't shoot RAW plus JPEG, I only shoot RAW. And how it works in my studio is I'm usually tethered to Lightroom or to Capture One only if I have a client there who requires to see the images. When I do personal work for myself, I tend not to tether for a couple of reasons. One, it slows me down. You guys see how much I shoot. But the flip side of that is a lot of times I'm kind of experimenting, right? I'm figuring things out. I'm trying to get it just right. And if the model or whoever sees a photo and something's not perfect the way they want, I don't want them causing a hassle. I had this supermodel recently who, we had this dress, and like the first pose, I was just testing the light. She had her stomach kind of out like this. And she looks and she's like, oh my God. And I'm like, that's not the image, that's not what I'm doing. Like, relax, you know? So yeah, I usually use Lightroom tethered if the client requires.
All right, let's see. A question from Silly Questions is,
OT. I'm
just
worried.
wondering what the white-black boards are. Stupid question, I know, but I'm trying to leave the photojournalism world and move to studio work, so I'm a newbie.
No, that's cool. When they were up, they were blocking the back lights so I wouldn't get any lens flare if they were pointed back at the subject for rim lights. So before, foam core? They're just pieces of basically cardboard, but white and black side. You know, it's basically it. You can get them from AC Moore and Michaels for $3.99. Something really simple like that.
Almost any art supply store.
Yeah, art supply stores. And it tends to be more commonly used for studio shooters. Natural light shooters and people on location usually use reflectors. In my studio, we have giant pieces of white foam core, really tall ones, like 8 feet, and they're in the shape of a V, and they're called V-flats. So this lighting setup that I did right here, kind of the flat, even lighting, which I'm going to use an image tomorrow that's that same lighting, but full body. Well, you obviously can't do it with small pieces of foam core, so they're using giant V-flats. Yep.
We have a couple more questions.
Okay.
Kim Photo asks, is makeup important for the creamy style shoot? Does the model need to have fair skin? What if she's tan?
What if she's what? Tan?
Tan.
Okay, tan is not ideal. It's just harder to Photoshop and work with. They don't have to be pale, like they don't have to be my color in order to get it to work. But how I'm thinking of this, and this is part of my approach, is, okay, so I have a model, or maybe it's a client, and they want that creamy skin approach. You'd either have to spend a ton of time in makeup to actually paint that on, and if you wanted to paint them like almost white, and you have an expensive dress on, I mean, it's not happening. And so this is one of the examples where I know in Photoshop I'll take it the next step. And so when I'm talking with my makeup artist, we'll do something where sometimes we know that we wanted to change her makeup maybe to green in a look, you know, whatever. And she'll say to me, should we take the time to change it, or you just want to change it in post? So it's a practicality thing. If we have a client there and we're running behind, she'll just take me aside and she'll say, are we changing it or keeping it? And then I know if I need to or not. So I'll change that tomorrow, but a lot of times, if she had to wipe that clean, reapply, it would probably take an extra 25 minutes, and I can save that if it's going to be the exact same thing, just a different color. very commonly with lips as well, and we'll just change it to match something.
Another question about the creamy light skin is, to keep the creamy skin, this is from Michael Toll's Photography in Atlanta, to keep the creamy skin look, how do you keep from overexposed highlights?
All right, so in this example, there aren't really any outstanding highlights, right? I've kind of flat lit the skin, and there aren't any bright highlights on the eyes, and so there's no place that would kind of peek out. The skin is definitely overexposed from what correctly exposed skin is, but who cares what correctly exposed is? It's meant for a creative effect. So it is technically overexposed, but not losing detail, so it's fine.
Want to go with more questions? More questions? Or?
Oh, Jessica has a question in the
excellent.
audience.
Can you use a black background and still achieve that same kind of lighting on the face?
Yes, you definitely can. I've done an example with that. What I wouldn't do if you're using a black background is I wouldn't keep kind of the slicked back hair. I might do either rim lights on the hair so she pops out, or if I do something like that, I would pick bright red hair or some kind of color, something so that it doesn't just blend in. So can we flip those off real quick? And we'll give it a try here. And I might. Okay, I'm gonna pass this back to you. All right, and so if I want this background to go black, which it's a white background, what I can do is I pull this back further so that the beauty dish doesn't have any spill on the background. And so by having them, like I said before, two separate planes, the background's lit one way and this is going to be lit another, then I can actually get the background mostly black. The other thing is, the closer I bring her to that light, basically if you bring her in a couple steps, it might make it, instead of having to shoot at f9, you can shoot at f11 or f16, and then the background will go that much darker. So that's how I'm working in a small space where I don't want to change the background to black or something like that. I'm going to have you take one step forward. We'll see how this works. I'm going to, right? Okay, I tend to break stuff. I'm just saying. Okay, and come towards me. Come towards me. Yeah, you can look. Okay, good. And take a half step back. Good. And I'm going to lower this just a little. All right. Perfect. Okay, box her in. And let's see how if we can get this background black. Okay. Perfect. Just like that. Let's take a look. All right, so it's not going to be black, but it'll be close. And it's definitely something we can fix in post. Let's see. Pop up. All right, so that's overexposed, so I'll probably cut it down to like f16. And so now the background will be pretty close. Let's try this again. Yeah, so now it's going to be almost black. And what I think in my mind, and this will be good, this will be almost solid black. How I picture it in my mind, or what I kind of think is, my first light that I have on the subject is a light that defines the light on the face. It defines the mood of the shoot. So the main light and the reflectors say, okay, it's light and creamy. The more extra lights that I add tend to make it look more produced or commercial. So if I point lights back at her, giving her rim lights on the side of her neck, it starts to look more like a commercial shot, if that makes sense. I'm starting to define it. So I might do one more shot. I don't know how we're doing on time, but I can just flip around and take one shot like that. Perfect. Okay. So I'm just going to flip these around to her. And I will have you flip it back on. I know a question that people ask. I will be totally honest. Most of the time I don't use light meters because I know my own studio that well. I know if I move my light from here to here, it goes from maybe it's f11 to f9. Like, I know it that well, but when it's a commercial shoot where I need to get that exposure straight on, I will. For this, she's overexposed on purpose, so she's already overexposed. Like, that's the point. All right, so I'll bring you a little closer. Yep, right there. Perfect. Good. All right, and so you'll see it's going to look more produced, lips closed. Let's take a look here. All right, and you will see it looks more like kind of like an ad or more commercially produced or like an album cover or something like that because you've added those highlights. In beauty photography, one of the things that's good about that is see how it gives her the highlights along her jawline, so it's emphasizing those beautiful features. Can you bring that light a little bit forward so they're even? Let's bring it a little bit more forward. And perfect. And you can actually see what's happening right with the modeling lights. So let me shoot a couple of those. And give me a really long neck and pop out the clavicles a little bit. Good. And we do one more like this. And I'm going to have you do last one where you take your glasses off. I'm just going to get one more shot with your eyes. And so I can change some makeup. Because right now, if I look, her eyes don't match her lips. So maybe that'll be a good demonstration to show you the difference between what I might change. So perfect. Maybe turn your shoulders a little bit sideways. I know this is kind of a pain. Yes, good. And then roll your head back towards me and chin down just a bit. Perfect. That looks great. Perfect. Awesome. Okay, Kenna, how's that? Works out?
Fantastic. Is that are we good?
Yeah, it's doing its thing. There you go. So for that, maybe I want to change the color lips and match them to be purple, or clean up some of that hair. Maybe I want it to be a little bit of a cleaner shot. So I'll be working with that. But what's great about this shot for me, or what I'm looking at when I'm lighting, is this. You know, the nice highlight there, the little bit of the highlight along the jawline, the separation. And so when I'm looking, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to clean up the hairs there. Maybe I want to Photoshop out the dress. That happens to me a lot, where a model's not comfortable, for example, wearing, maybe they can't get a shirt that's low enough or they didn't have one. So I'd Photoshop this out, clean up the hair, make the lips a little fuller, and maybe have them be purple to match. Maybe make her eyes really crystal blue, so it's a really pretty beauty shot all about color. Cool. That's fine.
Oh yeah, the other glasses? Is that
I can take a shot.
We have a few minutes
matter.
left.
All right, I'm going to do one. Here we go. Stick that on. Awesome. Okay. How about just a silver reflector underneath? And I'm going to raise this up. I'm going to make it a little more dramatic. So dramatic light on face. Come in this way just a little bit. Come in here just a little bit right there. Awesome. For these glasses, they have reflection on them. So what I'm looking for is just make sure that the reflector or the beauty dish isn't reflecting in them, so I can have it be kind of a clean shot. All right, perfect. Stand on my little box. Good. Good, and kind of roll your head sideways a little bit, and turn your shoulders that way. Good. And lips closed. See if, got to open up a little bit. Try it one more time. Same thing. And relax your mouth. And let's do like this. All right, and then for the heck of it, let me do one more straight on. I'm going to do a really, really tight shot. So look straight on to me. Perfect. Just like that. Straight on as possible. And I'm going to probably try mirroring this in Photoshop later and see if I can make her look like a cool alien. It's really funny, my makeup artist was joking with me the other day, but when we're picking out models, we tend to pick the ones, this is not you, we tend to pick the ones that look like aliens, because what that means is really big eyes, really perfect skin, and almost really perfect jawlines, but it tends to be a really good blank slate, because you can do anything you want to bring out the eyes, or you can do anything you want with the skin. So we never pick models for our fashion photography that look like you necessarily like recognize their look down the street. They're just meant to be kind of alien-esque, and we can do whatever we want. You'll see that tomorrow, an example of one of our favorite models that she changes no matter how we photograph her. So pretty fun.
All right.
Great. This has
Awesome.
been such a great day. First, filling our heads with all this information early in the day, and then showing us a little action.
We switch. I'm getting a picture of him. Sorry, we're distracted over here.
No
Okay,
worries.
come closer. Okay. Thank you. I know I'm going to love this. Okay. You look really tough.
All right.
wow.
All right, there we go.
Alien for
You're
sure.
awesome. Wait, I need another one. You keep doing this. I'm just doing
Okay,
it.
all right, so we're gonna close it out.
So looking forward to all the stuff you're going to show us for the next 2 days, and we'll get to see what amazing things you're going to do with these pictures, see what happens
I'm very
out
excited.
of camera. Remember, we have the Sigma photo contest where you can win a Sigma 50mm 1.4 lens, great lens, short depth of field. So check up on our Facebook page for details. You want to see your before and after pictures, take a picture and throw it through Photoshop. Exercise some of the techniques you learned today and post it and send it to
These are epic.
Support Plus. What do we send it to? Oh, it's on our page. Okay, so send your pictures in. We want to see them.
Yeah, the information will be there on Facebook. It's support plus retouch at creativelive.com. So Lindsay is raising her hand, and I would like to ask you, Lindsay Adler, what is it that we're going to be doing tomorrow? Is that what you're raising your hand for?
I got 2 parts.
Okay, 2 parts.
All right, to finish up, what we'll do tomorrow, I'll take the images from today and do a run through again of some techniques, a couple other new ones as well. But in general, I'll start off kind of with a summary of what we did, running back through what I'm thinking, a few new techniques, and then it's all about creativity. And so I'll be talking about all my creative Photoshop techniques. But related to that, I want you guys, if you're interested, to send me in photos you'd like to see me retouch, or at least critique how I'd retouch. So it might be a problem photo. Maybe there's something that you wish you could remove in the background. There's something, I don't know, reflection in the glasses, whatever it may be. I'd be happy to work on those. And then also a photo that you think, this is beautiful, but what else would I do? What would Lindsay recommend I do to improve this photograph in Photoshop? Or maybe it's creative technique. So send some photos my way if you want to see what I would do to perfect them.
And that is the information that is on the course page for Lindsay's course. And that's where you're going to send your emails to support plus retouch at creativelive.com. But all the information is there. And let's see, what else do we have? I am so excited about tomorrow. Note is that all of Lindsay's courses from Creative Live, this is the 3rd course that Lindsay has been here for, all 3 are at the regular live price. So you can see those when you go to our course page. Now this course, which will be $149 for all 3 days of content, including not just the video downloads that you can download onto your computer, download to use on your mobile phone, or stream right there on our website, but Lindsay has some extras that are going along with this workshop. And those are her top 50 keyboard shortcuts. It's great to have print out and have along next to you, as well as her retouching checklist. And this was something that I thought was really cool because you could get to be in the brain of Lindsay Adler as you go through, you're looking at your image.
Cool. That's terrifying.
That is a little scary, but that's tomorrow, Halloween. So you get to go through and see, okay, Lindsay looks at an image. Let's start with, I've already forgotten what the first thing was, but you go through the different body parts, then the nose, then the, just checking each and everything as Lindsay does it. So if you know you're going to purchase this course, get it for the $99. You get those bonuses, plus some of the layered files, select layered files, so that you can look back and see how Lindsay worked through those. You can deconstruct them, rework them as you're going through the workshop again, right along with Lindsay. So awesome first day. We have 2 more to go. And so we will see you tomorrow morning, same time, same place. We'll see you then. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, everyone out there, for joining us.
Thanks, everybody.